and a warm welcome to all of you on behalf of Nippon Paint India Private Limited. We deem it a great pleasure and honor to be able to witness yet another AYDA finale, to be watching all of you present your winning entries, and to be watching the jury score you live. We are as excited as you guys are. It all started in 2008, some 15 years ago, when Nippon Paint launched AYDA Awards with a vision to nurture young minds. Nevertheless, we are committed towards encouraging design leaders to come up and develop socially responsible designs. This stage is to honor such a design and innovative solutions in the world of spatial designs. Today, AYDA is spread across 19 geographical locations. AYDA Awards stands so tall in front of us, and though you all are winners, we used to tell you that you guys, all 24 of you are winners today. But the gold winner of today will get an opportunity to represent India in the international finale. The winners in the international finale are going to go to Harvard. How exciting is that, isn't it? A special mention to our jury panel to have taken time today for us. Thank you so much. And AYDA India has been very, very special for us this year. We have huge entries. We had new colleges coming in. I take this opportunity to thank my team for all the extra efforts that we did this year. And AYDA Awards are also bent towards sustainable and green designs. So with a small thought, we will start the day. We from Nippon Paint challenge the young architects, all of you here, to think beyond aesthetics. I repeat, to think beyond aesthetic. With that small thought in mind, I would like to call upon our leader, our president, Mr. Mahesh Anand, on stage to deliver the welcome note.
Thanks, Niti, and very good morning for everybody. I could see these front benches with a lot of tension on your minds. Well, be cool, be calm, because they're not going to eat you off. It's your day, actually, right? You should prove yourself, and it should be the best day in your life. Again, welcome all for all the jury members here. Thanks a lot being part of this program. I always have the pleasure of thanking you because it's something what you give it back to your society, right? And this is worth more than the gold what they get out of it. Like, I mean, interacting with you and getting your feedbacks and advices. So thank you so much for being part of this AYDA program. And all the friends and invitees and guests and the departmental heads, of course, the dean of universities, everybody, welcome for this AYDA. This is the 8th year for India. In fact, AYDA was started about 17 years back, in 2008. And India, we started midway through. This is the 8th AYDA award. And of course, way back in 2019, one of the gold winner from India went ahead and win the international gold and went to Harvard for a 2-week program. Yeah, all paid 2-week program in the Harvard. So one of you will be sitting here today, and I wish that you win this opportunity also. My part is just to welcome you all and just to talk about Nippon Paint a bit. We are Nippon Paint, we are almost 142 years, headquartered in Japan, and we are almost like 30 countries. I mean, we have been adding new continents, new countries quite faster than any other paint companies. Okay, and the recent addition is something in the Central Asian part of Kazakhstan. So you will meet the winners of this event, will meet people across, Niti said 19, but now it is 21 countries, including Australia and New Zealand, the latest entrants into this AYDA. So AYDA is conducted across 21 countries, and the grand finale happens somewhere within Asia. And the winner will go for this workshop in Harvard. That's the scale of AYDA, and AYDA has been formed by Nippon Paint to, as what Niti said, to nurture the young talents and bring them together and have a sharing, and also sharing with the industry people like you are. I mean, Nippon Paint is part of it, so you get to meet a lot of industry people, part of it, and your peers not only in India and also in other countries. And that's the basic purpose of AYDA. And this year, it's been the finalist. So as like what Niti said, like you are already a winner. So from here, it's your day, and then, I mean, maybe to the grand finale, what is going to happen. And as I said, Nippon Paint is in the business of paint and coatings. But the very purpose is basically to enrich the living organs or organisms through science and imagination. That's the main purpose of it. And so we work on basically the 3 strategic pillars on education, empowerment, and engagement. So AYDA is basically built on this education pillar. And we have been doing it successfully for the 17 years. And from India, you are the 8th set of people who are getting into this program. And from Nippon Paint, we wish you all success and do well. Good luck. All the best. Thank you. Probably I missed to thank Geeta and her team, and they have been part of the Ethos team, and thank you, Ethos team, for making it all successful for the past 8 years, and still we continue. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to call upon my manager, my boss, VP Marketing, Mr. Mark Titus, on stage to do the jury felicitation.
Check. Please join me in acknowledging the exceptional individuals who have been a pivotal role in defining the course of AYDA, our esteemed panel of jury. They not only possess extensive experience and expertise, but also profound appreciation for innovation. First, we have architect Charanya Prem Kumar. We are honored to have architect Charanya Prem Kumar, a graduate of Madras University, a specialist in building engineering and management from the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. Architect Charanya brings over 18 years of invaluable experience in retail and commercial architecture. Affiliated with the Council of Architecture India, her design philosophy, particularly in commercial spaces, reflects a nuanced understanding of social dynamics and corporate influence. Ma'am, we call you upon stage to felicitate you. It is our privilege to welcome architect Mahesh Radhakrishnan, the founding partner of the Madras Office of Architects and Designers. As a distinguished member of our jury member, with over 2 decades of experience and a keen understanding of city dynamics, architecture and placemaking, architect Mahesh's work exemplifies a creative response to context and collaboration. Having studied at NIT Tiruchirappalli, and as a research scholar at Bauhaus Dessau Foundation in Germany, his extensive professional journey includes notable associations with Adrian McGregory Associates in Sydney, Christopher Charles Berninger and Associates in Pune. We welcome you onto the stage, sir. A big round of applause, please, audience. Architect Kapil Chitale, a distinguished fellow of Indian Institute of Architects, brings a wealth of expertise to the realm of architecture. Holding a master's in passive solar design, his commitment to sustainable and innovative designs has been a hallmark of his career. Beyond his national affiliations, he has held an associate membership with the American Institute of Architects. His significant contributions extend to academia, where he served as a member of board of studies in architecture and planning at Anna University. Kapil is a luminary in the field of architecture, marked by a profound commitment to sustainable design, making him a distinguished figure in the architecture landscape. So we welcome you onto the stage. Applause, please. Architect Brijesh Shajal, the visionary behind BS Architects and later DAC, has refined architectural practices in Manjeri since 2005. His firm seamlessly blends heritage with modern lifestyle, earning accolades and diversifying into urban design and public projects. Architect Brijesh's commitment to social responsibility extends to a design ashram, a community hub, and initiatives like Clean River Initiative. As the founder of World Architecture Travel, he curates architecturally rich global tours, fostering networking within the architectural community. Architect Brijesh's leadership in professional organizations reflects his dedication to fostering global connections in the architectural fraternity. We welcome you onto the stage, sir. Introducing architect Ekta Ahuja, an esteemed architect and luxury interior designer, crafting bespoke living and working spaces for over 2 decades. A graduate of Dr. B.N. College of Architecture, Pune, architect Ekta's style blends classic, contemporary, and minimalist elements. As the visionary founder of Tejo Maya Designs, Pune's most sought-after firm, she transforms clients' visions into unique, luxurious creations. Recognized for her influence, architect Ekta has received accolades such as Femina's Most Powerful 2021 and features in the prestigious publications, showcasing her commitment to creating exceptional environmental friendly spaces. Welcoming you onto the stage, ma'am. Architect Kavita Shastri stands as an eminent architect based in Bangalore, seamlessly integrating architecture, interiors, and landscapes into harmonious spaces. She holds a bachelor in architecture from Bangalore University. She not only boasts fellow status in IIA and memberships in COA, but also spearheads the innovative Code Studio. Renowned for her dedication in community projects, architect Kavita has earned notable acclaim, securing a commendation in the IIA National Awards in 2001, the prestigious Silver Medal in Arcasia Awards for Architecture in 2023. She is on her way. She will be joining us soon.
Thank you, Ravli. So it's time to thank our extended team. We are so grateful for the continuous support and valuable insights given by Architect Geeta Balakrishnan and her most efficient team ethos. Thank you so much, ma'am. Welcoming you on stage, please.
An architect who sidestepped the profession to pursue her dreams of enabling and empowering young minds,
Nikita
Geeta
on
ma'am
stage, please.
Geeta ma'am is the head and hand behind Ethos. She passionately works with youngsters to enable them to find their fullest potentials.
Nikita, on stage, please.
Thank you, Neeti. Okay. Thank you, Neeti. Thank you, team Nippon, for hosting AYDA Awards for the last 8 years. I must say this is one of the most sought after student awards programs in the country, and we've only been growing for the last 8 years. And Team Ethos is glad to be supporting this endeavor since the beginning in India. I must say that this year was quite overwhelming with 840 plus entries received from across the country. And thank you to the jury members for their endless time and dedication in helping us filter out these entries to arrive at the top 24 today, 12 in each category, that's architecture and interior design. Many of you might not know the story behind reaching the top 24, but there's an intense filtering and jury deliberation process that happens. And the process has been on since November with an online shortlisting, then an intense jury deliberation, and finally we are here with the top 24. So all the best to all the finalists. Ace those 10 minutes and let's see if we can bring the trophy home again from the global level. Thank you.
So yes, it's time we start the presentations. We will reiterate certain things to you. So 10 minutes you will have, and the prompter is also having a timeline. You will hear a small buzzer in the 8th minute to remind you that you have 2 more minutes to go, and a long buzzer in the 10th minute, after which the Q&A will start. So anybody who has your model, you can place it on the table, one presentation before your actual presentation. Or anything else, I'm always there, you can reach out to us. So we will start the presentation. Over to you, Ravli.
Okay, now it's time to welcome the finalists onto the stage. First, we have Suraj Ige. He's going to present the Universal School, Diminishing the Boundaries of Learning Through Universal Learning Hotspots.
Should I start? Okay. Good morning, all. So the project title as the Universal School talks about diminishing the boundaries of learning through universal learning hotspot. Tell me and I forget, teach me and I may remember, involve me and I understand. A quote by Benjamin Franklin talks about involvement-based learning. Starts with the research talking about China and Japan as developed countries with growing population of elderly people, but India as one of the youngest countries with median age group of 28.7 years, giving us opportunity of demographic dividend, which is the economic growth potential due to a certain age group. But the failure to do so can lead to malnutrition catastrophe, which is a disaster. So the Indian students moving abroad due to certain problems moves towards the losing of the demographic dividend. So use of technology, the 5E solutions are exposure, educate, explore, enhance, and equal opportunity. So not every student lands in a good college. Problems like quality disparity, lack of resources, and lack of infrastructure. But the limitations of college should not mean the world's end. Thus, fortunately, the National Education Policy 2020 comes up with the regulatory relaxation along with the global initiative of academic network, which increase the footfall of reputed international faculty together to form a network of colleges in which Each faculty is a guide and each student a companion. In this network stands a host college that ensures the smooth working of the whole network. The chosen was the site of a VJTI college, which is centrally located, is a well-established and a resourceful college, and is easily accessible through roads and railway networks in Mumbai. The three types of user groups are existing college student, the visiting students, and remotely based students. This is the site plan, where the layout is parallel. A central spine perpendicular to it ensures the connectivity. At the edge lies the 11th gate intervention, which allows accessibility to all. Yeah. The Vidya Mandir is developed in such a way to make best use of it with universal accessibility through ramps and enhancing the heritage structure. So the main structure sits at an angle with the red color being enhanced in the contrast of white. The glass staircase is an welcoming gesture to the college at the opposite, the Khalsa College. The two entries lead to an enclosed atrium and an open atrium. The volumetric play ensures the visual and the physical connectivity. The staircase, the space frame, and the elevator forms the elements of interiors. The planning strategies include breakaway spaces and studios. The grand entrance lobby of the glass with the circular flooring that divides the spaces with the straight geometrical walls sitting on it ensures the inter-exterior connected and the translation between the spaces as well, and divides into 4 different zones. As we move upwards in the flooring, the two types of user gets merged at the tops by the staircase being the witness of this whole translation. So a parametrical arrangement of the cubes for the seminar space shows motion. The cubes are used for the spot lighting and ambient lighting with the group of cubes. So the telescopic seating system used in the seminar space shows the translation from a one-way learning program to an interactive program, increasing the retention rate to 50% higher. So for the third type of user in the remote places, a seminar live, YouTube learning, podcast learning, a recording room is placed in the same ecosystem. The wall murals work as wait and look around element during the process. It is the most inviting space, the canteen, with the natural light coming in, the landscape spillover, the open sittings with bright colored, and the lighting cubicles. The workshop space, which engulfs the landscape for large workshop spaces, for workshops like pottery, and is an inviting space. The staircase in the center with a huge atrium and the truss and the space frame at the top is a very enlivening element that fosters interactions, communications, and creativity. It's a dual nature function during the exhibition, during the day, and at the late evenings. So carved out in this red steel staircase are the spaces for pause, for seating, and for working. So the median floor plates that goes at an angle allows look over for flourishing conversations, new bond formations, and a cheerful environment. The steel embossed staircase that is filled during seating is a curiosity-creating element. Shown in the exploded, the spaces in the formal spaces, the informal breakaway spaces with bright colored carpets, and the seatings, informal seatings like beanbags. So the first floor has a disconnectivity with the formal and informal function, where the only connection happens is the visual between the two types of user groups. A large screen at the center with the shorter attention span is a thought activator, where the images are flashed for some seconds. The space doubles up for a long video sessions as well. The second floor is a resources floor, where the library and the workshop spaces are there. The most inviting space of the library has a shared coffered slab and a natural light as element. The interiors of the library features warm wooden finishes and light as major element with the neutral color combinations. We have a balcony for reading and a traditional seating system for reading, a book writing corner, a magazine corner, a workshop which is a formal space and informal space, a barrier free through the translation in between. Third floor that features the relay room for the connectivity to the remote colleges and offline at the discussion rooms. The buffer spaces have these open cubicles with the screens for discussion and the vivid colored seatings and a website for connecting the students. The polycarbonate material in between these cubicles maintains some transparency as well as privacy at the same time. A fourth floor is where the working happens, the resting, and some labs over it. It's a modular way where a smaller and a larger modules in a free layout system is worked out, where we have an open working system as well, where we have the seatings and the breakaway spaces. It's a growth-based learning as India moves from Make in India to Make for the World. Larger module system, a medium-sized module system, and a mini module system in this open layout. This is the aerial laboratory and robotics. IPC flooring that continues in between two spaces shows a barrier-free system. The extrusion in the layout for the visual connection with the college for the drone show that happens. This is the image of the central spine that cuts through various parts and how it activates. So when it goes to the stilt area, so the open to semi-open spaces, it activates the nodes in the chemistry department, open studio systems in the courtyard. So the retrofitting of a textile with a double height structure, a glass box at perpendicular, and a mezzanine floor. So it works as a checkpoint for the studios, for exhibitions, and for a lot of interaction that happens in between these spaces. So the glass projection that happens for a passerby to grab some information or to sit and stare at it. The informal spaces that can turn into the formal spaces for a quick discussion or a quick projection. This is the entry to the digital learning center. The concept of the prismatic reflections offers very psychedelic nature in the industrial setup of the textile industry. The glass, the neon lights, the steel setup, the hologram system for 3D learning visuals. VR ensures the connectivity to the different colleges as well as the unexplored part of the colleges that are not able to be explored physically can be through the visual learning, through the virtual reality. A glass extrusion box made up of steel and a glass has a visible parts of the college where a real-time video can be played as a sample to know about various parts of the college. Glass and the steel used extensively as a recyclable and a reusable material. A cube as a concept and a float, a system of the seatings that are used with the different context of buildings. So with materiality and some part of the sustainability with the decomposing part, the alignment of 7 out of 17 goals of Sustainable Development Objectives of UN are tried to be matched. A small attempt towards innovative and inclusive learning opportunity for all. Thank you. This is a walkthrough. So space during the time of the exhibition. Thank you. The model of the table is openable, so you can explore the interiors as well. The floor plates are different, so you can.
Suraj, thanks very much for the presentation. I just have a quick question. I mean, what is the problem that you're trying to solve here?
So I'm trying to empower the educational system. So other than the curriculum part, I'm trying to connect all these students for the knowledge sharing, not from one college, but from different colleges as well, different fraternities as well. So a body where all can connect together. It's an additional body to the existing college, which empowers.
So this is not an individual, this is not an independent school.
No, it's extension.
It's a,
Extension to existing college.
okay.
Yeah.
And how does it do? I mean, so the interventions, what you have
Yeah.
showed are part of that, is it?
So a well-established college which has these resources are put to best use through this extension and made open for all the students as well that are from the other college and remote through virtual learning, as well as students can visit this, like there are visiting faculties that goes to the other colleges, there are visiting students that can come here and meet to the various expertise that are there in the college and could be brought in from other colleges as well.
And this is an addition to an existing
Yes.
infrastructure,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So the footprint is already
Yeah,
existing.
so the master plan that I showed earlier is the whole site.
Okay.
And at the one edge, the building lies.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
No, I didn't get that, Suraj. So what you're saying is that the structure that you have shown is an existing structure that you have
No.
repurposed?
The
or
site,
you have redesigned?
the site has an existing college.
Yes.
At one of the corner is the structure that I've built as an extension.
Okay, so this is a new structure proposed
New
by
structure.
you,
New structure.
right?
Yeah.
This is on the main road facing that SV road or whatever it is.
So the VJT college has the internal road as at its frontier. Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Suraj. Other than glass, I didn't think I heard anything about sustainability in your design.
Yeah.
Considering it's a new building and it's not a retrofit, can you highlight all your sustainable efforts?
So
on this?
about the materiality, so since it's an existing building and I'm talking about empowering the students, so there are certain materials like the civil department that is there in the college. They have these materials that are tried out. So we are blending in that. And for the part of the sustainability, I have the
Can you
decomposting.
name a few?
Yeah.
What are the materials, civil department?
So like recycled materials that are used for the construction.
Could you
Like blending in the concrete with the recycled materials and all. Yeah.
That's about it?
Yeah, and for the another larger sustainability part, I have a decomposting plant near to the structure, which from the canteen, so there are 3 canteens on the site. So all the waste that comes from the site is decomposed on that part. So I had this whole calculation that shows how much waste is collected and how it is converted. So there was one program that is Learn and Earn. So students actually work on this decomposting plant where they get to learn about this. Also, the earnings that have come from exporting the compost that is worked out, they get some earnings out of that as well. It was a part of the program.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Suraj. Next, we have Posam Anjali. She'll be presenting Bhumi Ruchi, a culinary odyssey rooted in Earth's essence.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Anjali. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we are gathered here today, let us pause to reflect on a simple yet profound truth. Every time the warmth of a coal stove embraces us, it beckons us to remember the silent heroes in the cold, dark corridors, the coal miners. Today, we embark on a journey to honor their resilience, to understand their stories, and to create a space that not only celebrates their contributions, but also sheds light on the challenges that they face. Nestled in the heart of Orissa, Keonjhar stands as a testament to the harmonious coexistence of breathtaking landscapes and a rich cultural heritage. Renowned for its majestic landscapes adorned with rolling hills and verdant forests, the region's geological significance extends beyond its picturesque vistas, as Keonjhar has been a cornerstone of India's mining industry, contributing substantially to the nation's economic landscape. Amid the undulating terrains, Keonjhar embraces a cultural heritage steeped in history, folklore, and traditions, forming a vibrant tapestry of the local culture. As we embark on this journey, we recognize Keonjhar as not merely a geological marvel, but also as a repository of stories, a canvas painted with hues of both nature and human ingenuity awaiting exploration and appreciation. Beyond the geological excavations that shape its landscape, the struggles of mining workers unfold in parallel corridors of endurance and resilience. These workers, often unseen in the shadows of the mining industry, navigate a complex web of challenges. The echoes of their struggles reverberate in these confined living spaces where cramped quarters and remote locations amplify the isolation faced by these dedicated individuals. The irregular rhythms of shift work, exposing them to the darkness of night and the demands of unconventional hours, become a poignant metaphor for their dedication. Beyond the extraction of minerals, they extract perseverance from the depths of their experiences, facing health and safety concerns while contributing significantly to the economic tapestry of the region. These parallel narratives intertwine in the corridors of Keonjhar, each layer revealing a story of strength, sacrifice, and the indomitable spirit of those who toil to unearth the treasures within the earth. This calls for a transformative approach that addresses various aspects crucial to the region's development. Historical preservation to honor the mining district's rich heritage, ensuring that its stories and contributions are not lost to time. Raising awareness of the living conditions among a wider community is essential to foster empathy and understanding towards the challenges faced by the mining community. Community empowerment, offering opportunities for those who were once relocated for mining activities and strengthening local resilience. Cultural exchange and sustainable economic growth, achievable by attracting tourism and creating employment opportunities. The educational needs can also be met through initiatives that provide valuable insights into geological and historical aspects. In response to these, the concept of a museum cafe emerges as a holistic solution. It serves as a multifaceted platform that not only preserves the history, but also educates, empowers, and fosters the cultural heritage. The heart and soul of the cafe resonate with the authenticity as it is lovingly operated by individuals from the former mining community. Their presence infuses the space with first-hand experiences, creating a warm and genuine atmosphere. Bhumiruchi welcomes a diverse group of visitors, from tourists eager to explore the region's geological and cultural gems to the geology enthusiasts seeking to uncover the Earth's secrets. Yet, at its core, the Cafe Museum is not just a destination for outsiders, but a gathering experience for the local community. Nestled near a bustling national highway and an abandoned airstrip, Bhumiruchi boasts a strategic location at the intersection of history, accessibility, and curiosity. Emerging as a regional attraction, the location ensures that the stories, flavors, and cultural richness of Keonjhar reach far beyond its borders, inviting all who traverse on the highway to pause, explore, and savor the treasures hidden within its heart. The movement within unfolds as a seamless journey, artfully guiding visitors through distinct zones that weave together the Cafe Museum's rich narrative. The formal cafeteria seating transitions into an informal area, a dynamic space for gatherings and workshops, along with curated circulation paths, with displays that narrate the region's ecological history. This ensures a harmonious and immersive experience, inviting patrons to engage with the geological odyssey within Bhumiruchi. Inspired by the rugged beauty of its geological surroundings, unfolds a visual symphony where narrative of the earth depth is etched into every detail of its rustic interiors. The material palette, deliberately chosen to evoke a raw essence of the mining district, becomes a testament to the authenticity of the space. The earthy tones of browns, greys, and charcoals become the canvas upon which the geological story unfolds. These muted hues not just harmonize with the rustic materials, but also evoke a sense of grounding and connection to the natural surroundings. The interiors unfold as a striking contribute to the undulating landscapes of the local mines. The design, ingeniously achieved using salvaged particle boards crafted from the waste materials from the mines, mirrors the raw beauty and rugged contours of the geological formations. As visitors enter, they are enveloped by the dynamic undulations seamlessly integrated into the seating and displays. These salvaged particle boards, marked with the passage of time and the echoes of mining industry, not only add a distinctive aesthetic, but also speak volumes about sustainable design and a commitment to repurposing materials. In an attempt to recreate the captivating interplay of light and shadow reminiscent of the miners, as patrons move deeper into the space, they traverse through curated circulation paths and display areas strategically placed in darker and mysterious zones. Inviting visitors through contrasting pockets of light and shadow is the entrance, shrouded in darkness, sets an enigmatic tone reminiscent of the mining depths. A well-lit light well serves as a transformative bridge, guiding patrons towards a deeper pocket of formal cafeteria seating, with a play of darker tones reflecting the rugged mindscape. Adjacent, the informal space emerges bathed in brightness, creating a communal haven for gatherings and shared experiences. Here, the salvaged particle boards takes the main center stage, transforming space into a dynamic parametric form. These versatile boards elegantly shape the fall ceiling, undulating, mimicking the geological formations. As the same material cascades down, it seamlessly evolves into wall panels, creating a visually captivating continuity. Inspired by the quiet moments of respite that miners find within the rugged corridors of a mine, where informal seating spaces are introduced. The design echoes simplicity and authenticity of miners who, amid a rocky surrounding, would just find a place to sit, reflect, and share stories. In queue with that, similar step seating has been provided for the informal gathering. In strategic spaces, particle boards undergo transformation, becoming functional elements as tables and seating. This dual role not only maximizes utility, but contributes to the overall visual coherence. Concealed lights nestled between the salvaged particle boards create an ethereal glow, delicately illuminating the space from within. In the curated display areas, spotlights take the center stage, meticulously highlighting the geological findings and the narratives. These focus beams become storytellers, guiding visitors through the exhibits and adding a layer of drama to the geological journey. These undulating forms find an elegant support in the robust metal framework, which not only provides a structural integrity, but also adds an industrial touch reminiscent of the mining tools that have shaped the region's history. The artifacts are also elegantly suspended by metal rods, echoing with the structural finesse found in the mining language. Bhumiruchi at Kyonjhar stands as a beacon of innovation, resilience, seamlessly weaving together the geological tapestry of Kyonjhar and the narratives of its mining community. This transformative space ensures that each visit is a cherished exploration, forging a lasting connection to the rich heritage of this remarkable region. As patrons dine amid the undulating forms, Bhumiruchi becomes more than a cafe museum. It becomes a living canvas that celebrates Kyonjhar's unique stories and flavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Anjali. I had two questions for you. One is that where is this cafe located? In what context is it? Is it urban or rural? Number one. Second is that you had used these particle boards that you said had been salvaged from the mine. Can you give us a little information on that?
Okay, so it is in a rural setup, so it's on a highway, so it bridges multiple urban areas. And coming to the second question of the salvage,
Before you finish that, but you said that the miners would be involved in coming here and sharing their experiences.
yes.
How would that fit in into this whole thing?
So because it's close, situated close to a national highway, it is looked at as a pit stop. So there are a lot of outsiders coming in who also get to know about the localites. So it's also located close to the mining areas. So it is the rural part of the town, but again, because of the mining, there's a lot of development around, but it's not as much as an urban area. So coming to the second part, the particle board salvaged from the waste material. So a lot of mining industries do come up with a lot of wooden waste that helps them move through the mines, and even a lot of places there are tracks laid down which have materials such as wood and even concrete. So these materials would be repurposed into the particle boards.
Hi. Yeah, it looks very modern, and the approach for more on the urban side of it. I wonder how these people who works there will relate with the space. Do you? It is maybe out of their context. So, how is the bridging happens between these two people, set of people?
Okay, so in one of the spaces I was talking about informal seating. For example, if you look at a mine worker, they probably wouldn't have benches or chairs that they sit on and have their lunch. They just find this clean stone and they just sit over it. So this space was more about bringing in that experience, and even like if you look at a mine, the entire thing is just one surface. I tried to bring in that essence into the project, where even all the seatings are formed by the wall panels and false ceiling that folds to form the seating, as well as having just a seating on the floor that steps above. So people actually experience what the miners experience in a crude way.
Yeah, I understand. Maybe look at the malls. Maybe the normal auto guy or the coolie who works outside, they won't feel like entering to that space. Don't you think the similar atmosphere these people will face? You know, they will be having a fear, it's not my space. How you create that my space feel in it, getting that ownership to that space? I'm just wondering on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just curious, did you actually, before starting the work, did you think that why not situate this in an actual mine itself? You know, part of a mine which is, sort of,
I did, but
decommissioned. Wouldn't that be a much more powerful space, and also something that, like what Brijesh said, something that they understand, they can, relate to?
that was definitely a thought in the beginning, but again, it would be like, how am I connecting it with the outsiders? Like, they would have to probably take a detour and come to that place.
Yeah, so it's a destination,
Yes,
basically.
yes.
And I would go. If I knew it is situated there, I would go actually, if I'm going by the highway nearby. So just a thought, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anjali. Calling upon Yashwini, she'll be presenting the three-tiered high-rise.
Good morning, everyone. This is Ashwini. Before I start with my presentation, I like to begin with a kural. Anuvai thulaithil kadalai pugutri kurugat cheydadu kural. An atom is smaller than a mustard seed. A hole is made in middle of it, and the water of 7 seas is inserted into the hole, and it's like a screw. Uiri moonru mandabam, 3-tiered high-rised, improving the livability of housing. Why slum? I chose slum to make a meaningful impact on their communities and creates the space that enhance the both function and dignity. One of the slum I came across is Nochikoppam. Aim to focus on improving the living condition of fishing community throughout their culture, sensitive and space efficient and sustainability. Location. My site is nested near the iconic building of Madras Lighthouse near Nochikuppam. Nochikuppam is a fishing community. Why Nochikuppam? I chose Nochikuppam after I learned about the housing board for the fishing community where I observed that they have a struggle faced by them. This is the existing site plan where in front of the existing site there is a market space which is connected with the main road. There are totally 24 blocks. In each block there are in each two blocks they have the proposed road in between. Each blocks have the silt plus 3 parking storage height with 32 units. Each unit measures 252 square feet. This is the site video, where the site video, there is a street in between, there is a market space in front of the site. In stilt parking, they use their day-to-day activities and they use for the interactive space at the evening. This is the corridor space in between, and this is the unit plan. This is site video. And a small survey was conducted to know about the actual day-to-day challenges and the issues faced by the community. Communities, lack of storage space, they don't have a proper storage, the lack of space, no interactive space, they don't have a recreational space or lack of sanitation. Due to this lack of space, they manage by giving the rent out to the other unit for their uses. This is the existing plan, which contains 32 units with 6 units per floor. Each floors have 2 units which is mirrored with the staircase in between. And the corridor space, they don't have a proper circulation space in between. Each unit contains of a living room, bedroom, kitchen, bath, and toilet space. This is the activity. The view gives the detail how the activity place is existing in the unit. Insufficient storage space in the bedroom, where they don't have a space occupied. Most of the space is occupied by the bed. There is no proper circulation space. Lack of storages. Due to this, they feel discomfort. My concept is flexible furniture, flexible interiors, recreational space, street market, and photovoltaic lights. Unit plan. This is my proposed unit plan, which contains the displays area where it is a platform over there, and the kitchen and living area, bedroom and bathroom space. This is the design process. During the morning time, it serves as a living area, while at the night time, it transforms into the sleeping area, the pull-out platform. Below the platform, there is a storage given below. In the bedroom, there is in the bathroom has a foldable plastic material that serves the both for shower area and a toilet space. It forms a platform for showing platform while it is in a shower area, and open it for the toilet space. And this is the activity what I was talking about, the I was talking about the plan where they have a platform at the morning time for the living area, and at the night time it shows as a inbuilt area bed. This is the isometric view for the activity. Isometric view for the activity, and this there is a level difference between the kitchen, living, and bedroom, which provides the extra storage space for the bedroom, extra storage space, and it has one more bedroom space area. And the toilet space, where the toilet space, I was talking about the folding material, like it's a material, HDPE material, where it is actually a foot track material. It acts like a platform over there. It's a plastic, HDPE means the high density polyethylene, which is used for the toilet space. It's highly durable, water resistant, and cost efficient. This is the HDD, and yeah, prefabricated balcony constructed with the material. It's the steel material, which is used for the interactive space for the peoples and serves for the washing clothes. Adjacent to the balcony, there is a cloth liner which they use to dry cloths. This is the views for the interiors, where the inbuilt with the storage is there, and this is the step up to the bedroom, and this is the storage given below, and this is the unit plans video. This is the platform for the living, and they open it as an inbuilt bed, and they have a storage below, and this is the kitchen counter, and the blinds in between, which creates privacy for the bedroom space area. And this is the section. These are the sections for the unit plans. The section A shows that the level difference between the kitchen, living, and the bedroom space. And the materials used here is like for floors, it is used as a tile flooring, and the deck space area where the marine plywood is the water resistance, and the kitchen shutters and the wardrobe shutters is used for recycling PVC of 15 mm thickness, and the black splash and the kitchen top countertop is used as granite slab. The shelf is used for the Kadapa stone, and these wall paintings are created as Nippon paint. This is the wall section. This is the section elevation A. This is the wall elevation. This is the wall elevation A, where it shows the kitchen and the bedroom space area, and this is the elevation B, where it shows the living room, the living area, and this is the elevation C. And as I was talking about the stilt parking, where they use for the day-to-day activities and their interactive space, for that I created a courtyard space to each block. As the lack of space is solved by the proposed plan, I have proposed a recreational space by removing 2 units in each floor. And I created a bridge in between for the interaction space between the 2 blocks. This is the existing street view. One of the major issues faced by the community is communities and the surrounding area is cursed due to the small kiosk and the market space around the community. It becomes more traffic zone, and they don't have a proper circulation space around the site. So I proposed a market. Space to address the traffic issues by the outdoor market. I located the market space around the community into the stilt parking area of the housing board. In stilt parking area, I created a market space over there. And this is the market streets view. And this is the block section. This section shows the overall refined activities of the proposed block. And the cost of construction and interior design by using the natural material, recycling PVC and HDPE material, the cost is interior is reduced. Yeah. conclusion, the major issue faced by the community, lack of space, each of the connecting space in between and the circulation space been addressed by the multifunctional space, recreational space, and in a view of extending the lifestyle of the people in the community. Thank you.
Morning, Yashwini.
Good morning.
Now, this proposal you have given for a fishing community, am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any specific lifestyle which you have addressed for
Specific,
this retrofit?
specific lifestyle of
They
fishing
have a separate lifestyle, isn't it?
Yes.
Their day-to-day activities. Now, whatever proposal you've given, what I understand is this can be suggested for any kind of a community.
Okay. They need more space, ma'am. They don't have storage space, ma'am. For fishing community peoples, they need more storage space for occupying their.
So they'll need storage space for their profession, am I right?
Yes.
So what are the kind of provisions you made for those? Like their nets probably, their fishing gear probably, right?
Yes.
So is there anything specific you have addressed for that? Okay. You should look into it.
Okay.
Considering you've specified the community so many times,
Okay.
I think it would have been more appropriate if we could have taken it on those lines.
Sure.
Also, there's one more thing. You said there was a bridge between the blocks for their interactive spaces.
Ma'am?
There's a bridge between the blocks for the interactive spaces.
Yes, ma'am. In each, there's a 2 blocks over there. In between, there is a
Do you have
interactive.
a slide which you can show that?
The connecting bridge. It's not. This is the stilt parking where I converted the stilt parking into the courtyard space in between the blocks. Okay, so it's a walkway. Yeah.
Yashwini, I had one question. I like the idea of the toilet where you had a fold-down
Yes, sir.
shower or shower
For shower, it's a
shower
platform.
tray, or so to speak. But then go back to your slide of your section. Yeah, no, not this one. The section where it shows the WC.
Sir?
Where it shows the WC. There's a section of the building where it shows the WC. How do you intend to get the tray in place over there? I wanted you to tell me.
I didn't do the section for toilet.
I saw one section which showed the. Just move along. Go down, further down.
Maybe this?
No, no, not this. Further down. Keep going. You're coming to the beginning. Stop. Yeah. You see that WC over there? How would you have an English WC and then have a fold-down tray?
Okay, I'll change. Okay.
And Nippon Paints are the guys who are sponsoring.
Thank you, Yashwini. Now we'll call upon Irzari Desai to present Apeksha, Cancer Community Center, Vasna, Ahmedabad.
Yeah, it's too high. No, it's better enough. Yeah. Okay. Can I start now? Yeah. So good morning, everyone. My project is about redesigning cancer spaces using biophilic elements, and it is located in the city of Ahmedabad. I've named it as Apeksha Cancer Community Center. And let me start by asking a very simple question. All of us have been to healthcare facilities, right? So how do you feel there being there for a while? Do you feel anxious, overwhelmed, or emotionally upsetting? Then when you go to such spaces, do these images remind you of that? Do you feel a little bit confined and claustrophobic and limiting? Now, what if I ask you had to spend time over here for a longer period of time to take a treatment? How would you feel that? Now, what if I show you this, feeling something different? Now, what if you have a view of the outdoors and you are able to, that makes you feel less constrained? What if you have the view of the greens along with a space to engage with your fellow patients, and also you have some visuals that distracts you from the chaotic environment? So what is the common thing that we are trying to see over here? Yes, that's the nature that we are trying to bring in indoors, and which is actually helping us to improve our physical and mental well-being. And it can be brought through indoors in many ways, maybe through maximizing the natural lighting, bringing the planters, and even using different materials and colors that reminds us of that. And basically, we are trying to bring it in different forms, and that means biophilia, and that is simply having the love for the nature, and we human have a very natural tendency to get drawn towards it. And study done by the Terrapin Pride Green Group says that it has been divided into 14 different patterns, and it can be used as a guiding tool in order to enhance the experience of the nature in and out in our lives. And basically, it is divided into three different aspects. First is the nature in space, meaning that no matter where you are standing, you are able to experience through the sound or through the visuals of it. Next, you can experience the outdoors through the different materials and the forms. Or also, there's a pattern that reflects how do you feel inside a space. Do you feel reclusive, or do you feel limitless? So yes, studies also say that the biophilia actually quickens the process of the recovery of the patients. But yes, medicine's treatment is important for the physical health, but at the same time, mental health is also important, and hospitals environment has a very huge impact on the quality of thoughts we produce. So what can be the solution for it? Well, this is where I came up with the idea of my project, that how about if we combine healthcare spaces and nature to get a better experience to patients. And also, being an interior designer, I usually give a form to work with, right? So it's very much difficult to combine these two aspects, since hospital spaces usually are enclosed and lack natural features. So however, we can give different interventions to it, like what about we have central natural bigger element, or have multiple smaller areas of nature that changes the circulation of the space, and even gives an intentional pause to look around and relax. Now, there are several critical illnesses out there, but I'm particularly focusing on cancer because it's not just critical, and it can be terminal as well, and patient goes through a lot during the time of the treatment and even end up in the palliative care. And the amount of time that they spend in those spaces for healing, it's quite significant, as you can see. So that's the main reason I'm trying to introduce this concept. Now, in order to select a site for my project, I visited several facilities in the city itself, and these are some of my common findings, that they felt quite detached and enclosed and restricting, and if you had to spend more time over there, they felt quite uninviting. And so that comes to the main purpose of my project, that I had an idea to to adapt this biophilia and its patterns to transform such spaces to give a cohesive environment for the patients. Now, this is the particular community center which I have selected, which currently caters as a treatment center and has hospice rooms and an outdoor garden. And it has a good amount of wild vegetation around it that potentially cut down the noise. And this is where I realized I can run my biophilic patterns, where interiors of the rooms can be changed according to personal functionality with different elements. Then even it has a courtyard, so it can become an engaging element by having an indoor garden, and even the enclosed corridors can be opened up. Now, then I met the head of the center, and she said that embedding quite an idea is good thing, but however, there are some requirements that should be compromised for the patients because of the low immunity for their flow and all. So I acknowledged that, and I made this particular activity program where where different users are there are different users spending maximum amount of their time, and showed how the center is bringing them all together. And this is where I gave them suitable patterns according to the activities. And yes, I not just focused on the interior of the building, but also the build form, that it is quite symmetric. Secondly, it already has an outdoor facade that overlooks the outdoor facade outdoors. And so what point I'm trying to make is you can have the spaces is already breathing externally, but door transformation can be made by making it breathable internally as well. And this is where I started to work on the concept of my design, that in the center you have a courtyard with a sensory garden. No matter where you are standing, you're able to see it. And if you can't see it directly, you have the green rooms in between the services. And this is where this became the focus of my design, where I'm trying to maximize the greens. Now, coming over the ground level, here you can see how the focus is brought to the center of the building, where the sensory garden says you to enter inside it, you are able to see the garden that charms you up, and also how the activities are distributed of the diagnostic and the examinations. And green pockets are basically breaking down the linearity of the corridors. And also I've tried to break down the enclosed spaces of the rooms by introducing the curves. Now, first level also focuses same principles as of the ground, and it particularly caters for the chemo treatment spaces and the emotional and mental physical well-being spaces, and still having the continuous view towards the courtyard. And both the levels are used velvety tiles. It is not just of this particular tone, but not just mimics the wood, but it is also very easy to clean and maintain, thereby making the spaces much more hygienic. And also this is one of the proposed views of the sensory garden, where you can see there's a central water feature as a sound associated to it. Also there's a spacing, sittings and the greens around, which are linking into one another, thereby have a rhythm of natural elements. And you can also see there's a series of pergola, which will make much more sense when I show you this, where it is blending the spaces in and out, and I've tried to give much more vastness to the corridors by opening them up. And this is another view of the sensory garden, where you can see there's a flow of the natural light and the air that regulates the temperature inside the building, thereby reducing the use of mechanical cooling and saving up the energy. And one of the view of the top levels, where still unobstructed view is maintained, and another level where there's a playful sitting area rather than give a normal one. I tried to give this to give them a different experience. And this is the current space you can see of the mimicked outdoor garden, which lacks multiple features that can provoke users to spend more time there. So proposal also included the outdoor garden hospice rooms following the same principles to make a better use of it. And this is one of the views you can see. I've given appropriate kind of a sitting as well as the for the comfort around the greens and the shade. And another, you can see there's also a water feature and series of pergolas. So when you're walking near to the water feature, you're able to hear the bubbles of the water and also experience the play of light and shadow underneath that. So that gives a distinctive experience. Then when it comes to biophilic design, material selection is quite important. So you can see in the spaces which are visually connected to one another, I used only one single material, that's brick cladding, because of its earthy texture and roughness of it. And well, it can be also made fungal and water resistant by having a coating over it, so it doesn't contaminate the space. And also you can see how the corridors and the waiting areas are merging into the courtyard by making it into one single space. And the place also features several different medicinal plants, which are some of our use and some are for aesthetics. And here is a section that indicates the relation between the interior rooms and the indoor gardens. And lower level shows the examination rooms, and upper is for the chemo, where I've introduced a fish tank, basically, which not just acting as a visual separator, but also as an engaging element, because here in the spaces, they are quite apprehensive patients, so they need something that relaxes that down. It is one of the patterns of non-sensory stimuli. And also, these spaces require privacy for the patients, so I've used a glass glazing in a way that people sitting outdoors, they can't see them, but at the same time, patients have the continuous connectivity of the outdoors. And there are also different textures used in the rooms which represent the nature in different manner. For example, the rugged stone one, a knockdown one, which also, if you touch it, it makes you feel instantly connected to the outdoors. And yes, it's quite difficult to complete this, explain this project in a short period of time. So what I tried to do, I showed the current images of the project, of the site, and the transformed one where I used biophilia design and biophilic design and the elements of that. And this is one of the views of the proposed central garden. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, hi. Nizari this side.
Yes.
Yeah. So what is the inspiration behind your biophilic design?
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
What is the inspiration behind your biophilic design? Because other than the curved pergolas, I didn't quite absorb anything.
Okay, so here, for the biophilic design is basically, I mean, it can be
Your
brought in.
inspiration.
Inspiration, okay. So I believe that the nature has a very powerful impact on the spaces that we produce, and so it can completely change how we navigate through it. So that's why I'm trying to give the biophilic.
So basically, you've given fluid forms.
So
you've given fluid forms. Basically, I see all rounded forms and things like that.
Yeah, even
so
kind of like that to break the rigidity of this space.
That's about it. So
yeah.
You don't have a particular element inspiring you for the biophilic forms.
No, like I've taken the small elements and which are being represented over here.
Other than the curved pergola, what I see.
Is
there anything else?
The water feature that you can see, it is one of the biophilic pattern that presence of water body can also makes a huge difference because of the sound associated to it that makes you calm. Yeah, even about when
so you have a particular form for the water body other than the irregularity? It looks like an amoeba, if I'm right. No.
No,
okay.
It's not like that.
Okay. I think you should have a little strong inspiration. When you say biophilic design and biophilia so many times, we expect a strong element to be behind your entire design pattern.
But I'm maximizing the green, that is the visual connection, that's the main.
That's visual.
Yeah, the visual connection, as I said.
Needn't typically be biophilic.
Sorry?
So it needn't typically be biophilic, right? So if you have a leaf or a wave or something like that, okay, the inspirations should come from behind that, isn't it?
Okay.
So you had 14 patterns.
Yeah.
Is there one pattern you could?
Like as I mentioned, one of the first patterns was to the visual connection to the nature, and that is where what I'm trying to do, that is by maximizing the greens in the space itself. So that's the main thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi. So, in your old presentation, so now in the healthcare, the art healing is a big thing. So, couldn't feel anywhere like, you're not connecting with the art here. Maybe to engage the patients with art may help. That's a most connecting thing nowadays. Maybe, why didn't you think in those lines?
I'm sorry, I didn't get.
The art, having more art into this space, art therapy.
Okay.
You didn't consider that in the whole thing?
No.
Yeah, and other thing, I found the spaces are much open, even outdoor and the inner courtyard.
Yeah.
So don't you think you're adding lots of element and cluttering it other than doing the landscape? I mean, just a question to understand why you introduced the pergola, if there is anything adding, any visually or, otherwise this openness may bring more breathy,
Well, the reason why I basically added this series of pergolas, like for the, there are in the sections also I shown you that, this particularly acts as a the legible element, like wherever these are the spaces, these elements are there are the sitting areas, and the main thing it is going to do is, and also as I showed you one of the views that are basically trying to blending in the interior and the outdoor spaces, like one of the element that, and which I'm trying to follow in the entire design. As you can see in the plan that I give the curves itself to break down the linearity, so that's where this thing connects. Yeah.
Nirzari, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you see as a difference between these two slides, these two pictures?
Well, see, the current one, see, it is one of the, I believe in the current one, it is not, it has a very huge potential to be used. Again, it is completely going, not any kind of activities being held over there. So when being it in the center of any of the buildings, so it can make a huge.
No, from a design standpoint,
yeah.
I accept. From a usability standpoint, you are basing this in
But
Ahmedabad.
it's more about social interaction between the.
Correct.
User.
So this is in Ahmedabad.
Yes.
Right? Summers in Ahmedabad are terrible.
Yeah.
Right? You see the picture on the left. It's pretty shaded.
Yeah.
People can use it.
Actually.
Agreed. Look at the sheet that they've used.
Yeah.
People can use this space in the old setup. In your proposal, you see the amount of sunlight that comes in? Now, that is something which I think you seem to have given a little too much brightness to, because nobody can use it in summer. For 6 months or 7 months of the year, that space is out for the day. It's only in the evening.
Yeah. Okay. Got that. We're done.
Yeah, Nirzari, I'd like to see the slide where you mentioned you've used an aquarium.
Sorry, just a fish tank, I
where
believe.
the chemotherapy is.
Yeah, just as you can see in that one, it's a visual separate. The third one representing that.
Okay, I'd like to ask you is that have you interviewed any patients whether they'd like to be in this atmosphere while taking chemotherapy?
Yeah, actually, even before the starting the project, and I like this is of a very personal interest. That's why I particularly took this topic, and I've seen and observed the patients in a very close manner going through the treatment. And when I even interviewed some of the people after showing that, like, how would you feel inside the space there? Like, yes, like it was something different they would feel being there, and that would relax them down rather than being quite apprehensive in that space, being alone. Yeah, because this is the main of the chemo areas where generally the relatives and the other people aren't allowed to be there for a longer period of time. So thereby they have something to basically calm them down when they are alone in that space with the fellow mates.
Okay, and one more point you had mentioned where they could instantly connect with outdoors with the touch.
Yeah, it was
what
about.
What was that?
I mean, for the textures, I have used that. I feel like as if when you even see them and even touch them, because of this rugged stone and all that kind of thing, you can connect to the outdoors. That makes much more sense.
So where are these textures placed? It's on furniture, it's on walls?
No, on the walls.
On the walls?
Yeah.
But why would anybody go and touch the walls?
Not just touch, but visually as well. I meant in both manner. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one more thing.
Yeah.
Considering you mentioned again visually, you've addressed textures. What about the colors? Like what Brijesh said, you know, art therapy, you could have brought in a lot of colors, isn't it? It needs to be a happy
but
space.
I believe that when it comes to, of course, colors can be brought to that, but I wanted to give a very earthy and that kind of a feel to the space that gives much more cozier vibes. That was the main
suggestion,
reason.
considering it is Nippon paints, and you could have brought in earthy colors too.
Yeah, that could have been definitely done.
It would have been better.
Yeah, I agree to that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Nirzari. Now I'd like to call upon Swaminathan to talk about Ancient Sip Book Cafe.
Good morning, all. Embracing face-to-face interactions in a digital age, our project strives to revive the art of human connection. It provides an opportunity to unplug, discover, and rekindle meaningful conversations. Left side, we see people on phones like happiness, conversation, social touch. Right side, happy real conversations beyond social media algorithms, hashtags. They discover a world beyond the screen. In bustling cities like Bengaluru, the constant hustle and chaos depict a life of perpetual motion. Amidst the urban frenzy, our minds yearn for peace. These illustrations vividly capture the hectic pace, emphasizing the need for moments of stillness. So in a survey with 242 participants, we found that repetitive activities contribute to stress and burnout. A majority in this fast-paced society experience high stress levels. Solutions include social interactions, walks, learning new things, and reading books. Chasing success, we neglect human bonds, enslaved by technology and loneliness. In pursuit of progress, we lose connections, feeling isolated. So upon exploring stress and burnout, we found that stress hinders optimal functioning, causing tension. Burnout, on the other hand, leaves you feeling drained and unmotivated. The project aims to provide solutions to previously stated problems and contribute to fostering genuine human connections in our fast-paced society. Embarking on a journey to create a space where people learn, explore, socialize, recharge, and relax. Our goal is to contribute positively to society by providing an environment that promotes community well-being. Books by influential architects emphasize the holistic nature of interior design. According to books, spaces must not only be visually appealing, but also be engaging. In Sir Peter Zumthor's atmosphere, the focus is on symbiotic relationship between the interior space as well as the exterior space. Introducing the project, The Book Cafe, nestled in Cubbon Park, Bengaluru. We have embraced its aesthetic using earthy browns, transporting everyone to a bygone era of books, conversations, and coffee. The mood board emphasizes calming browns to complement greens. Sustainability is prioritized through the use of flexible rammed earth construction, providing moldability and an anti-crustic charm. The design approach ensures an eco-friendly ambience. The proposed site for the project is at the central part of Cubbon Park, chosen for its serene atmosphere. The aim is to offer people a space for enjoying their cup of coffee and also to read books. The park is selected as the site because it evokes serenity associated with village landscapes. It provides a close semblance to an escape. This illustration captures the picturesque essence of village life, showcasing the beauty of communal activities that bind people together and creating meaningful and heartfelt connections. The design centers on 4 key elements: a reading space, abundant greenery, a coffee area for social interaction, and a vibrant kids zone, creating a versatile and inclusive environment. The design concept focuses on creating an eye-catchy exterior and to make it an integral part of the park's landscape and enhance its usability. Curvature was opted in design. Based on a study, it revealed a positive preference for curved spaces, showing humans are naturally drawn to curves. Non-architects were surveyed. Choosing between curved and sharp-edged spaces, results revealed a preference for curvature, indicating a positive impact on interior architectural settings. Humans are instinctively drawn to curves, a genetic ability that eases anxiety. These sketches explore integrating curvilinear spaces into the design. The focus is on creating engaging interiors that maximize human connection. Efforts were also made to craft the surrounding landscape, ensuring an integration with the design. Situated in Bengaluru's serene Cubbon Park, the design offers an escape. With a focus on nature-inspired elements, it aims to maximize human connection and provide a tranquil oasis. The interior allocation prioritizes functionality, beginning with the vibrant kids area, then followed by the seating space. Then we transition into the cozy coffee area, and washrooms are placed to meet user needs, ensuring a harmonious flow within the space. The open and unobstructed layout of the design promotes clarity. The kids area features a joy-inducing ball pool, bringing in happiness. The extroverted arrangement of furniture in the seating area encourages communication. Walls function as bookshelves. The goal is increased interaction between all the three zones, preventing anyone from feeling exhausted or anyone from feeling excluded. In the section, lighting is optimized, utilizing walls angled to create a sense of vastness. The specific angle of the walls enhances the transition from exterior to interior. The inclination of the walls minimizes the perceptual difference, contributing to an expansive feel within the space. Now, elevating the book cafe into a cultural hub, we attempt to blend local history into a display area with the captivating artifacts and paintings of skilled local craftsmen. The exterior becomes a canvas for temporary wall murals capturing the essence of community. Within its lively atmosphere, intimate music jam sessions unfold. Hence, the boundaries fade. The transformed space becomes a nexus promoting artistic expression and profound connection to the local culture. Third spaces provide an opportunity for relaxation, socialization, and personal development. They can contribute to a sense of community, facilitate networking that helps individuals de-stress and recharge. Interior views emphasize communal bonds. Features enhance human connections, while an open kitchen promotes conversations. In the kids area, vibrant colors create a fun and engaging atmosphere. Abundant bookshelves and various activities ensure continuous entertainment for the children. The selected materials contribute to a stimulating environment. To provide a closer look, let's just look at a walkthrough. In the seating area, the furniture is carefully selected in subtle colors. The design is extroverted, emphasizing interaction between the individuals. The choice of materials align with the sober aesthetic. Now, a brief walkthrough of the seating area. In the kitchen area, we maintain a curvilinear design as well. The design connects with the exterior, allowing people to enjoy their coffee amidst the soothing sounds of birds and rustling trees. The materials are also chosen for the elegance. The exterior design emphasizes interaction and connection. These create opportunities for people to engage and build relationships, blurring the boundaries between indoor and outdoor spaces. An attempt to explore technical aspects of lighting and materials in the design, since when it comes to lighting, considerations such as the color temperature, intensity, and placement is needed to achieve the desired atmosphere. Crafting a shared heaven, sparking real dialogue, and catalyzing positive information for a flourishing community. Thank you. I've also put a model on the table. Yeah.
Okay, Swaminathan. I like the fact that you thought of Gaudi in your curvilinear plan or form. How come you didn't think of Zaha Hadid?
I think it would be just a part of personal preference wherein I was highly deviated to Sir Antonio Gaudi's work, his Casa Mila, Casa Batla, wherein the other person's work didn't really pull me towards it.
Who will be building it? It's a government proposal or what's the idea like?
I was assuming that it could be a PPP combination wherein...
No, my question comes here like, supposed to be, this is a one space in Bangalore which is not constructed.
Huh.
Once you start constructing, some others also will be constructing. Do we really need a cafe inside this Cubbon Park or in lots of cafes outside this? What is the intent to bring this cafe inside the garden?
The overall idea was when I went to interview people in and around the site, I got this as a feedback wherein they wanted a space inside Cubbon Park. A shelter that can have the functions that I put into the design. And I already assume there are multiple structures built in Cubbon Park. There are small pavilions, wherein I think this could be a much greater and useful addition since it also contributes to the cultural aspect wherein it allows the local artisans, craftsmen, because Bangalore is known for its, artifacts and paintings. And they could bring in, display it, and it could be a broader and brighter opportunity for them.
Yeah, good. And there is, I found this form that's lots of curves, and you had put the book on top. So Cubbon Park is one place you will be more connecting on the human eye level. And how this book will be useful in terms of a design, like, whether it is really visible from outside or like, whether that concept which you brought can be communicated to the people.
So the form as such was chosen because I wanted it to stand out. I wanted the building to be seen from the landscape around. Cubbon is a very big area and I want them to see the building. Only then people will slowly get attracted, walk towards it, walk around it, experience the building.
Yeah, I agree with that. But on the same time, maybe you work on the design on the, as a model, it is visible. But on reality, whether you can connect the entire building as it is, like, since you put something on the top of the roof, which will be visible or can be addressed. I'm just curious. Yeah.
I'll definitely think over it, sir. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Considering it's in Cubbon Park and people go there for the fresh air and the openness, just a small thought, I think you should have minimized on the walls.
Okay.
And made it more temporary in nature so that they can move it around.
Okay.
Okay, because Cubbon Park, as of now, is the only green spot in Bangalore wherein you can go to, right? And the buildings over there are pavilions and very temporary in nature other than the courthouse and the library which is there, isn't it? And which is also of, it's a dated, both those are dated buildings. So just a design input from my side. That's it. Thank you.
Sir? I did. I was highly fascinated with the recent post office by L&T wherein they 3D printed. I was actually planning on if we could actually talk to L&T if that is possible with the RAM dirt, the moldability part of it. Sure, sir. I'll give it a thought. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Swaminathan. Now I'd like to call upon Ranjita to present Matira.
Good morning, everyone. I am Ranjita, and this is an exploration of how traditional and modern practices can inspire contemporary living. With the ongoing environmental crisis, many modern practices often conflict with sustainable living. Hence, exploring how the past can inspire creative and modern solutions becomes important. Terracotta, meaning baked earth, stands as a prime example of such a transformative change. Its inherent properties not only make it universally accessible, but also cost-effective. Beyond functional properties, it is also known for its cultural, spiritual, as well as ritualistic realms. Originating in the ancient Harappan civilization and gaining prominence in the Chinese terracotta warriors, this versatile medium has evolved over time, adapting to diverse cultural contexts. But it holds a special place in the town of Bishnupur, renowned as a land of terracotta temples. Located 132 kilometers away from Kolkata in West Bengal, Bishnupur stands as a testament to the rich legacy of terracotta craftsmanship. Here, the craft serves not just as an artistic expression, but also as a cultural identity. Bishnupur's terracotta heritage stands as a tribute to the timelessness and adaptability of this ancient medium. In Bishnupur, the legacy of terracotta faces a modern challenge. Artisan Mahadev Kumbedkar shares that young artisans, including his own son, have migrated to Kolkata due to economic opportunities and the physically demanding nature of terracotta artistry. The cottage industries in Bishnupur also face problems like lack of space, high packaging, and transportation costs. These challenges threaten the continuity of the craft, which is deeply ingrained in Bishnupur's identity. Matira, the terracotta pavilion, stands at the crossroads of tradition and modernity, embodying a vital response to the challenges facing Bishnupur's terracotta craft. The main aim of the facility is to promote community engagement, preserve heritage, and provide a platform for contemporary expressions. Located at the heart of Bishnupur, near the Jor Mandir, it is easily accessible to the community. By seamlessly integrating with the tourist route and the bustling weekend market, the Poramatir Haat, the pavilion empowers artisans, boosts marketability, and fosters community engagement, transforming into a catalyst for change. In essence, it becomes a hub that encapsulates the past, present, and future of Bishnupur's terracotta journey. Matira offers workspace to local artisans and acts as a gallery celebrating terracotta. It also hosts daily and weekly workshops for local artisans. Competitions are conducted during the annual Bishnupur Mela, which invites people from all over the world to showcase innovative solutions using the material, hence promoting the craft to a global scale. The space functions differently on weekdays and weekends. On weekdays, it works as a workspace display space, and the main entrance leads to the gallery area, while the remaining space is accessible through the secondary entry, and it functions as the workspace. On weekends, during the Haat, when the artisans are busy selling their goods, visitors can explore the innovative competition entries alongside existing craft forms, enjoy live demonstrations at designated pause points, and access the shop with entries both from inside and the outside. Hence, it was necessary for the space to be flexible, fluid, and secure. The interiors are crafted to showcase the techniques and properties of terracotta. As societies increasingly prioritize environmental sustainability, terracotta's recyclable, porous, and adaptable properties are gaining renewed recognition. The malleability allows for a spectrum of artistic expressions, from intricate sculptures to utilitarian pottery. The versatility encompasses techniques like adjunction, carving, sculpting, sizing, and addition. Design of the space was driven by the objective of showcasing the diverse properties and techniques within a contemporary framework. Sustainability was the key consideration, emphasizing the need to make most of the material. In essence, it's about maximizing the potential of terracotta in every aspect of design. Inspired by the organic nature of terracotta, the interiors feature curvilinear design elements symbolizing harmony, continuity, smooth flow, and movement. Employing the concept of adjunction, wherein pieces are joined together, top-hung slats were designed to traverse along the soft curved tracks within the interior curvature. This imparts a sense of fluidity and flexibility to the space, elegantly guiding the individuals through its contours with grace. The slats or panels are made with rice husk, an abundantly available byproduct of agro waste. By employing the concept of layering, the walls have been made with stucco to accentuate their natural earthy essence. To enhance security while maintaining an open and porous feel, sliding and folding doors made of porous terracotta jali. So in this, the sawdust or ground cork is added to clay during the shaping stage, and during the burning stage, they burn out, making the jali block lighter. Puzzle walls are used at pause points. A smaller version can be seen in the brochure. The flooring would be made of terrazzo tiles, which uses burnt terracotta pieces instead of marble chips. So if the burnt terracotta is broken, it's not usually reused, and hence these pieces can be broken into more smaller pieces and used with epoxy or cementitious binder and polished to make tiles. This could be underlined with the piezoelectric material to generate electricity for lighting. The transition space uses gravel as flooring for a smooth edge between the inside and the outside. The lighting is mostly done with terracotta lights and spotlights embedded within the false ceiling, whose profile is stepped using POP panels. The central panel is made of hollow terracotta panel, which is waterproof for durability. It draws inspiration from the traditional mitti fridge concept. Positioned to align with the prevailing wind direction, the building allows airflow between the grills above the false ceiling. As wind descends, it passes over the sloped panel where water circulates and hence cools the interiors. Regarding furniture, there are many companies that have introduced terracotta furniture. Reinforcing terracotta with metal wire is one approach. The primary furniture becomes the pedestal, which is adorned with terracotta skirting depicting tales of Bishnupur. They're used to serve as display platforms for terracotta products during weekends, and during weekdays, the products can be stored inside and the space can be used for artisans. This is one section across the structure. To give an overview of how the space will look after adding all these layers, upon entering through the main entrance adorned with mural art, visitors are greeted with a curated display showcasing a wide range of products that resonate with the essence of the craft. Weekdays unfold the first space transformed into an exhibition area, seamlessly blending contemporary art with traditional craftsmanship. The remaining spaces are designated for local artisans to engage and work, fostering a dynamic environment for learning and interaction. The courtyard offers a communal space where locals can gather and enjoy meals, engage in playful activities like the puzzle panels or with terracotta Lego. The transition space with gravel flooring can be used for burning of terracotta products in the traditional way. As night falls, the courtyard transforms into a hub for workshops, community gatherings, and relaxation under the starlit sky. Weekends bring a vibrant energy as the entire space is dedicated to exhibitions, with the first area serving as the captivating focal point, drawing visitors in with display like perspective art that narrates the story of terracotta. The second space allows one to think and compare between the different types of terracotta, like the ancient ones and the modern times. For example, there is this one wall which displays different forms of Indian terracotta and shows the various types available. The second edicule and the garden space give the glimpse of terracotta used in everyday life and invites visitors to explore and select from the curated artifacts at the shop. This approach not only celebrates the craft of terracotta but also serves as a vital initiative to combat the extension of traditional crafts across India. By showcasing the transformative potential of sustainable practices embedded in everyday life, Matira stands as a precedent for similar projects in other regions, ultimately contributing to a more sustainable and culturally rich world. In essence, Matira transcends being merely a space for the display and practice of the craft. It becomes a beacon of awareness showcasing how sustainable practices can be woven seamlessly into daily life. As terracotta finds appreciation, Matira stands as a testament to enduring legacy and transformative potential of this ancient craft, bridging the past and present to inspire a sustainable future. Thank you.
Yeah, that was an interesting presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that forms which is there in the historical forms, it's not reflecting in the contemporary, your design. That's fine, but is there anything particular you are not following the? I heard of this place, never been though, but it is very interesting to have their elements in the design. It's very interesting space as in the photographs and all. So couldn't find the reflection here, but you use the material and other sensibly using the space also interesting. But is there anything which you're not touching the history of that particular land?
Sorry,
I mean the earlier forms of that area relevance, and it is not really contextually, it is the materials are contextually correct, but the forms are not coming on that background.
Like the forms of the craft in
the buildings, the historical buildings which is there, there is no reflection in this particular building. Is there anything you want to move to contemporary structures?
So like the historic buildings mostly have like a rustic finish, so I tried to give like stucco paint and all, but in terms of the architecture, the building was assumed already built, only the interiors had to be done.
Okay.
So, this comes in warm climate. It is in West Bengal. Not humid, it's hot climate basically. It's humid.
Very humid. So, could you actually explain why the wall panels are being used in the circular geometry of sorts?
So basically curves represent like...
No, I got that. So you've used the wall panels, but I didn't, I mean, it was not strong enough that it has to be there, isn't it?
Yeah, but I had to use these wall panels so that the space looks new every time a person visits there. So like the space keeps transforming and it can be used differently at different times. So that is why wall panels were required, and like integrating it with the false ceiling, the center panels.
So it's more on the aesthetics, not on the functionality. It could have been integrated because you had artisans coming over, right?
I can't hear you.
So you have artisans coming over,
yeah.
and then you have displays and all that. So you just want to create a different system every time.
Yeah, like because on weekdays when the space is functioning both as display and as the workspace, it can also divide the space into two halves without disturbing the artisans. So that is why these were required.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranjita. Now we have Asta Bandari here to talk about the Labyrinth Arts Center.
Hello everyone, I am Astha and today I will be presenting before you my project called The Labyrinth, conceptualized in the heart of India's capital, Delhi. With the population exceeding 30 million, Delhi encapsulates a spirit of unity. However, I have often wondered about the lacking transition of this city's inclusivity in diversity from its social fabric to tangible spatial experiences. When we as a fraternity learn about inclusive universal designs, we often pay sincere attention to the physically disabled. But doesn't the word inclusion mean that people across different identities are made to feel valued, welcomed, and respected in our society? Across the spectrum of identity, my project focuses on one of the most relevant topics of today's generation, gender identity. Our nation continues to touch new progressive boundaries with each passing day, but somehow choosing a gender that falls outside the cohort of male or female is still seen as a rebellious act here. This is because individual freedom in India is severely constrained by societal expectations, cultural norms, and traditional values. I strongly believe that design has the power to influence stereotypes and push people to evolve their viewpoints, and this is where the need for gender-inclusive spaces arises, from the understanding that gender is a fundamental aspect of human identity and that everyone deserves equal rights, respect, and opportunity. A basic element that holds significant power to alter societal perspectives through individual introspection and creative expression is art. This project revolves around using various forms of performing as well as creative arts as a medium of self-discovery and expression for its users. The artistic realm of this program, combined with spatial storytelling, aims to help users feel free, unrestricted, and accepted. Hence, the vision of this Performing and Creative Arts Center is to immerse its users into a spatial manifestation of their personal journeys and provide them a fluid, dynamic envelope that adapts to and progresses as per their thoughts and emotions. The concept to design translation of this project initiates from a simple diagram that conveys what identity is. Identity is a layered concept that has three parts: given, chosen, and core identity, out of which we can only select certain characteristics about ourselves that come under chosen identity. In an imaginative physical state, the elevation of this conceptual diagram could be a spiral where the three layers of one's identity are rooted at different levels. Metaphorically, what we learn and absorb from our surroundings is also getting stored in our brains like a string of information spiraling down to the beliefs and preset roles of our society. Now, when we talk about embarking upon the journey of growth and exploration, it is inevitable that we come across various challenges like unlearning our past patterns, educating ourselves about the new possibilities, and analyzing the evolution of our thoughts. One can say it's like moving through a network of paths trying to find our way, something like a maze. The physicality of the human brain, therefore, has been metaphorically linked to a labyrinth for this project. Talking about the site, it is the All India Fine Arts and Crafts Society building located in central Delhi. Built in the late 1920s, the structure's orientation, symmetrical planning, the availability of a large auditorium, and well-planned circulation allows for a flexible program to smoothly reside in it. In order to bind the concept and spatial experience of this arts center, the spaces have been derived from the chronology of the four major emotions that one feels while walking down a labyrinth. These emotions are the feeling of being lost, the unlearning and breaking away from past beliefs, accepting and finding comfort in the journey of self-growth, and finding enlightenment and moving forward with an evolved personality. The entrance foyer takes inspiration from the multiple identical paths that do not have any sense of direction or wayfinding. In the coffee lounge, the materiality and planning is such that it gives one the feeling of walking in an unknown blank space with high walls like in a labyrinth. Thirdly, the concept of the gallery space has been inspired by the fluidity of the curved parts of the labyrinth, and for the last emotion, the indoor amphitheater has been conceptualized as extruded layers of a labyrinth as shown here. Now, before moving forward, let's talk about this material inspiration board linking the concept of expression, evolution, and human mind. A single statement metal has been used in different ways and applications. This inspiration came from the material's flexibility to be adapted and molded into different forms and products, just like we humans adapt to various phases in life. Coming to the design of the spaces, the entrance lobby that also doubles up as the pre-function area has been conceptualized around the feeling of being lost. So in order to create a sense of confusion, curiosity, and ambiguity, the 7 unnamed arches lead the user to different experiences based on which way they choose to go. All the openings look the same, but each one hosts a different concept and experience, exactly how each one of us has a story behind our faces that is completely different from others. For the flooring, customized black and white mosaic tiles have been chosen that resemble the curves and patterns of a maze, and to further put emphasis on the space being an infinite confusing maze, hammered steel has been used in the ceiling, whose liquid reflection effect gives the space more height and visual illusion. The next is the coffee lounge called the Unlinked Lounge. This lounge takes inspiration from the high walls of a labyrinth that seem cold and frightening at first, but as soon as you start walking, you start becoming accustomed to them. To depict this contradiction spatially, continuous series of metal chains have been suspended from the ceiling that enclose the space and limit one's vision, intriguing them to move forward. The chains make the space look cold and dark, but on interacting with them, one realizes how freely these chains can be moved around and interacted with. The fluid layout and tactile nature of this space allows for dynamic movement and interaction. The theme for this lounge intentionally avoids gender-specific colors, opting for a blend of feminine, masculine, and gender-neutral hues, promoting inclusivity and diversity. The third space, the Alive Gallery, fosters the feeling of getting comfortable in one's own journey. The fluid circulation in this gallery resonates with the user feeling calm and unrestricted while walking through this space, as it has no sharp turns or edges. The angular walls, juxtaposed with dark metal mesh curtains above, continue to create an overpowering experience for the user. The walls have been intentionally designed to be blank in order to display artwork, and the organically planned curtain tracks create a strong visual impact of walking into the maze for the user. These are a few renders of the Alive gallery. And finally, coming to the main performance space, the Luster Theatre. Breaking away from the idea of a conventional auditorium, this indoor amphitheatre works as a multi-purpose space for hosting different kinds of events. The concept for this space revolves around layers derived from the top view of a labyrinth. The space has two levels, the amphitheatre and the mezzanine floor, which hosts a restaurant overlooking the stage. The theatre has been designed to look like a scooped out part of a labyrinth engulfed by a perforated envelope emitting light from its perforations, like human souls shining through their scars and wounds. The concept of layered in labyrinth unfolds in multiple elements like the ceiling, the wall paneling on the mezzanine floor, and the steps on both levels. The material palette for this space comprises of neutral tones with subtle pops of the evergreen combination of green and tan used in the furniture and decor, making the space fresh and relevant for all users. And now that we have reached the core of this labyrinth, I would like to end my presentation with a short poem. Through winding paths of mystery I tread, a symbolic journey ahead. With every turn I find my way, discovering truths, shedding fears as I stray. In this labyrinth of life, a lesson I learn, a journey within is a transformation earned. Thank you.
Yeah, you started with a very strong, context, and expecting a lot of innovative thoughts on the, how you connect with the gender and make it accessible for everyone. But on the functionality part of it, adding lots of element to the spaces, maybe in terms of an art and art gallery spaces, somewhere it is losing, I felt. Because the artists will bring different kind of art. They won't do their art in terms of looking at the space, how this will be displayed later. I found the curvy walls may obstruct, the flexibility of displaying art. And even the lots of materials you added, which will be overpowered when you display an art. Maybe our focus need to be more towards displays than the interior elements we add, because that takes away lots of attention on that space, what I felt. And it gives very contemporary or modern approach in the cafe and all, but whereas the art element is missing. It can be any other cafes in the city. In Delhi, you can find lots of. So when it comes to art, the emphasis is on art and the gender equality, which is not reflecting in the design, but as a brand, or how do you put it, as a marketing agenda of saying this is the gender equality, but it is not really reflecting in your design. Somewhere it's lost, I felt.
Sorry?
Somewhere during the design it is lost. It is just on the words, it's not reflecting in the design, I felt. Okay. If you have comments, please.
I'll surely think about that. So I feel I'll think about it.
I mean, it's a sort of follow-up to what Brijesh just mentioned. I think of all the presentations that we saw, yours is probably sort of very sort of interior, right? In the sense, it's about the interiority, it's about man-made. So while working with that, because I think all the others had material as starting point, there was a bit of architecture, there was light. So you are pretty much, what I saw was all artificial in the sense that it's all sort of man-made, right?
Yes.
So it gives you that increased sort of responsibility how to sort of play it so that the intent is carried forward. So, I mean, I agree to what Brijesh just mentioned. And I also felt it was a bit loud in terms of the, but I mean, though it was loud, I mean, what I liked is there was some kind of an effort to, create a variety of spaces. That I felt was kind of interesting. The connect between the intent and the outcome, yes, definitely that needs a bit more rigor in terms of how do you kind of sort of, cull from what you already had done. So, probably all that you need to do is kind of relook at it
right.
and kind of, remove aspects without losing the essence of that space.
All right.
Yeah? Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the point. While the concept was strong, it didn't quite connect with what was delivered. There is something missing in that. I think the usage of metal is quite extensive, and you still call it recycled. What was recycled in the metal that you have used?
No, I mentioned that it's a recyclable material. So that is why I experimented with metal. And it's also a very resilient and a long-lasting material. So I thought it's a fair choice for a public space. Yes, sir.
I mean, one general comment to all the participants is like, I think most of the visual tools that we use these days, I think you need to process them. You can't just, you need to sort of process them. You can't just take a render out and just, present it, because most of the time your intention does not get carried away in the visuals. There are like, and each of you presenting so many visuals, we are actually polluted with that, bombarded with visuals.
Yeah.
Even if there are like 3 slides which convey your idea, intent across consistently, we'll be more than happy. Okay. So be very conscious of the outcomes from these, tools that you're using. Yeah, okay. Because they always come with heavy contrast, because it's easier way to kind of show a space.
Right.
But, does my design need that contrast? How do I kind of set the view? So I think be very, very conscious about how you take your renders.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll keep that in mind.
This is for all the participants.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's quickly take a small break for 20 minutes. There's tea and biscuits outside. So let's be back here hopefully 11:05-ish. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you, sir.
என் பொண்ணுக்கு சின்ன வயசுலேருந்து டாக்டர் ஆகணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு ரொம்ப நாள் கனவு. எல்லா லேடிஸ் குழந்தைங்களும் சொப்பு கேட்பாங்க, அவள் மட்டும் இந்த டாக்டர் சம்மந்தப்பட்ட பொருள் கேட்பாள்.
சொந்த வீடு கட்டினா எனக்கு ரொம்ப நாள் ஆசை. அந்த ஆசை எங்கே நிறைவேறாத போயிடுமோனே நான் நினச்சிருக்கேன் நிறைய டைம்.
என் மேரேஜுக்கும் சரி, நான் எனக்கு எதனா ஒரு ஆசைன்னா நானே தான் நிறைவேற்றிக்கணும், யார்கிட்டயும் போய் கேட்க முடியாது. அப்பா இருக்கிற மட்டும் அப்பாட்ட கேட்டுட்டு இருந்தேன். அப்பா இல்லை, அதுக்கப்புறம் நான் தான் பண்ணணும்.
நிப்பான் பெயிண்ட் என் சக்தி மூலயமா ஒரு ட்ரைனிங் கிடச்சிது. பெயிண்டிஸ் லேடிஸ் பெயிண்டர் இருக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ட்ரைனிங் கிடச்சிருந்தது. அந்த ட்ரைனிங்க்கு போனோம். போயிட்டு கொஞ்ச நாளாக நாங்கள் ஒர்க்கும் போயிட்டுருந்தோம். அவ்வளோவும் சரியாக ஒர்க்கு கிடைக்காது. அந்த மாதிரி சுச்சுவேஷனில் கொஞ்சம் லைட்டாக கஷ்டமாக தான் இருந்தது. அந்த மாதிரி சுச்சுவேஷனில் நிப்பான் பெயிண்ட் நியூ மூலயமா எங்களுக்கு கால் வந்து ஒர்க் இருக்குது, லேடிஸ் பெயிண்டருக்கு உங்களுக்கு ஒர்க் இருக்குது, கரெக்டான சேல்ரி டைமிங்கும் உங்களுக்கு கரெக்டாக இருக்கும், நீங்கள் ஃபேமிலியில் இருக்கிறதுனால அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருந்தாங்க. லேடிஸ் பெயிண்டா, எப்படி லேடிஸ் பெயிண்டெல்லாம் போக முடியும், ஜென்ஸ் மட்டும் தானே அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு மாதிரி பேசினாங்க. ஒர்க்கு முடித்த பிறகு ஆச்சரியமாக எங்களை பார்ப்பாங்க கஸ்டமரு. பார்த்துட்டு ஜென்ஸை விட நீங்கள் சூப்பராக அடிச்சிருக்கீங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு எங்களை ரொம்ப அதிகமாக பாராட்டுவாங்க.
இப்போ நான் செய்த முதல் மாதம் சம்பளம் வாங்கி ஃபோனு வாஷிங் மிஷின் வாங்கினோன்னே எல்லாருக்கும் ஒரே ஹாப்பி. நெக்ஸ்ட்டு நான் செய்யணும், என்னை பார்த்து 4 பேர் மேலே வரணுன்றது தான் என்னோட எண்ணமே.
யாரெல்லாம் எங்களை கிண்டல் கேலி பண்ணாங்களோ அவங்கெல்லாம் இப்போ எங்களை பார்த்துட்டு எங்களையும் கூட்டிகிட்டு போக முடியுமா வேலைக்கு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு கேட்டுட்ருக்காங்க. ஒரு வீட்டை நாங்கள் முடித்த பிறகு அவங்க ஃபஸ்ட்டு இருந்த வீட்டுக்கும் இப்போ இருக்கிற நாங்கள் பெயிண்ட் பண்ண வீட்டுக்கும் வந்து உள்ளே வந்து என்ட்ரியாகி பார்க்கும்போது ரொம்ப சந்தோஷப்படுவாங்க. நல்ல கலர்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்குது, சூப்பராக பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ரொம்ப அதிகமாக அவங்க வீட்டில் எதனா ஒரு சோகம் இருந்தால் கூட இந்த பெயிண்டிங்கை பார்த்த பிறகு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷப்படுவாங்க. அந்த சந்தோஷம் படும் போது எங்களுக்கு ஒரு ஃபீல், எங்களாலையும் மற்றவங்களை சந்தோஷப்படுத்த முடியுன்ற ஒரு அதுவும் ஒரு நம்பிக்கையாக எங்களுக்கு இருந்து அந்த சந்தோஷத்தையே நாங்கள் எங்கள் வீட்டுக்கும் நாங்கள் எடுத்துகிட்டு போவோம்.
எனக்கு வீடு கட்டணும் ரொம்ப நாள் ஆசை. அது நிறைவேறுமா நடக்குமான்றது எனக்கு இருந்துச்சு. நான் எப்போ நிப்பான் பெயிண்ட் நீயோ சேர்ந்து பெயிண்டர்ஸ் ஆனணும் அப்பயே அந்த ஆசை நிறைவேறுன்ற நம்பிக்கை வந்துடுச்சு.
இப்போ எனக்கு ஆசைப்பட்டது, நான் என் சொந்த காசில் என் சொந்த காலில் நின்று மொபைல் வாங்கியிருக்கேன், என் வண்டி வாங்கியிருக்கேன். என் மேரேஜுக்கு நான் தான் சேர்த்துட்டு வரேன், கொஞ்சம் சேர்த்துட்டேன், இன்னும் சேர்த்துட்ருக்கேன்.
ஃபஸ்ட்டெல்லாம் என்னால் அவளுடைய ஆசையை நிறைவேற்ற முடியுமான்ற ஒரு டவுட்லேயே ஒரே கவல்லையே நான் இருந்தேன். அதுக்கப்புறமேட்டு வேலை கிடச்சதுலேருந்து என் பொண்ணுடைய கனவை கண்டிப்பாக என்னால் நிறைவேற்ற முடியும்னு ஃபுல் நம்பிக்கையோடு நான் இருக்கேன்.
Can they see me? I'm going to have to keep this book. This, I think. This is laser.
Laser is the-
अगर करना हो तो
Actually, you know, he was right. We need not to have necessary slides.
that's what.
हो जाता हूँ.
and welcome. Hello 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 and welcome. Agrabah.
You rub my lamp, you wake me up, you bring me here, and all of a sudden you want me to
Yeah, so I hope everyone have came back, right? So anyone left outside? Right. So before starting the event, I would like to ask you guys, are you enjoying the event? Really? Like, I couldn't able to hear anything. Okay. So, uh, like, can you say which presentation you like the most out of whichever went right now? Okay. So I was just kidding. So we'll try to engage you guys also. Okay. So right now probably we'll conduct a quiz. Okay. And like Umar answers the right answer will get a prize at the end. So are you guys interested in the quiz? There's no Josh yaar. Come on. You guys had tea right now, biscuits. Raise your voice. Hello, I'm speaking, right? You guys can hear me, right? Okay. So, like, you guys have any questions to be asked before that? No? I mean, before asking the quiz, like... Oh, okay. I get it. Smart. Anyway, so, like, right now, Ms. Meenu will take the question. So, if anyone knows the answer, please raise your hand, and I'll come to you, right?
Warm good morning to one and all present here. The first question will be, the first color wheel was invented by?
I hope you guys know what is color wheel.
Shall I repeat the question again? The first color wheel was invented by?
I was expecting everyone to put your hands up, coming from the same fraternities. So, who knows the answer? No one? Yeah. Can you just say your name and...
My name is Hasiba, and the answer is Isaac Newton.
She didn't hear your answer.
Isaac Newton.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good answer. It's a correct one.
Wow. So, fine. So, which college are you from?
Crescent School of Architecture.
Right. So, you guys can cheer for her, right? At least, yeah. Everyone. Great. So, fine. Again, we'll come back with another question at some other point. So, I hope everyone will pay attention to the event right now, right? So, thank you.
So hi guys, welcome back. So we'll restart the presentations now, and we have with us Sahadwin, who will be talking about the art of playful learning.
Hi all. The Art of Playful Learning is a project that add a primary section to an existing school and modifying the interiors of the existing building. These are the two quotes that fits well with the whole theme of this project. A school should not be preparation for life. A school should be life. Also, the man who loves walking walks further than a man who loves his destination. Aligning with this idea is a reason that got me thinking to make the whole educational experience more lovable. The existing structure is a typical one, serious ambience, monotonous, and it's not much different from a production unit where workers are well structured and work towards completing certain tasks. The kids have minimum facilities. The first image shows the condition of the play area, and the next one shows a space that is supposed to be a good gathering spot, and the rest of the images shows the existing condition of the premises. So what happens if a school has a serious and strict environment or an ambience that has such resemblance is that it may directly affect students' well-being, creativity, and motivation, whereas in a positive atmosphere would foster better academic and overall development of children. So how to change this scenario? While doing this project at this point of time, I had some abstract ideas like create a communal feeling, using the interior, make it more child-centric design, pick up clues from the site itself, and enhance the existing experience itself. To get into details, certain activities are listed out like free play, pretend play, storytelling, to develop certain outcomes like communication skills, problem-solving skills, critical thinking, etc. Here we can see the existing structure and the additional requirements. So the case study from Auroville, few schools from Auroville actually helped me to have an understanding how easily I can execute these outcomes. This is the vision. The vision is basically to create a child's fantasy world. So the form has been excited to create a sense of excitement. So the model making actually helped me to find new volumes and open up the spaces. This is the plan on a broader level. So the work is actually being done in a much more inner detail. Unwanted openings has been avoided. I have introduced few material like bamboo, thatch roofs, etc., and use it for bring a play in light and texture. I have also provided a few elements to bring imaginative play. I have used scale to create few nooks and corners that a child can access and relate. Even though the choice of materials were mainly based on the thermal comfort, to avoid the gray neutral character, I have used colors in a subtle way. Every rooms is not done in a typical partition way. Every rooms have been custom modified kind of done. So each spaces will have its uniqueness. The wall sometimes becomes a slide wall by surface modulation. Spaces, waste spaces like the areas behind the ramps have been utilized to make rooms like cave rooms, which activities of kids can extend. It can even become a teaching area. Also, a normal staircase here has been modified to create small bubble zones, spaces for interaction, spaces that overlooks spaces in the beneath. Students, actually this staircase is been situated near the library, so it also becomes an extension of the library. So the staircase is used for reading contemplation. Mainly what I did with this existing structure is that I avoided the typical way of partitioning and carved out few spaces to create these individual rooms that is connected to the main volume in the center. Also, the benefit of this is that the kids are always free to get outside. They have the feeling of getting into an open space. Still, they can be overlooked and supervised from the floors above. So basically what I did with this project is that I tried to create a world within the interiors itself. So here the classrooms, the set of classrooms can have resemblance of a miniature village. A passage can sometimes become a space for playing certain games like snake and ladders. And there are many play areas that children can gather around and learn. So I conclude with this question that should the kids live for a distant goal or live in the present, love learning and embrace their childhood? Thank you.
I saw the play areas being monitored from the upper levels, or
Yeah.
the first floor, if I'm right. So if there is an emergency, what happens?
Actually, there are total 3 floors for this building, and these 3 floors are directly accessed from the outer sides. So the site is completely contoured, but I have provided ramp access to all the levels.
Can you show me the ramp access,
Yeah,
please?
you can see it in the plan. So the first image you see is the G-1 floor. That actually takes
this, can I stop you there? This being a play school of sorts, and you've located it on a contour.
Yeah.
Why the selection of such a site? Isn't it more precarious for the kids
To do this
be on a
project, I
contour?
selected an existingly running school.
Okay.
So they were looking to add a primary section as part of their, increasing their.
You have the
So
existing structure?
Yeah, this is the existing structure.
Okay.
Till this portion. So this is where I did the modification mainly. Only few elements has been added extra, few spaces. Like you see this wall here, it's again ramp being continued to the lower part of the contour. From this, getting back to your first question, from this floor, people have to take a complete turn and reach to the next level to exit to the ground level. Also, the first floor also has another entry that directly take to the top floor level.
So basically, you have all your play areas towards
In this area where mainly...
looking onto your valleys. Am I right?
Sorry?
Shouldn't they be protected from
Yeah,
the
the
lower
play
drops?
area is mainly provided in this yellow zone. And the designated teaching rooms come around it at different floor levels. So on the upper levels would be children of high classes. So the kids are mainly, younger kids are mainly in this area. So they just get into this open space.
Okay.
But it's closed from all the sides, just that the roof won't be there.
So it is bounded on all sides.
They do have the boundary, but on a kid scale, a kid might not perceive in that sense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sahat. Next, we have Sakshi. She'll be presenting the House of 10 play.
Check. Yeah. The House of 10 play is a tale associated with the Indian playing card games, a passion and pastime common to the kings and commoners. These richly decorated, hand-painted cards with bright colors indicate nothing but the confluence of art, mythology, and people in the Indian subcontinent. A canvas for both entertainment and social bonding, these traditional, age-old deck of cards have a shared language that bridges generations, narrating tales of the past. They hold the ability to dissolve the unfamiliarity between the strangers, allowing them to learn, interpret, and also exchange ideas freely, without any restricted boundaries. Mapping the journey of the Mughal origin play of Ganjifa cards, which have been sustained in many parts of India, but the speciality in Bishnupur is that the culture and the people, the process of making it, is reflected in these cards. Bishnupur is known for its music, architecture, and handcraft, and abundant terracotta temples narrating the tales of Lord Vishnu. The word Ganjifa derives from the word Ganj, meaning treasure. And the cards are inspired by the ancient scriptures and mythology of Lord Vishnu. The 16th century lost game card is made up of pieces of cloth in circular shape and compressed and glued, and hand-printed by a single family known as Fardos for almost over many decades now, and have been passed upon by generations. But it is slowly losing its true identity and process. In the present day, the continuation of this ancient game hinges on its aesthetic value and has evolved into more of an art form, and has lost its engaging elements of memory, unique identification it holds of the past and present due to the standardized game systems that we have right now. So the site is located surrounded by rich terracotta temples near the historical Bagh, which is known as the Lal Ghar. It's a Mughal garden that was done by the Mughal reign when they were in India. So it lies very close to the artist village, which makes it accessible to the locals and also the tourists who are coming to Bishnupur. The form and orientation are established through a process of connecting lines between the locations of historical events and also using the avatar as nodes and points of interaction in the intervention. The 10 avatars are a form of Lord Vishnu, as said. Each avatar has a specific color which helps you to distinguish it from one another. The tale of Lord Vishnu starts from the first avatar, which is the Matsya, the fish, which is experienced as a spatial transformation in the intervention as a Sangam, a meeting node. The Kurma, the tortoise, is also as a meandering experience through the part of the game. The Vara, the boar, with surprising volumes, and the Lord Vishnu avatar of Narsimha, which is the half human and half animal form, is experienced as a spatial transformation of varying heights in the journey. The Vamana that we say, it gives a sense of enclosure in the nature, and the warrior with an axe becomes a node of divergence in nature. The beloved Ram as a node of decision-making, and the incarnation of Lord Vishnu that permits playfulness just like the child Krishna. The next avatar that is there, it creates like an organic boundary of compassion like the teachings of Lord Buddha, and the last that we say, Kalki, which is yet to known. You never know when it's going to be there, so it allows for possibilities of growing of an individual in the play. The intervention aims to become an edicule, an anchor between the vanishing past and the ever-changing present. Interestingly, each avatar in the mythological stories narrated in the land is inspired by the elements of nature, which is the wind, water, fire, and earth. The process of layering of each avatar in the intervention. Where the journey teaches the identity of each avatar in the game, the 10 avatars of Vishnu are experienced as spatial transformation in the intervention. It consists of a public Ganjifa workshop, along with an exhibition area and open to sky. So the person first encounters a blank wall, similarly to a Ganjifa card, where the back of the card is black. So the idea is that when you enter the space, you encounter a blank wall, and then you're led inside with curiosity. Inside, the light translucent structure of PVC coated mesh fabric and structural steel is highlighted in the red, just like your borders in the Ganjifa card, which get illuminated in the night by an upward throw light. The path ahead is unpredictable, just like the play of cards, where it can lead one to a destination or to a dead end. The entrance, the exhibition area, and the play area. So if you see that the structural grid flows sometimes up to the ceiling to exhibit the avatar, and sometimes as low as a seating in the open to sky area, allowing people to interact and play with each other and also the structure. The part section, showing the materiality which is inspired by the making of cards. The translucent layer of the PVC membrane with mesh forms a space within a space, which gets occupied by the people. The using of material like steel makes it flexible enough to even dismantle and rebuild at the same time, and gives the people the freedom to push and pull between the fabrics while they're navigating it. And also, the socket-like system allows it to happen. This is the view of the play area, which shows the translucent material contrast to the heavy context of terracotta that we're talking about, but gives the importance to the process of making of the Ganjifa cards, which has happened by the translucent cloth. The view of the play area almost creates a reflection for the people, where it almost feels like being our true selves behind the parda, and almost no one's watching you, maybe. The section through the play and the exhibition area speaks of breaking the structural grid, allowing an individual to inhabit spaces of their choice during the play. The exhibition space has a fabric membrane that is supported by the ceiling coming low for the children to play, and also moving high up to showcase the avatar of Vishnu, overlooking for you above. The experimentation of light was done using a physical model to understand the layers. And last, but not the least, the structural system in red terminates down to the floor. This is the workshop area where the local, the Firdaus, whose family has been doing this for a very long time, can come and occupy the space. This is basically an attempt to survive the lost games whose rules are curated by an individual. It is dynamic in its own nature, where the journey of light and shadow and layers becomes a play, and all we remember are the colors associated with the Ganjifa cards. Thank you.
Interesting presentation, thank you. And I mean, the use of light and that fabric as a material, it gives a different feel to the interior space. That's interesting. Yeah, so this I would like to understand more. This is a space where you can play the game, or you also, what is the total intention of the project?
So basically, if you realize, all of these are like pardas that are hanging. And in some places where I'm talking about the socket and the steel connection with the mesh fabric, so you can occupy it. Can we go back a little in the slides? Oh yeah, correct. Yeah, so if we just look at this, so this becomes like a play area. So ideally, the locals and the tourists who are probably coming, and even the people living in the village, can just come and occupy between these pardas that we're talking about. So this is basically in the night where you see it kind of illuminates, and you only see the silhouette of the person. So you really don't know how the interaction, who is it, who is elder, who's younger. Because when we're playing cards, we become too excited, and we forget who's our opponent. And I think that's how even the idea of why cards game came up was the thing that I started.
Yeah, so what are the preliminary activities happening there?
So basically, one of the space is dedicated for the people who are painting it, and then they sun dry it. So if you see, the entire structure is also open. So it doesn't have a door or a lock where you have to kind of control the access. So it allows that one particular family to come and spill out on the floor, and also the locals who are coming and seeing and helping them, it becomes a place for them.
So that means you have some spaces to play games,
Yes.
some spaces to add on.
Yeah, some spaces to play games, some places where the art is actually happening, where they're painting, like the miniature paintings. You can see the cards that I've got. And also one space where it's exhibited. So the kind of exhibition is on the pardas. So if you realize, Lord Vishnu has 10 avatars, but each avatar has a particular color associated with it. So if we see Rama, it's probably red. Yeah, so this is the silhouette of Lord Krishna, which is in blue. So it kind of tells you about the 10 head games of the Ganjifa card.
Interesting, thank you.
Sakshi, it was a nice presentation. Especially, it was very interesting. But I do have a question. I mean, initially, you had all these 10 different Kalki, Matsya, you had very different spatial.
Yes.
You know, the starting point was, it was all very different spatially, right? But then your end result is like, do I need those stories to kind of come here?
Yeah, actually, to be honest, I play card games. So with my grandparents, and then I was like, where does this even start from? So when I looked at it in the Indian context, we started with Lord Vishnu. Then it's very interesting that Matsya Roop of Lord Vishnu came because of something that Lord Vishnu had done during that time. So those were like the spatial interpretations that I took. I drew.
No, what I mean is, I mean, those were very interesting. So I was actually hoping that there will be a lot of variety in your outcomes. But actually what I saw as an end result is something which is very sort of fluid, which, so it didn't have that level of variation.
Okay.
So now I wonder, do I need that to back me up? Because that's a clear contradiction. Because here it's all trying to become one.
Yeah.
There's a certain sense of oneness in the way in which you have created the, you know, with the fabric, light, you know, all that stuff. So I'm wondering, do you need that?
Yes, yeah.
It's a question.
I could probably think about that, because right now what I was thinking was, how is it that all these roops and forms of Lord Vishnu come in together? Because you do not know which card game the opponent has, right? So everything's mixed up in the cards when you're playing. So that was the idea I was taking ahead. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you probably got a bit carried away when you started doing this, because the initial starting was very interesting for me, even though it's kind of a random abstract starting points. There was some kind of clear structure to it, and you had all these 10 different diagrams, which can then come together in some form. Here, it is all coming together in one form, and that is, that's the contradiction.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sakshi. Now we'll have Sanya on stage to present Bharat.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Sanya and I'll be presenting my project Bharat. The project Bharat is a Hindi word meaning layers, layering the idea of identity, a deep-rooted history, and a celebration of intergenerational transfer of knowledge, a commitment. Bishnupur crafts are a perfect example of marriage between art and culture. They not only reflect the creativity of the artisans, but also capture the essence of region's folklore, mythology, culture, and tradition. The site lies in Bishnupur, a small town 35 kilometers from Bankura district of West Bengal, known for its unique handicrafts, traditional arts deeply rooted in cultural heritage of the region. So one such craft that I'll be talking about today is the art of making Ganjifa. In the year 2024, where society itself is disrupted, memory begins to act as a placeholder, as an anchor, that people used to hold upon to. Therefore, the idea of memory comes from the crafts, culture, and tradition. Therefore, the question arises, how do memories, craft, and culture begin to alter lived spaces? How does present work in conjunction to the past to give rise to the future, to become a part of the dynamic environment. Therefore, Parat acts as an anchor to the community. The community that I am talking about today is the 87th generation of the family that has been working on this particular craft to keep it alive. So speaking with Sheetal, who has actually been on the verge of abandoning the craft, since they receive little respect and recognition, no financial stability, and little patronage. He also runs a free school at his residence where he teaches the youngsters how the game is played, because not many people know how this traditional art form or the game is actually played. So a brochure was made in order to increase the awareness for the particular kind of art form that I'm talking about. And it also talks about his journey from how he started and how he still working towards the craft. As I mentioned earlier, the site lies in Bishnupur. It is surrounded by ancient terracotta temples, dense vegetation. It also lies near a lake and Lal Park, which is considered to be a historical part in this Bishnupur town. So placing the Adicule here also increases the entire tourist spot, as well as becomes a source of income for these particular artisans of this region. The build form that I'm the build form that I'm talking about mimics the characteristics of the Ganjifa art form, such as the idea of centrality of the deity, the rhythm that is seen in the cards, the idea of having a defined border, a bold outlines. The program that you would be seeing in the entire design consists of a training center where it is shown the craft, how it's made, a workshop area where you can do a hands-on activity, a learning space, and the most important, the core program is the gaming area where you are actually taught the game and you can play with your friends. So as I mentioned, decoding the entire idea of the craftsmanship of this Ganjifa card and how the spaces could be arranged around an anchor, preferably an open space, and how the transition of indoors works with the outdoors could be looked at. So the whole craftsmanship of this art is they use muslin cloth and they cut it into circles, whereas they stack upon each other and then to give it some thickness, and now it's painted with earth colors. So the whole building has been laid as a canvas to the artisans, where circles of various diameters are cut to form spaces. Now, how have these diameters come? The diameters have come because the game is played in groups of 3 and 4. So using the anthropometry of how people sit together in a circle to play this particular game, that's where the idea of solid and void has come, creating fluid spaces. The card that you see now actually started with the Mughal origin, where they used to sit on the plinth, they used to sit on the ground over the carpet and used to play in circles as shown in that image. The workshop spaces, the ideation spaces are kept outwards, which look towards the nature, thereby blurring the boundaries between the indoor and the outdoors, whereas the gaming area is kept inwards, which sort of focuses towards in the center, centering around the courtyard. Coming to the plan, so the idea of raised plinth comes from how the locals or the mundane people used to play this game, where in the evenings when they used to come, they used to sit on the plinths and they used to play with their friends. So the idea of an undulating plinth is what defines the entire project. So when I enter, you enter into an exhibition space which takes you to the demo or the training area. Along with it, you can go various spaces, whereas the workshop space or in the center you have the gaming area and to the ideation space. So smaller spaces opening out to larger spaces. Whereas the false ceiling also shows the similar pattern, which now has got the reverse character, which was happening on the ground floor. So you have copper hammered panels, which are made from the waste of the Dokra art, which is again in this particular region. And the idea of translucent fabric panels of different sizes has been used, made from the muslin cloth which is used in this region. So they are 10 in number along with the bamboo rods, which are sort of displayed as seen in the section, which create that void. So now you have a solid at the bottom and on top, and all the activities flow in the center. The flooring, yet again, to add to the luxury of the entire design, a vibrant carpet has been used along with red oxide flooring to keep the place cool. The undulating plinth now defines the boundary of all the activities and helps in navigation, thereby creating viscous flow of movement. Cork is the main material which is being used. Cork has been scooped out to create storage spaces. Usually in a museum, when you enter, you have a particular kind of display, and nobody cares about the storage which is being used. So now in this particular design, the storage becomes the most important exhibit. So the way you store the Ganjifa cards is when you're moving through the entire space, you can actually view that. Yeah, so the cork itself, the plinth that I'm talking about, works as a seating, as a table, as a ramp, as a wall, as well as a storage space. The rest of the elements have been kept lighter in order to give it fluid character. The translucent fabric hung from the ceiling, the fabric partition walls, they create a soft transition from the indoors to the outdoors. The site also is near an airstrip, abandoned airstrip, which was particularly used earlier by Britishers and now has been abandoned, because this area is so rich in crafts and art fairs, so the airfield has been used as a space for displaying of art fairs, and how the entire seating now becomes a modular seating, as you see in the image, where it can be brought outside as well, can be dismantled, because it's lightweight, so can be picked up and kept anywhere, creating a dynamic experience. Some of the renders from the interiors, where again I was trying to show how the plinth sort of becomes boundaries for the activities. Coming to the sections, so the entire translucent fabric ceiling that I'm talking about has these downlighters which sort of give you the experience of the light and the shadow. And as you see, the storage spaces now become those important exhibits. And the copper hung panels from the ceiling which sort of give you that volume that I'm talking about. So the moot board actually that talks about what kind of storage and how the cork is being used in the spaces. Some of the details of how the entire space could be worked upon. Even the skirting that is sort of used in the entire space is used from the Dokra art, that is the bronze skirting. So I would like to end the presentation. The entire setup sort of enriches and inculcates the characteristics of the art of Ganjifa making and a confluence of rawness and harmony and boldness. Thank you.
Just a basic question.
Yes.
Why cork?
So, ma'am, actually, cork is a very sustainable material and it could actually be extracted easily. The whole idea was to make the space very flexible, where the seating could sort of be moved from one place to another. So every time one enters the space, it could become a new space for them. So, and it's very lightweight, so that's why I thought I could use, which could be scooped out to make these.
There's no relevance to sustainability or to the the regional context of it.
I'm
How
sorry.
would you get the cork there?
Actually, I tried to look at the nearest spaces where the cork is made. So, as such, I couldn't find any near spaces where it's made, but then there's a place in Haryana which makes cork. So I thought if we could get from there and probably use that in the project.
Just a small other input is with such high traffic usage, cork is not going to actually last you, and with the humidity of the region, tends to actually degrade with time. The more the humidity, the more the degradation happens for the material. Okay, so I think when you pick out a material and when you're like pronouncing it so much in your design, you need to be very careful to the regional context of it.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sanya. Now we have Akriti. She'll be presenting Virasat, a craft revival studio.
Hello, hi. I stand here to speak the stories of the weaves. Gandhi, man who not only spun yards of revolution but wove the fabric of India's identity. It is not only a weave but also a means to connect Indians. Rural India's livelihood flourishes on these crafts and hence their decline would scare them, making responsible alternatives and honor India's heritage and to contribute to a more sustainable future. Looms have a strong, vivid imagery. Visual images of the weaves have a strong sense of screening, muted and organic. Delicate lines speak about strong, reminiscent of height and reveal the layers of transparency. Hence, it is almost a visual metaphor, embodying an artisan's skill in concealing the stories and waiting of it to be unraveled. The studio is situated within the wilderness on the outskirts of Vishnupur, along the Mukut, Manipur, and the airstrip. It is strategically situated on the to enlarge the hub of the weavers in the near future. Baluchari weaves and Vishnupur originated in the 18th century by the Nawabs. Woven, it exhibit the scenes of ancient epics of Ramayana and Mahabharata, depicting the stories and narratives of lives and historical events. An eye is also to be there on the process of weaving, also to have locals and users to be an integral part of this. Hence, introducing a community-centric approach which ensures to host workshop, exhibitions, education programs of these Baluchari weaves. Facilities for skill upscaling is also aspired by the artisans and enthusiasts. The process started with the idea of space making and the properties of the craft to have a new identity of both Vishnupur and the weave. Material mood board is strongly looked into to create the ideas of the weave and the nostalgia. So widely fabric and recycled wood is also used with oxide floors. Spatial mood board for visual images of the looms and also to erase the inside and the outside. The programs also involves the knowing of the craft and making of it. Lines as used as a spatial markers to create womb of a space and a space within a space. So these are inspired from the weaves and the visual aspects of it. Drawing inspiration of the memories of Vishnupur and the weave, the plan is a sequential experiences of the weaving process. The point of impact invites the users through wall gestures and layers of the weaves. The loom exhibits workshop studios. The loom exhibition and workshop studio act as the heart of this entire exhibition. Thickness of the wall also add a strong sense of character onto the space. Walls are not mere boundaries but a narrator of the space. The space also speaks about the stories of the weaves, and hence the space speaks about now stories of the stories. After looking at the visual aspect of both the weave and Vishnupur, the entire interior is a backseat because it almost becomes neutral. The oxide flooring adds to the experience of the space. The space then blurs the lines of the functional requirement and artistic expressions of the loom. The ephemeral quality of the space enriches the visual aspect of making the interiors much more muted, and the weaves are the only actors of the space. This is the reflected ceiling plan, which again speaks about the fluidity of the space. The graphic emphasizes and speaks about how this memory box, Virasat, grows and is not confined by a boundary, and hence it still roots on the memories of the space. The wall section speaks about the floating aspects of the space, the hide and reveal of natural and artificial lighting, where the entire textile becomes the wall and the seating. These are other interactive walls and motif-making walls. This is the flooring. Lastly, to end with it, what is the future of these exhibition or weaving units? It is only to see of how these schemes like National Handloom Program and Deen Dayal Hatkar Yojana also have financial assistance to upskill and market access of the weavers. Additionally, Make in India and Skill in India emphasizes the importance of promoting indigenous industries, enhancing the workforce of these weavers around India. These are working drawings attached. Thank you.
Really enjoyed your presentation. Beautiful drawings, especially this one. Lovely choice of colors. Sometimes just looking at a beautiful presentation gives you so much pleasure. And I think the last 3 projects were very similar. Same site, repurposing an existing building.
Yes, ma'am.
So which is great for an interior design project, because then you're only focusing on the inside or primarily focusing on the inside. So yeah, that's my input.
Thank you. I enjoyed this one.
Thank you, Akriti. I would now like to call upon Niti and Geeta ma'am on stage. We have architect Kavita who has joined us. We would like to felicitate her. Architect Kavita Shastri stands as an eminent architect based in Bangalore, seamlessly integrating architecture, interiors, and landscapes into harmonious spaces. Holding a bachelor's in architecture from Bangalore University, she not only boasts fellow status in IIA and membership in COA, but also spearheads the innovative Code Studio. Renowned by her dedication to community projects, architect Kavita's work has earned notable acclaims, securing a commendation in IIA National Awards in 2021 and a prestigious silver medal in the Arcasia Awards for Architecture in 2023. Her design philosophy revolves around simplicity, sustainability, and an inherent sense of elegance, creating environments that are both functional and aesthetically pleasing. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us in the panel. Yeah, so let's get back to the presentations. Now we have Twisha, who will be presenting Refactory, an alternative to sweatshops in fast fashion.
Check. It's not. This one? Yeah. Check. Yeah. Good afternoon. My thesis is titled as Refactory, an alternative to sweatshops in fast fashion, and I'm presenting for the architecture category. We live in a consumerist era, mediated by images, bombarded with ads, often thriving for materialistic desires. The fast fashion industry is an outcome of this capitalist-driven, consumer-oriented society. Fast fashion is the mass production of low-cost, low-quality, disposable apparel in very large quantities. This has resulted in overwhelming amounts of production and consumption. Ignorant of its impacts, the industry abides by exploitative methods of production and overlooks the poor sweatshop-like conditions under which these garments are made. These largely remain unseen, away from the consumer. The thesis is an inquiry into these unseen spaces of the fast fashion industry. That is, the spaces, the conditions, and the impacts of the textile production in the fast fashion industry. So, what are the two main things that remain unseen in this production sector? One is the sweatshops, or the poor labor conditions under which the workers are forced to work in, such as inadequate light and ventilation, poor sanitation facilities, crammed up spaces, etc. And two is the large amount of waste which is generated in the process of rapidly producing these garments at multiple stages, and the dead stock which is accumulated with the ever-changing trends. The site taken up for study is Bhiwandi in the Mumbai metropolitan region, which is one of the largest textile industries in India. These factories have multiple power looms and are established in clusters of industrial compounds situated across Bhiwandi, encompassing multiple galas. One such important cluster is the 72 Gala Road in Narpoli, which was taken up as a case example for this thesis. The site was mapped at a cluster level to understand multiple parameters such as the built-unbuilt densities, the cluster network, the road network, its morphology, access points, etc. Mapping these at a unit scale, these small congested units have numerous large machineries with bare minimum movement and in sanitary conditions. The situation is further intensified by the operation of machines simultaneously and absence of adequate light and windows for light and ventilation, resulting in trapping of the heat inside with no escape on the out. The amount of noise produced also remains at an all-time high as these machines are running for 24 hours a day and the noise is usually more than the optimum decibel levels. These are some images from the site showing the working conditions under which they are, such as the crammed up spaces, the poor light and ventilation conditions, etc. Mapping the everyday lives of the workers who live a mundane life inside the factory. With no room or space for interaction, they are usually confined within the walls of the gala unit. The only pause point or break in their life is the plinth or the otla just outside the factory, where they read the newspaper, have a chat, or play a game of carom, or the chai tapri where they meet for a break. So the two main problems of focus in the production sector of the fast fashion industry remain the poor sweatshop-like conditions under which the workers are forced to work in, and the large amount of waste which is produced while producing these garments. So the question remains is that what is the kind of architecture required to rethink the production of textiles in the era of fast fashion? Creating an alternative approach by way of cluster redevelopment, a cooperative model approach, the project programmatically looks at three main things. One is redeveloping the factory units such as they provide better working conditions, spill-out spaces, etc. Second is creating a place of commons for interaction called as the common place. And third is introduction of a waste recycling facility that allows for all the post-production waste to be repurposed, thereby turning it from a linear mode of economy to a circular mode of economy. Coming to the form development of the site, taking the site along with the proposed road widening, creating building accesses and orientations, and movement paths which are established for connectivity, creating a footprint of the building along the courtyards, and extruding these masses with the roofs on top. Coming to the master plan at a ground floor level, the master plan looks at 3 factory blocks at the corners of the site, which are divided by multiple courtyards, allowing for multiple breakout spaces, pause points, and light and ventilation to each factory block. The common place and the waste recycling facility form the central masses of the site, which become a point of convergence to break out onto. This is the master plan at the second floor level. This section through the longer side of the site. Coming to the design of the factory block, the design for the 3 factory blocks started with understanding the relationship between the human and the machine and what would be the optimum sizes required for the same. Then a general floor plate was established along with a central core. Spill-out spaces were placed in front of each factory along with connectors to the multiple spill-out spaces. Each factory is designed as a 6-meter high unit with mezzanine at 3-meter high level. The lower level encompasses power looms, offices, storage, while the upper mezzanine has the warping machine. 2 units have a combined spill-out space in front of them, which can be used as an otla space, a carom playing space, a machine repair space, or a community discussion space. The idea is not to define the space, but to provide for the space so that they can utilize it as per their convenience. The factory design bases itself on understanding the basic need for human comfort while creating a microclimate inside these factories which are conducive to the working environments of garment production. That is allowing for adequate light and ventilation, lower temperatures, lower noise emissions, etc. Coming to the waste recycling facility and the common place which forms the central masses on the side. The common place caters to the larger need for providing breakout spaces or leisure spaces in these mundane factory-like spaces. It encompasses spaces like the workshops, spill-out spaces, creches, bhojanalayas, canteens, etc. These become spaces to pause, unwind, interact, and learn. Coming to the waste recycling facility, the waste from the 3 factories get accumulated at the waste recycling facility, which collects, sorts, and stores this waste. According to the type of waste, it either looks at recycling them or upcycling them, not only back into garments, but into insulation panels, tiling, furniture, etc. The project seeks to examine a cradle-to-cradle approach for the piece of the fabric. It considers the act of disposal as a transitional point for the second life of the fabric, as creating spaces for collecting, storing, recreating, and recycling to see an alternative solution that the fabric can provide. This is the section through the common place with the two factories on the side. So the factories can kind of spill out onto the common place, which becomes their leisure space or their breakout space. Coming back to an overall idea of the site, the building is designed with multiple green systems, like the planter edges along the facade, which allow for the absorption of the noise from the machines and act as green spaces to look out onto for the workers while they are working. The courtyards, which allow for light and ventilation into the building and also act as essential pause points. The breather walls of the waste recycling facility and the common place maintain the temperature of these buildings while keeping it cool. The green rooftops act as spill-out spaces for the public and the workers to break out onto and view the factory from above as a whole. The movement routes are designed such that the pedestrian routes are separated from the vehicular routes. The vehicular movement is restricted to the peripheries of the plot, while the pedestrian routes have a meandering path through the landscaped greens inside. The exterior envelope is made up of multiple passive solar systems, including the lured protective skin, which receives harsh light from the south sun and acts as a shading device for the building, and the curved sawtooth solar roof, which allows to generate electricity. This electricity can then be distributed to run these machines and the power looms. The intervention is largely a steel fabricated system with an exposed steel facade, cross bracing, steel decking, typical to a factory-like building. The facade has a series of high-tension cables which are cross-braced along the planter edges and a lured skin. The sawtooth roofs allows for an expression as an architectural marker of a factory building. Coming to the views of the site, so the views at the entrance of the site, the other view, the details of the curved sawtooth solar roof, the planter edge, and the wall section, the detail of the breather wall, which keeps the temperatures of the waste recycling facility and the common place low, and the overall idea of the site. I would like to conclude by saying, hence by creating alternate systems to reimagine factory and production spaces while also repurposing and recycling discarded products, the thesis Refactory aims to provide radical solutions towards methods of circularity while promoting ethical, humane workspaces for the labor force in the era of fast fashion. Thank you.
Tvisha, right?
Yeah.
I really liked this project. There was a kind of consistency in thought.
Sorry, I
there
can't
was consistency in thought.
Thank you.
You know how you kind of broke the objective, providing better living conditions for the workers, and you were kind of both compassionate but also kind of distant, you know, trying to provide a solution. So I like that aspect, and it kind of reflects in the work. You know, there was a kind of in-depth understanding of, you know, all the different facets of work, and I think, you know, overall, you know, it was kind of very comprehensive. So that way, you know, a job well done. My question comes from the fact that, I mean, you look at your site plan.
Right.
There is certain level of density. How are you, there is certain level of density.
Yes.
There was one site plan actually, can you just go back to,
Yeah.
I think about 10 or 15 slides? Back, yeah. Where you showed this at site level. Yeah, so yeah, you can stay here. Yeah. So look at the kind of density around.
Yeah.
My question is, you know, is there any sort of number crunching exercise done to understand that, you know, I'm providing the same, you know, I'm providing a facility for, you know, addressing the same kind of functions.
Right.
And this is the reality, and you're
Right.
providing an alternative reality. So
Right.
is there some sense of, how did you arrive at, because when I look at your site plan, there's a lot of openness.
Right.
And one wonders why we are not able to provide those openness,
Right.
to these
Right.
existing facilities.
Right.
Because with openness comes in better living conditions and so on and so
Right.
forth. So is there some kind of exercise that you have done to kind of say that, I am actually, taking up an existing condition and challenging the existing and, providing that alternative reality?
Yeah. Just a second.
That's question number one. I'll also finish my other questions. Two is, you mentioned two very specific problems. One is the working condition, and two is the waste.
Right.
Right. How have you kind of broken that even further spatially, and how does that become part of this? Because you did not really dwell upon that, and how that becomes your basis for the project.
Right.
Because somehow you are providing solutions at the end, but somehow I don't find that to be sort of the point where design takes a different route.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would like you to kind of explain these two aspects as well. Yeah.
So addressing the first question, I actually did an occupancy evaluation on site where I understood the temperatures, where I understood the densities, where I understood the lighting levels. And because of the occupancy evaluation, I arrived at a point where the densities which were existing on site were not working, and there was a need to clear up a lot of ground cover and to go higher, since the FSI also allows you to do that, and it is not kind of being done right now. So the idea was to clear up ground space so that there is enough percolation of light and ventilation inside the building while you're kind of going a little higher from what is existing, because from what is existing right now, the alleys are very narrow. The windows are opening up to literally another unit. So it's not really helping. And since these machines are running for 24 hours a day, they're emitting so much of sound, they're emitting so much of heat. All of that kind of becomes, comes and gets trapped inside. So there was an essential need to create that ground cover, the buffer ground cover, which allows for those things to kind of dissipate out.
I understand that.
Yeah.
My question is, these conditions are coming out of certain realities,
Right.
because, it's not like I don't want to provide open
Right.
space. If I have to provide open space, I have to go higher, which costs more.
Right.
So I'm trying to understand, have you done, is there any thought on, is there a cost benefit to what, even if you're building higher, that cost can be recovered in X amount of time, whatever, because of the better working conditions. I'm just trying to understand, because we are talking about certain issues here.
Right.
And issues are very central to, and they are an outcome of certain, economic and sort of social conditions.
Right.
So how does this architecture, like the, championing purpose. So if you're talking about purpose,
right.
then I need to take the reality seriously and kind of propose that alternative, right?
Right.
So I'm talking about from that point of view.
So when you ask me in terms of cost benefit, are you asking me would it be better if the ground cover was more? I'm a little confused with your
I am
concept.
saying that is the existing reality,
Right,
And
right.
that existing reality has come about because, it is expensive to build,
Right.
higher, right? So on the other hand, you're building higher.
Right.
So how are you compensating that is my question.
Oh, okay. So I actually also did a financial kind of planning for the same. So that diagram over there, which looks at how revenue can be generated or what would be the other sources for this to kind of move forward with. So there are firstly a lot of governmental schemes for the textile industry now. So they're looking at upgradation of textile industries in India because they account for 4% of India's GDP. So that is one. The other thing is by the means of the solar passive systems. So the government, as even said in the budget this year, they're looking at, looking at a lot of like solar installation to create, to install so that they can create revenue out of it. So one method would be these kind of methods to kind of counter the rise which I'm going, and obviously the amount of cost implications which will come with that.
Trisha,
Yeah.
I understand that from a site that's predominantly covered by
Yeah.
workspace in terms of a factory,
Yeah.
you've chosen to use multi-level galas effectively, like the system in Bombay allows you to do. Thereby gaining open space for you to have your green space, for you to have your collection waste, and so on and so forth. Couple of things which I was wondering is that what is it about design innovation over here that you would like to emphasize, number one?
Okay.
Number two is that whatever solar you're talking about is active, it's not passive,
Right.
from what I can see.
Okay.
Thirdly is that what's the need for a basement?
What is the need for a basement?
Yeah, especially in a situation like this, because you will not have so many cars. Most of the workers who come in, what was the need for that?
No, so the basement was largely to provide for the trucks which are around and to provide for the parking of the trucks, because what used to happen on
In a
site.
basement?
Yeah.
I've never heard of that before.
No, so what used to happen on site is that all the trucks used to kind of line up and congest the site. So as a requirement for that, the basement was provided, and also to provide for like parking for the workers who come on their bikes and things like that.
I think you need to relook at that segment of it to see whether that is a viable proposition for a project of this nature.
Okay.
Okay. Lastly is that you've got your waste collection and segregation in the middle.
Right.
Just out of convenience, okay, I understand it's in the middle from both sides or all three sides, you could bring it there.
Right.
But isn't that also either a safety hazard or something that's a little more, in terms of disposal or for any other purpose, that location may not be the optimum location for it?
So when I talk about waste recycling, I am essentially talking about the waste which is getting generated on the site itself through the 3 factories. So in terms of that waste, it's a lot of thread waste and a lot of waste which is dyed fabric. And then there is a lot of dead stock which is accumulated, which is basically because of the ever-changing trends, it just gets accumulated, it never gets sold. So when I talk about that, then I look into like upcycling of it. How can it be repurposed into maybe back into garments or into like insulation panels, into furniture, into things like that. So they're not a large scale recycling which will cause health hazards as such. Okay. Okay, I will think about that.
I have just a couple of questions.
Yeah.
Okay, considering they've spoken about the hazards,
Yeah.
now can we go back to the master plan, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. Any one of your layouts would be fine. Yeah, so you have 3 blocks and you have congregating spaces in between.
Yeah.
So in case of a hazard, would you have any exit routes or egress routing which is planned?
Can you be a little louder, please?
So if in case of a hazard, would you have any egress routes planned for this? Though there are congregating spaces in form of courtyards. Now, there's something called a fire regulation which will be very, very important here because you've gone high-rise.
Right.
Isn't it? So
Yeah.
we need a fire route as well, especially for an industrial building.
Yeah.
Okay? Have you addressed that?
Yeah. So when you see the plan of the factory blocks, you can see the core is situated in the center. So the staircase at the back acts also as a fire exit staircase, and it is ensured that this staircase is...
How many staircases do you have?
Sorry?
How many staircases do you have?
So we have one staircase which is like a public staircase in the front, and then there is one staircase at the back which becomes the fire exit staircase, which is there.
So you just need to look into it since it does go above, applicable to the fire norms, and it's a hazardous building category. You would need to look into it because an open staircase does not constitute for one. And secondly, your closed staircase as well needs to be ventilated from outside and high pressurized as well. So the small things which you could mention,
Right.
keeping that in mind. The other thing is about your building envelope. You had some high tensile cables with your, can you show me the facade? If you can explain that a little bit, because being the nature of the building.
Yeah, this?
Yeah.
Yeah. So largely the facade is kept open with planters running along the edges and these kind of cross-braced tensile members.
I understand that being the nature of the typology of the building and the nature of the use, being fabric,
right.
The humidity levels need to be controlled. So if you have, a building envelope which is green in nature and a live plant, how do you control the humidity?
How do you control the humidity inside the factories,
Yeah.
you're saying? So basically when sorry, I'll just go back. So when you see this unit module of the factory, the module is such that there is like a buffer space or the interactive space which is in front, and the factories happen at the back. So when they're placed on the master plan or on the floor plate, they're kind of alternating and mirroring themselves. So where the buffer space comes, that is where the cross bracings and the...
So what about the ventilation of your units? How do you take care of that?
Sorry, what about the?
Ventilation of your factory units, because those need to be ventilated as well. You need air movement, right, for any factory space.
Yeah.
Right? Now the buffers are the ones you're saying they have a high tensile and it's a green wall.
Yeah.
That's what I'm assuming. So what happens to the factory spaces?
Sorry, I actually can't hear you very well.
How do you ventilate your factory spaces? I don't see any openings.
No, so on the back side of these so the factory spaces basically... Yeah. So the factory spaces which are facing the facade, they have this kind of solar protective skin which acts as a shading device, since this is facing the south side of the site. So it acts as a shading device such that, so basically these are lowered fins which allow for ventilation to kind of percolate it when harsh sunlight is not coming inside, is what I was trying to say.
This feels like a thesis, right?
Yeah.
Thesis jury, I said.
She did mention thesis. So here, you have your green, am I right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So here, what do you have?
That is basically a breather wall, which is there.
Okay. And on the rear side is what you're saying, that is on your north wall is what you're saying is going to be your vent.
Yes.
Can we stop the Q&A for just this girl? There are 11 more to go through with. For the final, yes, of course. Right now, you will evaluate them for now, but for the final, they will be able to work on your inputs and change it. Yeah. Absolutely. They'll come back to you if she's a winner. They'll come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Susha. Now we'll have Eromita with us, who will be presenting the Kuam conundrum.
Next onwards, strict rules, only 2 questions.
Hello. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm here to share with you the Kuam conundrum. It's an idea, an exploration into understanding how we build along river edges, these ecological vulnerable zones in an increasingly urbanizing city like Chennai. What is Kuam and what is the conundrum? Kuam is one of the 3 rivers that runs across Chennai and drains into the Bay of Bengal. And why do we have to intervene into this river? What is the purpose? The first one, that it's a polluted river, and it sits in a wet city like Chennai that sways between water scarcity and floods. The third one being urbanization as an inevitable factor in the city, and the fourth idea being the found objects on sites. So the thesis sort of goes on to see how we synthesize these 4 ideas into creating an intervention along the river edge. It deals with it at 3 different levels: urban planning, urban design, and architecture. We then move on to see the existing state of the river. As mentioned before, it is an extremely polluted river. It has actually been declared dead by the government. The second one being the constant swaying between the floods and droughts through these years. The third, so this is again a small precedent reading into understanding how spawnscapes or sponge landscapes can be used to sort of mitigate these ideas. The third one being the Madurai Chennai Port Expressway, which is a double-decker expressway that's upcoming in Chennai. And it's known that infrastructure of this kind sort of have a tendency to create urban fractures. And with a river like this that sits in a state of despair, the effect that this flyover would have on the river can only be worse. What does the context look like? The fourth idea. We sit in Egmore, which is one of the oldest localities in Chennai, which has some of the most important historically and cultural buildings. As you see in the map, it sits as a pristine blue strip, but as you walk across the streets of Egmore, there's absolutely no perception of the river. How do the backyards of buildings sit with the river? They sit with no regard for the river and its banks. Yes, we now go on to see the places of historical and cultural significance, one being the Government Egmore Museum, the Spencer's Plaza, and the Lalit Kala Academy, the 3 main buildings that we'll be dealing with in the immediate context, along with one of the other institutions, the Etiraj College. On the right, we just go on to see how the government-owned properties sit, the privately-owned properties sit, the access routes in this map in the area, along with the public modes of transportation, the educational and office institutions, along with the land use. We then go on to see, okay, this is the current state of the river, but how did it sit before? When you take out a couple of postcards and see, you see that the river sat very seamlessly with the river before. The backyards of buildings sort of opened out to the river, but now they don't. They have compound walls, and the cultural significance, the value of the river back then was also a lot more than it is right now. And now what has the government done about it? It set up something called the Kuam River Restoration Trust. And the 2 aspects that we would like to deal with in this project in particular is the sewage and sanitation aspect and the riverfront development aspect, where we learned that there are 2 sewage treatment plants sitting on either sides of the area of interest. And we see how, if there's an intervention we make, how it would plug into the overall framework that's already existing. The conundrum. Yes. So now that we've dealt with these 4 ideas, we see with regard to the expressway, how do we learn to build infrastructure and take care of these ecologically sensitive zones? How do we make them go hand in hand? And can the spaces underneath these flyovers, the anti-space that we refer to them as, can be leveraged as commons to the city? The second idea being, okay, we look at this Kua River Restoration Trust. These look at river development as whole chainages, but if we were to break these chainages down into smaller parts and look at them as a building to river basis, how would that association then work? Now that we've broken down them into these smaller components, how would the backyards of buildings sit with the river? And if we were to build something new, what would the approach of building be? And the final aspect being spongescapes. Apart from the build, how do we learn to work with sponge landscapes? Yes, this is an idea of just an exploration to see how we could build. One being that should humans be allowed to access every part of the river edge? Can architecture just sit as smaller controlled interventions alongside? And what do these river edges really mean to the people? Do they have to be these concretized sidewalks? Or instead, can we look at these spaces as shared spaces between humans and other creatures? Can we look at these edges as commons that have to be given back to the city? And can we negotiate the idea of ownership and boundaries with existing buildings such that we can create these softer biodiversity zone along the river edges? Yes, this is when I came across the idea of urban wild ecology, which focuses on the disconnected parts rather than the transcendent whole. It takes help of this reading and tries to see how we can use these ideas to sort of create 6 areas of intervention with 2 main ideas of connecting and negotiating to create these interventions along the way. This is how the structure plan would pan out, where we attempt at creating the 6 triggers would then sit along the river edge, where there would be nodes again, connecting the Lalit Kala Academy, as you see the Greaves Road over here, and it forms a continuous loop and connects back to the city. The main programs that we include is one, a cultural center, and the other one being smaller event spaces and play mounds around the way. Yes, how would the idea of urban wild ecology manifest itself as architectural intervention would be this. We had 2 ideas of how we would connect and how we would negotiate. At first, to connect, you have the cultural center. In terms of negotiating boundaries, you have a permeable compound wall behind Etiraj College. The third idea of connection is, again, with the help of these smaller play mounds, which would be allowed to the kids or to the public. The fourth idea being the pods that would sit underneath the flyover and negotiate that space. The fifth idea would be a pedestrian bridge, again, connecting across the banks. And the sixth idea of negotiate and connect, which would be an event space that would sit between Spencer's Plaza and another building and sort of connect the river at the back as well. All of these interventions happen at two levels, one being the built and the landscape. Moving further, we just go on to see how the river edge with these interventions would go throughout the day. And then we also see how these activities and the celebration of these festivals could then reinforce the river culturally back to the minds of the people as well. The first intervention of connection, we look at the cultural center and the pedestrian bridge. We work with two levels. One is the built and the landscape ecology, where you see that the ecology pans out at three sort of levels. One is the man-made ecology, where you create these soft mounds to accommodate for people, to accommodate the built. And the third idea where the built sort of merges into the existing ecology. And that's the pedestrian bridge, the Lalit Kala Academy, and how the cultural center would sit. The first mode of connection, which is the pedestrian bridge, it lets you experience the river throughout the day. And these wooden lures that sort of sit on the periphery of the bridge, the orientation and the rhythm at which they are placed sort of gives us an opportunity to create these art exhibitions along the way. And as I mentioned before, there are Margali functions that happen in Chennai. So the section, whatever is marked as 3 in section that you see at the bottom, is a small idea of how, if these Margali performances were to happen, how the landscape would sort of sit with this build to make it happen as well. Moving further, we look at the cultural center. The cultural center attempts at doing three major things, being relevant to the context, being relevant to the biodiversity, being mindful of the biodiversity, and being mindful of the climate. And yes, it has these various functions of art studios, theater studios, a multi-purpose hall, a library, and collaborative spaces. And all of these programs are borrowed from site. For example, the art studios are sort of an extension of the Lalit Kala Academy, and the theater studios are an extension of what goes on in the Government Egmore Museum. And the multi-purpose spaces and the collaborative spaces could be used by these various educational systems, institutions that dot Egmore. And this was the condition of the bank. This is the existing condition of the banks, but this is what the potential of these banks could really be. Yes, and even the build of this is done in such a way that it works with layers of degrees of permeability, where you have these solid spaces and then fluid spaces and extremely permeable skin. So this is how it would sit. For example, the art studios, the theater studios. Over here, you see that these fluid open spaces, along with the permeability of the skin, sort of create an experience of building in nature. Yes, we now go on to see if these spaces are only restricted to humans. Not really. When these ecosystems are revived again, it's expected that birds like household sparrows would return back to the city, and hence the facade of these buildings sort of have spaces to accommodate for these birds as well. How does the build change through time? The landscape and the build. The fins of these buildings sort of close and open during the times of rain and when it doesn't. And the landscape also helps retain, store, and delay the water levels. The second idea of negotiation, how do we interpret boundaries? One, physically, programmatically, and in terms of ownership. What would happen if we make small changes to these compound walls, for example, behind the college? So for example, in the morning, these areas could just remain restricted to the college. But in the evenings, if we were to make these small changes and open it out, these would then turn into public spaces. Yes, and you do this with two simple ideas of pivoting and sliding these components to create these multiple configurations. Then here you have a common that you give back to the city, where you have street vendors occupying these streets and these edges in the evenings. The next study is that of pods, where we learn to leverage the space underneath these flyovers to create public spaces. It creates a sense of responsibility and ownership of the backyard, the commons. Works with two ideas of the pods and the movable walls. You, again, move it multiple orientations. You have these meeting pods, and you also have these event spaces. A small structural intent of how there would be a truss system which latches onto the pillar of the expressway. We connect with the pedestrian bridge, and finally we see how the event street would sit along Spencer's Plaza. This attempts to do two major things. One, how do you re-energize the almost abandoned Spencer's Plaza and the edge of the plaza, and how do you re-establish the connection that this had with the river? An event space, and yes, you have impromptu flea markets, events, and a book fair, and so on and so forth along the edge. And finally, you learn how to build from an approach of human versus nature to human in nature. And this is what the potential that these mounds and these riverbanks hold if we probably attempt to build it this way. Thank you.
How do you pronounce your name?
Iromita.
Iromita.
Yes.
Okay, wow. That was confidence. And you didn't stop to take a breath. This is one of my favorite topics in the city. And I think which Chennai desperately needs. A couple of things which I want to highlight, however, is while the proposal is very nice, how closely did you look at the problems and what needs to be done to overcome those problems, number one. Second thing is that this transportation corridor that has been planned by the government, I want you to highlight to me what are your objections with it as you see in problem. You said that it's going to be a problematic kind of a when completed. Just highlight to me what do you foresee those problems are.
Yes. Give me a moment to go back to the slide. Sorry. Just a minute. Can you go back to the first? Actually, yes. This one is what we were referring to. Yeah. Yes. So the existing state of the banks is such that now, for example, that's why there were these pictures that have been put up. They sort of show these the river edges being used as burial grounds. And in general, the spaces underneath the flyovers are used for unpleasant activities in a sense. And considering that the river in and of itself has a certain character of this sort where it's being used for undesirable activities, the advent of the flyover, if not acted upon, if not handled correctly, would probably make the situation even worse because you already have this in place. And if you're just facilitating for this activity is what I felt. Yeah,
That's a matter of enforcement.
Right.
But how does the proposal not make sense?
No, I'm not. No, I'm sorry if I didn't come out correct before. I didn't say that the proposal didn't make sense. I just said that it might be harmful, like to the banks of the river, if not done correctly.
All right. What about the problems the Kuam faces? In terms of stretch of 45 kilometers.
Right.
So you showed only 2 sewage treatment plants that have been planned.
Yes. Yes.
Now, the Chennai River Restoration Committee, is that their proposal as of now?
Yes.
Only 2 sewage treatment plants?
No, this is so this is my site, the one that we see over here. So I've just taken the ones in the immediate context. So there's one in Shadepet over here and one along Lang's Garden there. So those were the only ideas. So this was to see if how my intervention could sort of fit into an existing framework that's already there.
You also need to, I feel, add over here. One is desilting if necessary. To what extent and whether it's safe enough to do for the environment, for the riverbed. Second thing is all the garbage that comes in.
Right.
How do you prevent that garbage from flowing downstream?
Okay. Yes. So the idea of the thesis over here is mainly to see or is to understand how it's basically an exploration to see how you build along, like how you treat river edges and
That's the easy part.
Right. Okay. But
Focus on this,
so
we'll give more emphasis to that.
Sure. Okay. Understood.
Yeah, I mean, I think we are in a profession where for every problem, architecture is a solution.
That is true.
Like someone with a hammer, you start seeing nails everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? And I think, I think especially when architecture students address urban issues, this kind of, is kind of exponentially sort of present in the work. See, just to in a way kind of rephrase or reframe what Kapil was talking about. If the issues are centered, then the question would be, how does architecture provide solution for those issues?
Okay.
Okay, I mean, like I said, treating the edges spatially is probably the easiest part.
Right.
Because you would wonder, looking at your final image, you wonder, okay, why didn't we do this?
Okay.
You know, several years ago, what is stopping us from doing it? So the question is, what is stopping us?
Right.
And how do we tackle that? And how does design respond to that?
Understood, yeah.
You know, and of course, the intent is very clear, you know, we all have great intent in terms of, you know, how to address the problems. But the question is, where do you start?
Understood, yeah.
So, especially two of your sites, you know, one is actually a neighborhood kind of a site, and one is kind of a, you know, CBD-ish
Yes,
kind of a
Mount,
site,
yeah.
right? Your Egmore and your Chetpet, right? Chetpet, if you look at it, you know, it's a kind of a, really like a neighborhood, you know,
Right.
on the rail line and the Kuvam. Nobody, you know, it's only the people who are behind that who suffer, right? And if you look at the Egmore scenario,
Yeah.
you know, it is kind of present for everybody.
Correct.
So the issues and the stakeholders are very, very different.
Understood,
Right?
yes. Yes.
And the moment we start addressing them very seriously, your project becomes much, much richer
And yeah.
in terms of specificity and in terms of how you want to tackle the same problem in two different ways, in two different scales, and their respective issues. So your outcomes will also be extremely varied.
And
You know,
yeah.
you won't need, you know, everything need not necessarily be like a public space of the city. You know, it can be public space, you know, for a small neighborhood. It can be small parks. It can just be an intervention of just a bridge, pedestrian bridge, right?
Yes,
So,
yes,
so I think some of that part was missing.
Okay.
Like, how do you, like, what are the, you know, like one of the issues with your sort of, you know, the, what do you call the, flyover, you know,
Yes,
the
the
Connect
express-
Madurai port connection
Yeah.
is flooding.
Right.
You know,
yeah.
because of the construction of these huge piles,
Yes,
there's going to be
yes.
huge flooding. So that's one of the
Yeah.
concerns. And all these places, if you look at it, you know, all these old parts of Chennai actually were largely put on the higher contours, especially the one
Correct.
which was in the colonial, like your Kilpox and, you know, Egmore, they were on the higher contours.
Correct.
Now, with this, even they are going to be subjected to flooding.
Yeah.
Now, how do you tackle that?
Okay,
Right? So,
okay.
to me, those are the serious issues.
Understood.
The moment you place 2 or 3 issues and say directly, you say this is a solution for that issue, and how that can also become a spatial intervention, your projects becomes much more stronger.
And yeah.
Right now, you know, the footing is very, very weak.
Okay, I understand. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
yeah.
Hello, check. Yeah. Thank you, Arumita. Now I'd like to call upon Shreyansh, who will present on Consuming Landscapes, the act of eating in the city.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. My thesis titled Consuming Landscapes, the Act of Eating in the City. My research focused on creating a spatial and social relation in the city through food. For the same, I documented 6 sites. I took sites like How Gullies, family restaurants that are part of the city's food cultures. Then I also took sites like lunch homes, even chai tapris that are part of ritual of eating. And finally, I came to malls and even supermarkets, which are places of hyper-consumerism in some sense. This, coupled with a lot of literature and art review, I came to an observation that eventually led to the intention of my thesis. So cities are consumer utopias, and consumer identities dictate how one acts in the city. It becomes a place for gluttony to thrive. So with this, I asked the question what the role of the architect would be And can architecture do something about this? Or is an architect just a facilitator of such a extreme lifestyle and gives snobbish solutions in the name of green and sustainability? So to me, it seems that that is the case. So through this thesis, I intend to create a through this thesis, I intend to create a true consumer utopia, where consumer desires eventually reach its pinnacle and then fall into a dystopic reality. This entire thing is in hopes of creating disgust and repulsion towards this culture of consumption. So I do this in my thesis by overplaying and exaggerating the consumer characteristics to a point of satire and parody. And what better place to actually demonstrate this than a mall? So I take a food mall, I create a food mall on an existing site which is an abandoned mall itself. So the design becomes an experiment which has a tongue-in-cheek approach where it tries to coddle and warn the consumer at the same time. So I'll quickly go through the design process. I've classified them into these three larger scales for ease of explaining. So starting with the large scale, so here I created spatial diagrams taking cues from what I had documented in the sites and use them as, I try to find relations between these 5 characters or entities and make spatial diagrams which eventually lead into creating this volumetric block model. The middle scale, which is the most extensive of the 3 scale, is an attempt to create architectural form through abstraction. So I again start with the drawings I had documented and taking Bernard Schumi as a reference, the places these drawings represent are real, but the act of eating them is exaggerated using the painting titled Garden of Earthly Delights. So the drawings that are eventually produced are not an accurate transposition of reality, but its logical displacement. So this helps me to break down the reality in some sense and expose the bare essence of the place, creating drawings like these, which eventually are treated as vectors and used in the designing of the site, designing of the mall. Sorry, this scale is an attempt to induce meaning and parody in the form that was achieved. So I started collecting archetypes of places of eating, case studies of malls, and even some archetypes that architects use in designing public spaces, and then bring them all together in this bunch where all these objects that hold meaning are clubbed together, and then finally all these 3 come together. They are juxtaposed onto one another, and this creates the total bank of ideas I had. This is then followed by a tedious process of resolution, and then it finally creates the final design of the mall. So I'll have to go through. So the mall in a simple diagram is actually this black mass, which tries to divide the place into large public volumes. It also has connections. I try to form connections in the mall through movement paths, and there's a metro station over here on the top from where also the mall is connected. There's a large nala right next to the mall, a concretized river, and the mall also extends out into that river in a form of an isolated platform. So this is the ground floor plan of the mall. So on the ground floor plan, it is a visually continuous public space. The mall actually abuts the concretized wall of the river, and then it creates this triangular plaza of sorts. It also creates a lot of
pockets where some form of informality or vending zones can happen outside. And then this becomes a large atrium space, which I'll explain ahead. A typical floor of the mall consists of multiple eating shops of various kinds. And yeah, they are like endless rows of eating shops. Yeah. So just going through the programs of the mall. So there are eateries. There's supermarket as an anchor program. Cooking studios are theatrical programs. Cloud kitchens are food infrastructure, cooking infrastructure. Gym and clinic is a ironic addition to the mall. And solid waste segregation and farming and nurseries, these two are ways of interacting with food other than just consuming. So yeah, this becomes the elevation, a section through the mall, a long section through the mall, having all the things that I just mentioned. And it contains this Pompidou-esque escalator that goes through the entire facade of the entire elevation, sorry. Yeah, so now I will be going into the synthesis drawing that I had made for this, which describes the narratives that were thought of while making the mall. So starting with the entrance of the mall, one is greeted with, with almost plastic palm trees and a huge burger on top of the mall, which is visible from all sides. The burger actually functions as a water tank, but symbolically represents a perfect commodity, rendering the mall into nothing more than a decorated shed. The entrance lies at the corner where one is to forget all other identities they hold and become the truest consumer. Through the main entrance, one comes into an archetypical atrium space, entering into a secluded... Through the main entrance, one comes into an archetypical atrium space, entering into a secluded land of excess and abundance. Here, many design elements embodying different meanings are placed, and the atrium becomes a playground where these elements and the consumer's desires can interact. The elevation of the eateries in the mall, collectively form an image of a large vending machine, shiny, bright, and each shop unique with their own banners, posters, slogans, etc. This image of gluttony is also visible from the road and also the metro that goes by. So any passerby is also enticed by it. The atrium includes other archetypical elements like an amphitheater necessary in every design public space, which opens out towards the concretized river until the horizon. Including it in the experience of eating itself might give one a chance to complain about the bad state of the city that it is in. Additionally, there is also a watchtower filled with cameras, which explicitly reminds one about the authority of the space, that they are constantly under surveillance, and heightens one's sense of morality, telling you the right way to act is to consume. A large dome is treated as a spectacle space, pulling everyone's eyes to that point. Another way to enter the mall is through an escalator to the basement. The entry is marked by a large column of the metro that stands as a familiar image of the city skyline. It is also attempts to poke fun at the constant in-construction nature of the city and obsession with beautiful columns like the Doric order columns. The terrace is filled with theatrics associated with food, such as organic farming, small nurseries, cooking schools, cooking studios, that engages one in ways other than eating. So, in conclusion, this is the food mall, a final carnival before the post-consumption dystopia. Thank you. Sorry? We have lunch left, right?
Hi, Shreyansh.
Hello.
Can you explain what is so sustainable about this project?
Sustainable, the addition of a solid waste segregation system, which is for the Nala right next to it, that is one sustainable thing I was trying to do. Another, there is a DWAT system. The waste that is produces the wastewater that is produced, I try to filter it through the beds on
Isn't
the
that a
roof.
mandate for all large-scale projects?
Sorry?
So what differently have you done?
I have added these things, and the mall, it's not a typical thing to have in the mall. Especially the Nala connection, it's not a typical thing to have it, in the mall.
Okay, to correct you right there. Okay. First is, you spoke about plastic palm trees, about a concrete wall for the Nala. Okay.
Yeah.
You could have used better jargon or design principles to make this mall more sustainable. Okay. It has a lot of eateries. So you get a lot of waste in different formats, which needs to be processed and then transported out of the site.
Yeah.
Okay, that is responsibility of the mall management as well to do so. Okay, and you need to make a program for that to start with.
I
where
do
you're-
have.
Can you explain that, please?
About the So you are talking about solid waste segregation that I'm talking about?
Yeah, you have a line of eateries over there, right?
Yeah.
Now, you get waste generated of sorts. I see one floor plan, right?
Yeah, that's the typical floor plan, and this is the ground floor plan.
Correct. So can you explain to me what they do? I mean, where is this waste going in the site?
No, so this back here, I have provided like a stopping point for a truck that will collect all the waste from the river, one. And then I have provided chutes here in the service that can
So
take
they
all the dump down, and it comes out here and it can be taken out.
So all these eateries take their waste to
Yeah.
that chute in that corner,
Yeah,
and then it goes
one
down.
is here also.
Have you done your occupancy load on this?
Occupancy?
Loading on these units? I think you need to look into that.
Structurally?
No.
Eh?
For every particular eatery, there is a certain wastage which is generated on an average.
Yeah.
So that needs to be, collected together. So you need to make provision for all of that. So they
okay, yeah.
typically cannot walk all the way there.
Ah.
Okay, you can imagine the population of the restaurant, right? So this needs to go, exit, gets processed, and then exit. So it's a lot of working which you need to do.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. So
But like
that's the
when
suggestion.
you mention where is the sustainability in this
Yes.
mall, I think the entire point of having a parody in it is that this much sustainability is enough for anyone to like be okay with. Okay, then matlab, this much is okay. Now I can do whatever I want to do. So that was the commentary I was trying to create. in some
Yeah.
sense.
So we were trying to look forward to something of an, sustainable program in the mall because you're retrofitting an existing building, if I'm right. Right?
No. The existing one I'm demolishing.
You're
and-
demolishing it.
Yeah.
You could have retrofitted it.
Yeah, that was also, I was going to do that, but then I had some technical issues finding the drawings of the mall and all that. So I had to then take out the...
Propose a demolition and a redesign of the space. Am I right?
Sorry?
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi. So, why burger? Why no masala dosa?
Sorry.
Why burger? Why no masala dosa?
I didn't...
Yeah. Why burger on the top? Why no masala dosa or vada pav? No?
So I actually was going to put a vada pav on top, but what happened is vada pav it doesn't have the same image as a burger. A burger is a Americanized thing that literally represents all kind of gluttony that happens there, and that is something we have adopted in India. So that's why the burger, and not any, because a vada pav is much have roots in the city itself. Yeah, but this is actually the answer.
Shank, I like the thought behind it. Okay, when you initially started, in fact, some of your, how you arrived at, certain form. You also mentioned it's almost like a collage of archetypes,
Yeah.
right? Some of the final design is not really convincing that it's still a parody.
Yeah.
It's still kind of, you're trying to kind of address reality in the sort of, it's still not yet there. Your the point of departure where it's almost like a thought experiment, to what extreme you can go about this sort of gluttony. Let's say, for example, let's take one of the, I don't know what that one of those rectangle is. Let's go with McDonald's, right? What's an average, number of, people who eat at McDonald's, and how do you triple that, and what kind of, visual sort of spatial character will that have? No, not triple, let's say make it 10 times. What kind of spatial character would that have? So somehow the intent of the thought is not yet translated into the space.
Okay.
Would you agree?
For the initial part of the question, it bogs down to a simple mall in the end when it starts with something sort of a thought experiment. So that thing I realized, and I think the references that I was taking made me want to simplify it more. I was taking references of postmodern architects like Shumi that I mentioned. Shumi writes whatever he draws, the way he actually makes is like there is a lot of difference in it. You won't think that these drawings have created this, but somewhere there is a meta-narrative that actually connects them. So I was trying to not keep this in the abstract world and bring it down in reality. And then tripling the number of people, I don't think I've got into like each shop and thought of like how can I increase the number of people coming. But overall I thought of creating a public space, a mall, a commercial space, creating a commercial space that excites a person's desires. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where, I'm left blank actually. Like, what is it? I would have loved to see that. When you say it's the height of capitalism, and in form of gluttony, what is it? What is the image that you're presenting? I'm still kind of...
I think that will be the...
I mean, the
burger
is very symbolic. I mean, it's already there.
Yeah.
Go to any...
There's the burger.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah, but that's...
it came down to this. I know,
that's semantics. I'm talking about space.
Yeah,
I'm talking about like,
yeah.
what is it? Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's all break for a quick lunch. Be back here by 1:45. Yeah, thank you.
takida
and welcome. and welcome. Hello 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 and welcome.
You don't have to see this.
Hello and welcome.
Check. 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 Hey. 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 1, 2. Hey. 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 Check. 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 Hey. 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 1, 2. Hey. Hey. Play. ഒരേ നിമിഷം പ്ലേ பண்ண ടെസ്റ്റ് കൂടെ ഓക്കേ
Did you rub my lamp? Did you wake me up? Did you bring me here? And all of a sudden you're walking out on me. Agrabah. You're getting your wishes, so welcome to Agrabah.
Hello, sir. Open பண்ணு. Sir, hear me, sir? Sound earlier. Say, one second. Say you're mute, sir. One more checking. My sound clear? பாரு testing பாரு. Open பண்ணு. இல்லையே. Check. 1 2 check. Hello. Sound testingலாம் வருது. அதனால தான் அவரே செக் பண்ண போயிட்டார். இங்க இருக்க ஆடியன்ஸுக்கு தெரியும். ஹலோ சார். ஹலோ செக் செக். No.
Hello, can you hear us? We're not able to hear you.
He's typing something. What is he saying?
I can hear you, but I don't think I'm audible. Okay, you're not audible. We're just trying to fix this. Give us like 2 minutes.
அதே லிங்க் நீங்க ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க. உங்களுக்கு ஆடியோ கேக்குறான்னு நீங்க பேசுறது கேக்குறான்னு.
I think the issue on my end. Okay, okay.
இல்ல நம்மளுது போகுது.
He's like, I think it's a problem from my side. He's just checking. That's what he's doing. He's changing it. You're not audible yet. You're not audible. அங்க போகுது. His voice is not coming here. It's not on mute, right?
இல்ல எல்லாமே கரெக்ட்டா தான் இருக்குனா.
என்னது? யாருக்கு வேணும்? Hey,
டைப் பண்றாரு.
எல்லாம் பண்றாரு.
இல்ல நம்ம டிஸ்கனெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு பண்ணலாமா?
Bro, one second. We're just disconnecting and connecting again. 2 minutes. Bro, can you hear? Poda. He's able to hear us.
இல்ல இந்த லிங்க் வேற யார்ட்ட இருக்கு? உங்கள்ட்ட இருக்குங்களா? நீங்க கனெக்ட் பண்ணுங்க. அந்த லிங்க்ல நீங்க கனெக்ட் ஆவுங்க.
Oh, can you remove your headphones and check?
Bro, can you?
நான் பேசினது இல்லை.
வெளியே எடுத்துட்டு போகணும். ஒரு நிமிஷம் இருங்க.
இல்லை மியூட்ல இருக்கு. நம்ம மியூட்ல இருக்கோம். பேசுங்க. நீங்க
நான் பேசுறேன் பா. செக் செக். பத்தா. செக் செக். வருது. அவர் பேசுனா வரலையே.
Bro, can you talk now?
ஏங்க அவர் மியூட்ல இருக்காருங்க. அவர் மியூட்ல தாங்க இருக்காரு.
My mic is blocked.
இதோ இருக்கு பாருங்க. அவர் மியூட்ல இருக்காரு.
Bro, you're on mute. The mute option is grayed out.
இல்ல இல்ல பக்கத்துல பக்கத்துல யாரோ இருக்கீங்க மியூட் போடுங்க யாராச்சும்
இல்ல அது நான் சுசி
லாகின்
சுசி லாக் அவுட் பண்றா. லாக் அவுட் பண்ணு.
சரி நீ பாத்துறியா நான் அதை
அவன் மியூட்ல தான் இருக்காரு.
அவர் ஆன் பண்ண சொல்லு.
He's like is
ஸ்லைட் நீ பாத்துறியா
இல்ல நோ அதான் மியூட் பட்டன். மியூட் இத பாருங்க.
He's like mute button is grayed out.
யார் மியூட்ல இருக்காரு
மியூட்ல இருக்காரு.
Yeah. Tell him he's on mute.
பேசு நீ பேசு.
இல்ல he told that his mute button is grayed out something.
Unmute ஆகுதா இதோ இங்க அத கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க ஆகல
He only has to
அவரோட சிஸ்டம்ல ப்ராப்ளம்
என்னாச்சு
இல்ல அவர் மியூட்ல தான் இருக்காரு. ஆடியோ வர மாட்டேங்குது வந்து.
அவர் மியூட்ல இருக்காரா
அத பாருங்க.
Yes, there is an issue
on my system.
அப்படியே
our system.
He's only message chat Bro, is it possible to get connected from your phone?
Or any other device?
சொல்லு தம்பி.
Cool, okay.
Oh, he made a share screen, no? His presentation is share screen.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, we have his presentation. Yeah, we have his presentation. Someone wants to join. Admit கொடுங்க.
யார் இவரு யாரு
அவரே தான்.
பேச சொல்லுங்க.
Can you talk now? அது வருது.
ஓபன் பண்ணு.
Bro, talk.
Yeah, am I audible right now?
Yes.
Now you're audible.
Thank you so much. Just a sec. I'm hearing you on my phone right now. I just tried to click. Oh no, man, that's not gonna happen. Okay, I think I can make do with this. Is my voice clear though?
Now, yes, it's clear now. It's clear now.
Okay, I'll just try to present my screen as well. So sorry about the delay. This was a
No issues. That's okay.
Yeah, I did not expect this to happen. Okay, is my screen visible now?
Okay, bro. So,
Ganga?
session's not yet started.
Nah, no problem.
Okay, everyone's having their lunch right now. It will take another 10 to 15 minutes.
No problem. Thank God.
So, yes, we can just wait.
Okay, I'll see if I can get my computer to work by then.
Yeah, done, bro. Done.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
He's sharing his screen already.
No, just on the LED.
LED switch பண்ணனும்.
LED switch பண்ணேனா? Bro, can you just work on your presentation? Can you just change your slides?
Next slide.
Oh, sure. One sec. Is it moving around?
Yeah, bro, it's working. Done.
Papa, okay. Thank you. Let me just.
Just stay online. Don't log out.
Yeah. This will work as a backup. That's not an issue.
Yeah, you can mute yourself, bro. Like once everyone's here, we'll update you.
Okay, sure. Thank you. No problem.
And வரோம்.
Yeah. சொல்லுங்க. கேக்குது.
Yeah. All that will be there.
We'll update you, bro. We'll send you a message once it starts. Okay, just stay online.
Sure.
Sir, your computer audio okay, sir. Your phone disconnect, sir.
I am audible. I can't hear you. I can't hear you though. I can't hear you. Yeah. Done. I've logged out of my phone. I still can't hear you.
Vijay? Welcome back, everyone. We have Vijay Aditya who will be joining us on Google Meet. So we'll have him present his presentation online right now. Yeah. Over to the call.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you speak something? Hello.
Yeah, audible? We're audible? Yes, okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I will listen to this again. Is it visible? Is my screen visible?
Yes, go ahead.
Yep. Okay. I mean, if we have another minute, let me know, or else I'm ready to present. If you require another minute, I can wait. Not sure. Hello.
Vijay, please go ahead, Vijay. You can
Oh,
start.
okay. My.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. My screen. Okay. Sorry. Hi there. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Vijay, and I wish I was there in Chennai right now, but can't due to circumstances. Anyway, so here's my topic: the vertical city in archaeology. This is meant to be more of a real estate model for urbanism and architecture than a typical detail-oriented architecture project. So, what is an archaeology? It was. One second, I can hear myself. Sorry. Can thing be muted? Yeah. So, what is an archaeology? It was originally coined by Paolo Solieri in like the 70s and 80s, and he was talking about how we have very limited land space, and like a lot of human settlements are gravitated towards water bodies like rivers and lakes and seashores, and there's only so much land that we can use. So he was talking about how the ideal solution for this would be, the ideal solution for this would be a sort of massive self-contained habitat. And the idea is to reduce urban sprawl. And he saw these issues coming a long time. It wasn't very well received, but yeah. Anyway, so the question is, do we really need an archaeology? So I believe that we do. If not today, within the next 10, 20 years. At this point, I am echoing the words of a Hafiz contractor who came to my college a few years ago. He was talking about how he envisions a future where we will have to sort of cram in schools and residences and offices and commercial spaces all within a single massive vertical structure. And he believed that the current model of urban expansion and real estate is unsustainable. So why is that the case? On one end, you have increased infrastructure costs, and as cities sort of expand in different rings, we have transportation and congestion, and there's also a lot of emissions coming out due to that. And there's a housing crisis. So a lot of these plots are taken up by single family or multi-family housing. This sort of is a segue into gentrification, and walkability sort of takes the backseat in this kind of an economic model. And there's the issue of social segregation, inequality, equity, and like Paolo Solieri had foreseen, a loss of agricultural land and green space. But the question now is, isn't this real estate model how we get paid? I believe that in a newer model of urbanism, we should sort of take the best of what's there today and see to it that we can retain these qualities. So, for example, you have a value that's generated due to architecture. Good architecture always has a high premium on that, And the current model allows for real estate to be flexible to market trends and sort of retain community identity. And yeah, so I believe that in a newer model, we should still retain these traits so that we have sort of holistic economic development. So in summary, I believe that in the future we should have vertical expansion, high density, smaller footprints, mixed use, mixed income, with great scope for architecture and for architects to make money in the process, because architecture isn't going to pay my rent. Anyway, so the first question that I was asked is there anything that does this on a much smaller and realistic scale? I was fascinated by this project in Pune by NVRDV, the Future Does. There were some challenges to structure and services, but one thing that really caught my eye was they had very nicely managed to squeeze in a lot of different income groups. You know, they had squeezed in a few duplex apartments, a few 1 BHK, 2 BHK, 3 BHK, 4 BHK apartments. And all of these voids are mixed use voids. So you have it like, some of these were cafeterias, some of these were gymnasiums, some were dance studios, and all of these voids were used for different things throughout the day. And then this sort of connectivity always brings in the question of the ground plane. Another precedent example is that of the in-place apartments in Singapore. One thing I found really cool about this one is that the 120-degree angle really worked to bring in the sky view factor, to prevent the canyon effect. Occasional wind tunnels were created, but then that was mitigated by block orientation. And again, back to what Paulo Solieri was talking about, when each of these blocks had terraced green spaces, the net green area is way more than what was originally there on site. And but of course, the caveat here was that it was the highest level of gentrification you could possibly imagine. Property value was shot up. And then we have our good old Habitat 67 by Moshe Safri. Our takeaway here is how we are experimenting with prefabricated materials and bringing in horizontal circulation layers across vertical cores. But of course, the material choice is horrible for the climatic conditions. Coming to our site, I have chosen a site at the outskirts of Kanchipuram, which in itself is which in itself is a satellite city to Chennai. The idea is that for the prototype to work, I will have in a few certain typologies, but I should not be cutting off the settlement from the rest of the city. And if it does work, we can follow the same real estate model to accommodate larger functions, more critical functions, so that you can develop a sort of network of these settlements and actually do justice to the term, the vertical city. So, of course, this has to be done by incentivizing developers. So how do we incentivize developers? I decided to fight money with money because real estate dictates a lot of architecture, which goes on to change human lives. So what I'm looking at is how developers can be incentivized based on the amount of sustainable principles and ideas that they bring to the table. The proportion of, so every block is going to be mixed use. So the proportion of residential to office to affordable housing. So with all of these, developers can be rewarded, like, typical to a CSR initiative, but like inside out. They are rewarded with, say, usage rights to the ground plane or like a different block altogether. Anything's possible. It's going to be like a huge rubric of sorts. So my slab. So I was talking about, how developers get a slab. So what is a slab? Each of these blocks that you see are a slab. And on this slab, developers can bring in whatever typology they want. For this prototype, I'm looking at residential units, nano units for transient white-collar workers, commercial spaces and office spaces. And in these, if you look at the render, I've squeezed in a few buffer blocks to sort of break the height variation. You can have standard real estate at market rates, single-family lots will be put at exorbitant prices. But again, the advantage here is that, unlike a lot of millionaires today, you're not pushed out of the city. You are smack bang in the center. And of course, the authority holding jurisdiction takes over a lot of the common amenities, cores, shared facilities, prefectures. Moving on to the planning guidelines. So each of my modules will be like a 1x1 block. I'll start with that. Each of these will have a slab dimension of 180 feet cross 168 feet. And with my limited architectural knowledge, I have taken a planning grid of 6x6 feet. And the structural lattice will be primarily made of an RCC or a steel composite. And each of these cores, so what's happening here is that the slab can have a sort of cutout, a hexagonal cutout of the side of the hexagon is 44 feet. And there are 3 elevator sets. Each one is going to be an express elevator to one level. So this sort of puts a cap. You cannot be stacking more than 3 blocks on one single vertical core. And the vertical core in itself will have a macro level service shaft that will take care of all the centralized services, a zonal auxiliary shafts for the macro level shaft, and small interflow ducts to sort of take the plumbing network between different typologies. And density wise, I'm looking at around 9 to 12 units, residential units in every block, because the size would dictate what kind of users are getting in there and the budget and the real estate part of it basically. And when you look at blocks, each module, so 3 modules can give you a 3x1 slab. That's like one slab. So each module can give you a 3x1 block. So I've gone for a very modular design over here. And each of these floors are different typologies. And as the structure is going to be following a rigid frame, similar to that of the future towers by MBRDV, it can adapt to the site configuration. Any contours, any site level challenges, this is very doable. And by keeping this in mind, it allows for architectural endeavors by bigger developers like DLF or LFP. They can still design whatever they want, as long as it follows the same framework. And now we're addressing the question of the ground plane. Because, as you all know, as you go higher, people lose connectivity to the ground plane. So where does the whole urbanism argument go? I intend to bring in certain interstitial layers. And if you look at all of the green spaces are sort of second lobbies in a sense. So if you take the blocks at the ground level, they'll have commercial spaces at the lower levels which sort of spill out into the urban plane. But at the green level, what's highlighted in green, these are still urban planes that will retain the same urban activities that are happening nowadays, that are happening in India. Right below that, in the blue colored zones, you have one flow for services. These will have all the structural reinforcements for the live loads of the PRT vehicles. And remember the PRT system, it already exists in like the Heathrow airport and a lot of other small scale closed circuits. The PRT system it's a very novel idea. It revolves around small automated pods that, again, they go within a closed loop. And if you look at blocks on a higher level, not the ground level, the first 2 floors will be going off to
Vijay, can you hear me?
Facilities that are dedicated
Vijay?
to servicing these PRT systems. They can have service stations, charging ports. It is essentially going to be something like a modern day subway system.
Vijay,
So
can you hear me?
As you can see, I've peeled away one of the blocks to need an understanding. And here's the idea of mixed use verticality. So when you have this in the picture here, it prevents one block or a certain area from being turned off or switched off or during the off hours at night. So this sort of sets up the framework for a 24-hour city. A heterogeneous typology, a lot of heterogeneous typology being crammed into a single block, so can be activated at different times of the day. As you
Yeah, so any questions for him? No, we will send it to him in case if there's anything, otherwise we will move on to we want to be just to everybody. We gave 15 minutes to all, 10 minutes in fact. Okay, the next presenter on stage is Neha, The Way of Water.
Okay. Hello everyone. So the title of my project is The Way of Water. It is actually inspired from the recent Avatar movie sequel. The lines from that movie read, "The way of water has no beginning, no end. The sea is around you and in you." These lines inspire us to accept water as our past, present, and our future. With changing environment, we humans have evolved. Our survival instincts have helped us adapt and shape our lives according to it. Now more than ever, our adaptive nature is needed. With rising sea level and constant internal inundations, the low-lying areas and wetlands are placed in the front line of change. Livelihood of many communities are dependent on these wetlands. Viewing flood as a perpetual event may alter our perspective, urging us to move beyond temporary solutions. We have all read articles like 15 cities that would be underwater by 2030, highlighting the upcoming challenges. These pieces shed light on the urgency of current situation. Just in the year 2023, these are some of the articles about flooding in India. Some explaining the importance of wetlands, some reporting flooding related information, while some expressing hope for a better future. This project takes a side dealing with some of these issues and is based in India. As the second largest brackish water lagoon in India, Pulakit Lake resides on the borders of Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh, which is surrounded by 52 villages. From tsunamis to rain-induced floods, Pulakit Lake and its community has weathered it all. Despite the adversities, the population keeps on increasing as it is drawn to the rich biodiversity this lake has to offer. The lake features two bar mouth openings, one which is present on the side of Andhra Pradesh and the other in Tamil Nadu, which is where my site is situated. So why is this bar mouth opening important? For a thriving ecosystem of a lagoon, it is necessary that the salinity level, which is higher than fresh water and lower than seawater, is maintained. This is maintained when there is a constant exchange of water. The State Department of Fisheries had also proposed construction of two training walls, which you can see in the map. But it's right now on hold as environmentalists believe that it will be not good for the ecology. So, Pulakit Lake's name is derived from the village present in Tamil Nadu, Pulikat, which was formerly known as Palavar Kadu, which means plants with many roots. It was one of the significant cotton port during the Dutch era, and it was the largest exporter of cotton and byproducts. But since post-independence, the indigenous seas were lost, and hence its glory faded. Other than that, Pulakit also exports exquisite items made out of palmary leaf, and additionally, it has a thriving seafood export center. However, Pulakit Lake faces various challenges. The silting of Barmouth reduces water exchange between the lake and sea, affecting the salinity level and thus impacting the biodiversity. Erosion of sandbar dividing the lake and sea poses a threat of multiple opening, potentially increasing the salinity level and further affecting the biodiversity. Over the years, silting and erosion has led to drastic reduction in the depth of lake. So in the year 1606, it was 3.8 meters deep. Now it's just 1 meter deep. So environmental degradation extends to pollution caused by improper waste disposal, fertilizers left due to farm runoff. The rising population also leads to overfishing, limited job opportunities, and haphazard construction that neglects the traditional knowledge this village possesses. To address the current challenge, villagers undertake a very cumbersome journey from the village to the opening to clear the silt out. Recognizing these factors, the concept revolves around developing a floating community that serves as a gatekeeper for the lake. The goal is to create a design that is easily executable by the local community, utilizing the existing knowledge. Construction occurs within the village and then is seamlessly transferred to the site through water. The structure is designed to be quick to assemble and disassemble, lightweight, crafted from locally sourced material, modular, and most importantly, community-driven. Given the site's challenging nature, with continuous water exchange, effective wave management is necessary. The design should also prioritize adaptability, acknowledging that that building on water is relatively new and adjustments may be necessary. The approach involves detaching the problematic components, bringing them back to the town for necessary modification, and then reintegrating them on the site. The design is organized in two clusters interconnected with a central walkway leading to the community center, which serves as an initial point of entry for the settlement visitors. The central axis functions as a commercial hub featuring shops and restaurants. On the left side of the walkway, a deck serves as a bird watching tower, capitalizing on the proximity of bird sanctuary present nearby. On the right side, the deck is dedicated for seaweed farming. Adjacent to the sea, floating mangrove platforms are strategically positioned to mitigate incoming waves and enhancing the settlement's resilience. Each cluster comprises of residential units, homestays, restaurants, daily necessity shops, boat repair facilities, vocational training centers, doctors' clinics, washrooms, research centers, libraries, and more. Positioned centrally is the community center. A comprehensive strategy for systems such as black and gray water treatment, water management, electricity, structural design is necessary. So in case of black and gray water treatment, the evapotranspiration method is used. In this method, there's an impermeable tank filled with diverse substrate. So at the lower level, anaerobic digestion takes place, and as the tank is flooded, the water rises up through different layers of substrate, and when it reaches the top, the anaerobic capillary forces, wind and heat, as well as plants that soak in a lot of water are present, and that's how the water is managed, and excess water then moves on to the sea, which is already filtered. Each unit has its own farm unit, which is where this mechanism is placed. Construction employs locally sourced bamboo for both upper and floating surface, and a double-layered partition for palmyra leaf mesh for ventilation. The design of floating deck draws inspiration from the Vietnam's thang chai or basketball, while each unit's roof is strategically placed towards southwest, where solar panels can be accommodated. Effective water management is crucial. Each unit features water collecting object equipped with racial mesh, which not only will collect the rainwater but will also condense moisture from the air. The water is collected in the storage tank below. As the water increases in the storage tank, it will then move on to the central tank, which is placed in a cluster around which vertical farming unit is present. Excess water from the central tank will then move on to the sea. Main concern of anchorage. Two decks are present on either side of the cluster, which play a very important role. These decks possess amphibious nature, so floating while incorporating piers that extend into the ground. This design ensures that the structure moves up and down with the water but remains firmly anchored. Importantly, the placement of piers prevent pivoting from its position and provides stability. Every residential unit incorporates its own private and common farming area. To prevent water entry, the settlement entrance features a lower level boat docking area and planter beds on the deck, which act as a soaking bed. The community center thoughtfully designed with amphitheaters and a central deck which serve as a versatile space. On policy level, the community will receive incentives to keep the barmouth intact, incentives for the researchers and scientists to work with community, forging a new path forward. In an ever-changing narrative of our planet, water emerges as an essence of our near future. We embark on this journey, embracing innovative solutions and fostering a profound connection with aquatic ecosystem. We pave this way for a sustainable and resilient future. A future where living in harmony with water is not just a choice, but a necessity. Thank you.
Thank you, Neha. I don't think there are any questions now.
Okay, thank you.
Just one. Okay. How does this work during a cyclone?
So that's why the structure is temporary in nature, so that if there's some where there's some we foresee that some issue is going to come, the community can completely move back inside the lake. So, sorry?
What happens to the structure? Community will move. What happens to the structure? The community move actually?
So the structure is modular in nature, so it will move all. We can dismantle it and completely move it inside the community.
Okay, I mean, because you have shown certain level of density, so where will the community move now? That's question number one. Question number two is, what happens to the structure itself? Will it get damaged? If it gets damaged, what happens?
So, like I mentioned before, this design is not supposed to be like, this is the design and there's nothing wrong with the design. So the idea is basically they'll keep on exploring and understand that this is not working, then we can rework on in some other way. So the idea is just to start from somewhere and then keep on evolving. Thank you.
Thank you, Neha. Up next, we have Neil Shah, who will be presenting Suturing Spaces for New Fragmented Publics.
Okay, am I audible? Yeah. So, hello, my name is Neil and I'll be talking about the idea of public and its production and impact on the society. The earlier idea of public often consists of pre-democratic structures. It was majorly focused on constructing iconic structures, building the identity of the society. Later on, we see that the idea of public as mass comes up, where mass deals with democratic planning, an entity through which a voice is generated. It relates to spaces whose function is to host large gatherings, a sense of togetherness, a space to revolt and celebrate. After the introduction of new media, the idea of gathering of people to discuss or generate voice shifted. The idea of mass started breaking down into smaller fragments. The government started giving away public spaces to private organizations to manage and organize them. This led to more privatization and fragmentation of public. This thesis focuses on studying these fragments and looking at various urban conditions happening around, like new solidarities, hardening of the edges, cellularizations, temporary phenomenologies, internet and social media-based communities, and legitimization and sanitization. The idea of contemporary public scene is majorly based on creating smaller bubbles of public spaces which starts becoming exclusive. They work on the narrative of cellular and create segregation and discrimination. Thus, the scope of my thesis is to design a highly congested public space with multiple fragmented publics in order to restitch them or suture them without erasing their existing complexities and contradictions. I'll be focusing on Charkop as my site, which is located in northern suburbs of Mumbai. Charkop is a housing project which was introduced by MADA in 2000s, where the houses are approximately 250 square feet for each owner. It is a low-cost housing with society-based plots having a courtyard in center. It is a densely populated locality with very few open spaces. It becomes an interesting site to work with the idea of fragments and contemporary public spaces. I'll be focusing on Sector 3, which has an existing Maidan, that is a ground, as my site. The Maidan is shared between Sector 3, 4, and 5. So I started off by looking at what is the existing idea of contemporary public in context of Charkop. People in Charkop spend most of the time outside the house, on the edge of the street, on the bench, or a newly made garden which is open for a very short period of time during the day. The garden and the ground are the only two open spaces shared by these sectors, thus these spaces are densely populated when made accessible. Another idea of public scene in this context is the idea of hosting parties, weddings, camps, etc. on roads at night. The spatiality completely changes during day and night. Similarly, more photos showing the body language and density of people in these spaces. One of the major focus for this project would be to provide different scales of public spaces with new experiences while giving opportunity for people to domesticize these spaces.
Am I audible?
The earlier houses were a single-storied low structure with a central courtyard. The volume of spaces offered good light and ventilation in the house. And now we see that the build forms are extended, expanded in a non-linear, incremental manner without any regard of light and ventilation. So how do you as an architect enter in this context where 98% of spaces in Charkop are not built by architects? How do you deal with the existing idea of construction, which is an incremental method solely based on quick construction techniques? Houses are not built in a linear manner. It could be extended when family expands or whenever they gather funds. Intent is to suture the different fragmented public spaces while learning the existing materials and technologies, taking them a step further by training these contractors in Charkop, using different cheap and quick spanning techniques like Rotak domes or shallow domes, and how these would impact the surrounding. The site is owned by MADA with a common wall shared by a recently built garden, and it also acts as a shortcut road for traveling between sectors. Field notes showing parking as one of the major issues happening on site, with the space being unsafe for women and home for many illegal activities. Many other conditions like small shops coming up at the edge of or collection of garbage throughout the site. There is an existing Buddha hall with a small library and offices as well as a stage which is used for many activities like political events, festivals, wedding, etc. Bhandas and melas happen on regular basis on this ground. It is also accompanied by mandir at one end and broken walls throughout the edge. This diagram tries to locate these existing conditions and thinks of possible programs of their location on the site. Hall, library, mandir are few of the existing site programs which are redeveloped, while adding co-working spaces, cafes, amphitheaters, gallery, etc. as new programs with multiple intimate and huge scale open spaces. This is the initial diagram showing the idea of an edge, working on the idea of porosity. Movement diagram showing the various routes used by people before and possible new directions and movements on the site. The ground floor plan showing the different spaces with the strategy of using an edge by thickening it, shrinking it, expanding it, making it porous. The whole design acts as like a spine, connected throughout with a pathway, creating various experiences for a user while suturing these programs. Another strategy which we see is that majority of the build programs are on the right side at the edge of the garden. Programmatically, more open spaces are provided on the left side, which are sunken down visually, connecting the houses to the ground. This space partially starts acting like a gutter. The section cutting through the gallery and amphitheater shows the gradual movement to reach the program, which are partially underground and provides a completely different experience to the user. The section shows the strategy of lifting all the formal spaces above and making the ground free for public to access. The overall axo showing the design as a spine running along the edge, which is extremely porous in nature. To tackle the idea of incrementality, deconstruction is one of the design strategies used. The process of deconstruction helps in providing various opportunities of domesticizing the spaces. For example, there are many incomplete walls or vaults made at the edge of the site where a vendor can just hang a piece of cloth and use it as a shade or to sit, etc. The existing hall is upgraded, and the strategy used here is to lift the whole hall on the first floor, making the lower space completely public with possible extensions for a hall. The cafe is similarly thought with respect to expansion in future. It is partly on first and ground floor with temporary steel balconies, toilets, corridors as common programs. Co-working spaces has a common balconies at the first floor and with similarly shared programs. The whole space is used on the ground floor with a pathway cutting straight through the form, connecting all these spaces, that is hall, cafe, co-working space, and the central space, creating different experiences and possibilities for interaction. The whole amphitheater is taken down to visually connect the street and the ground. The idea of an amphitheater is broken down where there is no need for a formal stage. There are many small niches and angles formed which provide a different intimate form of public while retaining the idea of common gathering space. The pavilions with courtyard has a single formal office with the rest of the space used as an exhibition space whenever needed with series of steps and intimate seating spaces. Another strategy used to suture these spaces is by providing multiple common programs like services, courtyards, balconies, sitting spaces, etc., slowly shifting the existing idea of fragments. There are different stages of temporary in context of Charkop. Right now, having weddings, melas, bhandas, or extensions in structures, we can see half-a-day programs coming up like birthday parties, which we saw in the previous photos, or weddings. You can see I-camps, vachanalays, shibis happening for 4 or 5 days. So how this is like just a drawing of to show how I imagine the space to be. Two melas, which can happen for months long. So this, yeah. Also thinking of yearly programs which are extended when funds come in or when needed. For example, a very small part of the library is constructed with plinth and some incomplete walls, which sets the boundary for extension in future while also providing opportunities for space to evolve itself. So it can become a complete brick structure extending the bookshelves or indoor spaces to study, or it can remain like this and act as a shading device or simply an open space to read, thus providing opportunities for people to expand and evolve spaces over the period of time in their own way, while trying to suture these new public spaces coming up, which are more inclusive in nature. One of the major questions which I've been trying to experiment in this whole thesis is that the idea of public, where is it going? How do we as an architects deal with them? And how conscious are we about this and this idea of public? Thank you.
Hi, Neil. This is, yeah, the design's come a long way since we first seen it. But I have one basic issue which I felt I've not understood or...
Can you speak a little louder? I'm not...
Okay. Now, since you're having a lot of events happening in this space, what happens to the parking? Because initially in the open ground, there are a lot of parking which was there. People were using it. So how have you addressed that?
So one of the, and it's a good point which you raised. So existing parking which is happening there, it's actually not of sector 3, 4 and 5. It's basically dead car parks, the cars which are stolen, which is inquiry. So you see all dead cars there. So the problem is the cars are not even for the sector. So what I did was, right now the parking happens on street, but what I did was I just took it to the underground, the basement level, and I gave the parking there, clearing the whole space out visually so that the idea of Maidan, people can perceive it in their own sense. So I just took the whole the parking in the basement.
From my point of view, every time you have an event, you will need X amount of parking more than the regular.
Yeah.
So is the basement designed for all that?
Yeah, I've designed a basement for around 300 cars. But the problem is that there's no, it's very difficult to get a data of how much car park would happen if it's basically an experiment like I said, sector 3, 4 and 5. This is the only sector which has one ground. Every other sector has one ground. So it's very difficult to predict how much cars would park there. Existing, there were only 50 cars, which were dead. And on the streets, when you see fewest cars. But right now, what is happening is people are buying two-wheelers more than four-wheelers there because of the problem of parking. So I think this project, if you get the possibility of parking, maybe the things can change.
Maybe if you have the occupancies evaluated, and make provisions for that particular space to have that much of parking at an average scale, if not for the maximized scale, I think it would build up your design to more viable intent. Yeah.
But like I said, it's very difficult to get a data in this space where, I mean, even it's very difficult to get the data in this space.
You
I think
have your projection of spaces, right? So according to that, you can do you can always do a back calculation of the occupancy. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Neil, how do I start? Okay, so I mean, there are many interesting aspects of a presentation, but I have two questions. One is the premise, and
can you be a little louder?
Sorry. One is the premise of it, which is a question as well. Why do you think it needs suturing? Like, what are you trying to suture here? Is it the social condition? Is it the architecture? So that's question number one. Question number two is, almost all the sort of interventions that you showed are sort of giving formal presence to informality.
Excuse me, pardon me.
Formal presence to informality through architecture, right?
I didn't get that.
Okay, so basically all the events, temporary events that you're talking about, all these different spaces, all that,
Yeah.
you're trying to kind of, make that more harder by defining it with certain, architectural, spatial quality. Yes?
I got it.
Yeah, so are you hijacking informality, which is actually the agency of the public? So question number one is what needs suturing? And is it through spaces? And question number two is, are you hijacking informality, which is the agency of the public?
Yeah. Okay. So for the first question, I think, of course, 10 minutes is very low because I have so much data on the idea of suturing, which you're saying. I have done a similar data. If I can show you the map of Charkop. No. Basically, the spaces close by, my research had 30 sites in that Charkop or also the neighboring areas. Basically, I'm trying to prove that the idea of mass, which like we see the idea of public from subject, like Raja ki Praja, then you see mass, Azad Maidan. Right now, it's coming up like there are gardens, for example, MCGM gardens. The corners of it are given away to this private gymkhanas. You have them, making their own gyms. They're taking up the spaces. The government is giving away those spaces. Government is not actively involving in these spaces. And you see all these clubs, cafes. You see Swiggy and Zomato is one of the major thing, which I mean, the speciality now you only have in Charkop, you have these only kitchens and a front yard. So there's no dining. The idea of, food stall changes. So I mean, these are kind of fragmentations, like also clubs, like I said, are coming up. So I mean, that is one of the major questions when it comes. So that's why I took the existing fragments, that is a hall, which is extremely excluded to, it has a separate entrance to the ground, but it's excluded from the ground. I mean, you can see it coming from a different area. Similarly, the library is also connected to the Buddha hall and same the office. So it becomes like its own entity, same with the mandir. There's no entrance towards the ground. It's a part of the ground, but it's acting differently. So I mean, the major problem which I faced was trying to bring them in. You bring them in, you take all these new programs like co-working spaces, amphitheaters which are happening, and you bring them in and you try to suture them by maybe providing common programs together. You have these extension of steel balconies coming out. You have this common corridors coming in, like a pathways coming in. So creating those courtyards, if you see it. So that's, I think, the first the question. And the second question, I can't move this. Can I? I can't use this. Sorry. Second question, I think, if you actually see in my plan, it's actually only the 3 blocks at the right, which is hardened, which you're saying the idea of hardened. And the second thing, I would always say that even when you see the existing public, it needs some, it's not hard foot, which you're saying. It's a part of it which is trying to occupy it, but it's still open to the ground. So I would, I would like to say that it's the idea of hardened architecture, which you say. I don't think that's something which is coming up. It's still porous.
So I suggest the students keep their answers as crisp as possible. We're running short on time. Sir, ma'am, we have Vijay back. You wanted to ask him a few questions. Vijay, connect.
Hi there. Super sorry about the technical glitches, but
Yeah,
I am
Vijay,
back.
audible?
Questions.
Are we
Yes.
audible? Can you hear?
Yeah, audible. I can
Yeah.
hear you. I can hear you. Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. So, I'll just go through. Yeah, so I assume there's some questions. I'll answer the questions and hope the presentation is complete with the questions.
Hi Vijay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So good attempt on the mixed development, if I'm right. Right?
Yeah, it's a mixed use.
Yeah,
Yes,
but why do you want to pack in so much of occupancy on such a site? Builders, as it is, get encouraged to do a lot more on a given piece of land, that you're giving them incentives to pack in the population. I understand. What if they take it to another level? Have you thought about that?
Yeah, yes, ma'am, I have. So about that, I understand it's a very valid concern, honestly. That was actually the starting point for my design. That is exactly why I came up with the idea of bringing in the urban plane at multiple levels. So when you look at the urban model itself, it sort of has a few limitations on itself. Like for example, the core has only 3 elevator sets, so that limits the maximum height to just 3 blocks. And we have a lot of buffer zones over there as well. So the idea is that the whole model brings in a few limitations to cap off the developer's ability to cram in more people. And the fact that the developers are allowed to sort of play with the ratio of how much residences they're having, how many commercial units they're having, to make it profitable, they are going to have to de-densify it to a certain extent as well. So does that answer your question? Thank you.
I think that's about it, Vijay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Liron next with social plugin.
Hi. I hope people are not sleepy back there. Okay. Hi. My thesis is titled The Social Plugin, which looks at the possibility of creating positive well-being within everyday experience. Today, modern city development and urban lifestyle provokes a state of psychological discomfort building on to urban stress and anxiety, especially within the metro cities, which needs to be mitigated. Mumbai is one of the busiest cities in India, where about 60 to 70 lakhs of people travel by train every day. Since it is a linear city, railway stations are well connected to each other with the help of railway stations, because of which the station acts as a city center and has attracted a huge number of settlement in the precinct area. But due to unplanned and unorganized development and lack of funds, the station surrounding has been converted into a chaotic zone. As an individual who have to travel through this station, I have to go through busy streets, busy markets, crowded station, and then towards the office. To avoid this chaos, I think of using the skywalks, but I don't feel safe there, as it is always empty and dark. Mumbai, also referred as the heartbeat of India, now has a clog in its vein and requires a conservative surgery. All required is a way to just skip through these chaotic zones, which can be done with the simple help of a connection. Well, to begin with, let's start by understanding the problems near the station, which are the unplanned development, insufficient funds, no proper maintenance, and illegal unplanned hawkers. Well, these problems can be solved by applying policies and using placemaking and ephemeral urbanism. Well, to begin with, let's start by, we need to understand that Mumbai is not only filled with large population, but also filled with large number of culture, as Mumbai goes through a lot of cultural shift all year long, because of which it is important to plan with ephemeral urbanism. But what exactly is ephemeral urbanism? So, to understand that, we need to understand that our cities are in constant flux. And as human beings, we deal with the idea of flux by trying to aspire towards permanence. But instead, we need to focus more on kinetic structure, which can change and adapt to the shifting culture and social conducts of its time and place. So, to begin with, let's understand the site. Due to unorganized ways of access, there is a clash between vehicular and the pedestrian movement, due to which the access points are converted into chaotic zones, which needs to be segregated to reduce the clash between both of them. Okay, which can be simply done by using osmosis as a concept. So in osmosis, as water molecules travel from one place to another because of a semi-permeable membrane, by simply replacing this membrane into architecture, we are now able to transform people from one place to another. Having movement as a concept, having point A and point B as two attraction points, point B being the secondary means of transport, as in rickshaw stands or bus stands. It all starts by identifying different urban voids near the station. These urban voids are in the form of chaotic zones, such as markets, hawker streets, etc. These voids, with the help of the plugin, can help us filter the vehicular and the pedestrian movement. The social plugin can be easily attached to the urban voids by using passive and active climatic mitigation and designing spaces that can expand and adjust to public space. The project consists of 2 modules that cater to the cultural, social, and commercial aspect of the city. Acting as a pilot module, this design can be replaced to transform various urban voids across Mumbai, creating a sustainable and revenue generation solution. This module can be used as a pilot module for any other urban voids in all over Mumbai. Together, this model gives us the social plugin, which not only helps to solve the connection problem, but also generates revenue on its own, which helps in maintaining the overall structure by itself. The plugin now changes the overall understanding and working of the railway station. The dark and dilapidated infrastructure is now converted to a bright and happening place to be. The plugin changes the overall view and working of the railway station, which can change and adapt as per the requirements of the city. By further dividing it into portable modules, these modules can change and adapt as per the shift in events. The same modules can be used for retail as well as public events. The constant shift can be seen through this exploded isometric view. The plugin not only provides access to markets, but also provides visual connectivity, which not only gives a sense of safety, but also allows us to view the events happening near the station. The structure not only adapts in the sense of planning, but also adapts as per the climatic shift in the city. The passages are covered with kinetic roofing, which can easily adapt to the change in seasons. By painting the plugin with bright colors, the plugin brings in a sense of happiness in people's life. The central passage now not only provides access to retail, but also provide access to art installation and public pause points, which are suitable for organizing urban art events, where even Nippon Paint can organize their art events and even paint the whole station green with their own colors. So this passage then connects to the skywalks. So the same skywalk that were not used by people and were always in dark and are now in constant use because of another connection, the shop plugin. Connecting the existing skywalk, the social plugin transformed them into bustling pathways. With the addition of shop plugin, this attachment incorporates retail stores without disrupting the overall movement of people. It is not only a pilot module for skywalks, but also can be used as an attachment for public market buildings or any other commercial building without disturbing the overall movement of the people. The fluidity of plan lacks strict order, reflecting the organic nature of design. The life flow plan adjusts dynamically to the movement and needs to be need of the community of different times. The life flow plan keeps on changing as per the movement during different periods of time. The social plugin offers a transformative solution to Mumbai's chaotic railway station by providing a simple yet effective connection. This involves approach not only resolves the connection problem, but also contributes to the overall well-being of the community, just with the help of a simple connection, the social plugin. Thank you.
Liron, right?
Yeah.
Thank you for that presentation, Liron. My assumption that, or my understanding from what you have just designed is the plugin system, or rather the elements of plugin that you incorporated from the actual transportation hub to the city in that segment.
Yeah.
You're trying to make that more experiential? Is that the whole objective?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Apart from the social aspects of, or the visual aspects of, to create that experience, what else is there that is important to achieve that goal?
The thing is that a session surrounding is always in a chaotic zone. So there are different elements from hawkers to retail stores and different kind of things. So I've tried to accumulate all this into one project in a properly planned manner. So, and I've tried to add in art installations and art walls so that even while moving through the station, you get a sense of happiness, or it just makes your day good. Because whenever you think of a railway station, in Mumbai particularly, you think about crowded and chaotic stations. So it's basically changing the overall view of the station.
I would have really, while all these aspects are very important in creating that experience, I only wish that you had looked at an existing station with its conditions that prevail, and see how all this could have been incorporated into that.
Yeah, actually,
then it would have been something that could be incorporated not into Mumbai alone, but all over the country as a pilot.
Yeah, so actually, this is actually a plugin. So there are two modules, the small modules, which you can see, the one and the two over here. So there are the small modules, and this are placed in the urban voids near the station. So basically, there are marketplaces, informal marketplaces near a station. So we can't actually, in Mumbai, if you see, the traffic, the way movement of railways are so much that you can't like keep the station on hold for a day, even just for a small construction change or something like that. So this is a plug-in to the railway station. So if you see over there, that is the skywalk connecting the railway station. The railway station is there on the other side of the station. And this is an attachment to the railway station, which can be incorporated in any other station. Okay. Is it? Thank you.
Next we have The Red Box, Prejudice and Architecture, the case of Kamatipura by Amita Saroya.
Thank you for the introduction. Perception. We all have different impressions of things, people, and places as we breathe. We often do not realize that our perceptions highly influence the way we take actions or make decisions or even behave. These perceptions, when looked at from a societal point of view, turn into prejudices when against a community bases their race, gender, religion, or occupation, and further lead to social exclusion and eventually leading to spatial exclusion, which is my study area here. As an architect, I do not believe I'm qualified to decide which societal norms are right or wrong, but I do firmly believe that everyone should be given equal opportunity in terms of space, no matter where they come from, who they are, and what their occupation is. After studying numerous of communities who are vulnerable due to the prejudice that was against them, it led me to Kamatipura, located in the South Bombay. It was at one point Asia's largest red light district. Today, things have changed and its identity is way beyond what it was earlier. However, it is still known for the red light district that it was earlier infamous for. To give you an overview of the context, Kamatipura is a series of 16 lanes, out of which the ones that you see here in red are the ones which are actively the red light lanes, which are still existing today, in contrast to the gray ones here, which is the residential area. Further studying the movement pattern of the users in the locality, I found out that people still restrict their physical presence in these psychological districts that is created due to the prejudice that exists here. After studying the users and the concern and the entire context, I realized that it best made sense to give a proposal in terms of a series of intervention instead of one insert in the locality. After discussing with the users in the area, talking to NGOs around, the women of the red light area, and the children in the locality, I further shortlisted these few sites where I believe that an intervention would make the most difference. Now the question was how? To that comes my proposal, the red box. Now what is the red box? No guesses? The red box is a series of the red box is a series of intervention in form of social amenity spaces that are placed throughout the context as marked on the sites earlier. Now to break down the red box, the color red is a metaphor for the red light district that this area is infamous for. And the box is a shipping container which is usually discarded after its use. By using a material that is not someone's first preference when it comes to architecture and using it to build something that is of immense value for the society and thus breaking the prejudice against the material also. As the container came into picture, so began the series of permutation and combination as an exercise to understand the material better and how I can further deal with it. So as the problem was more at the urban level, I started with looking at the master plan intent. So the intent, as I mentioned earlier, these lanes that exist currently are parallel to each other, which helps in the segregation of the red light and residential area even more easier. So to counter that, my intervention creates perpendicular gullies that cuts through my site because people love shortcuts. Who doesn't? So they would not realize when they're crossing from the residential lane to the red light lane, and thus making the entire context more porous in nature. And when it came to massing, it began with looking at the sites as a mass to be able to scoop out volumes from and to be able to add to it. And the structural grid further was a standard 3x3 module, which was as per the standard size of the shipping container, wherein volumes to be subtracted and volumes to be added were further resolved after several iterations in terms of planning and volumes. And finally, the containers were fixed into the standard 3x3 structural grid. The first site that we see here is the social amenity space of women. As I said earlier, after discussing with the people and the NGOs, the program derived was a market space on the lower level and a small-scale textile industry on the upper level, which the women in the area who are looking for a different occupation are currently being deviated to by the NGO called Prerna that is working in the context. And when I started with the planning level, as you see, if you can see the lower plan, I began with cutting across gullies and then making small pockets as pause points along the same gullies and placing the mass along with it. The lower floor, as you see, has more porous semi-open spaces, which becomes vending zone and iterable spaces basically, and the closed ones are closed shops for the market space. On the upper floor, the planning has been done taking in account the size of a standard shipping container, but not being restricted to the same by combining more than one shipping container and resolving the junctions and further iterating the proportion of the space as per the program that is proposed. And an attempt to keep the spaces on the upper level and lower level connected with the use of visual connect by providing protruding terraces and varying volumes have been created. This is an axonometric depicting the structural integrity of the entire build. This is the second side, which is the social amenity space for children. So here, again, the program that was derived was for the kids in the area, whether or not they belong to the red light area or not. The programs were, again, decided upon discussion with the NGOs that are closely working in Kamatipura. So a series of educational and spaces of play were further incorporated in the program here. The planning is again, the concept remains same, wherein gully cut across is the street, and then masses are iterated as per the ergonomics of children here. Again, on the upper level, we have workshop and library spaces for the kids in the locality. And again, similarly, a play of volumes have been iterated. The third site is a public toilet that is in the context. Again, looking at the public toilet beyond its functional use and looking at it from a point of view where it is more of social importance in the society. Developing the existing recreational areas in the locality for the kids to move around. So this is one of the sites wherein there was an NGO practicing here. So this space is something that the kids can connect more to. So an AYDA being created for the kids after, again, multiple iterations based on their ergonomics. The last site, again, which is a node activating insert, wherein a newspaper stall and a chai tapri has been added to activate the joint where at the current moment garbage was being dumped, and this lies right at the intersection of the red light area and the residential area. So that is about it. The red box the insert that have been proposed may not be always relevant. However, if you do not look at it as the red box, they can in future become green boxes as social community spaces that would lead to healthy development of the society in general. With that, I would leave you with the thought that perceptions about people can be powerful, but they can be powerfully wrong. Thank you.
Amita?
Yes, sir.
What's the actual size of a container?
It is around 2.5 meters by 6 meters.
2.5 by?
6 meters.
No, what is the third dimension?
Sorry?
What's the third dimension?
Around 3 meters.
2.5 by 3 by 6?
6, correct.
Okay. While I like the thought that bringing a container into a place like this where densities are high, where work has to be done quickly, modular in nature. Did you look at structural integrity of stacking up 3 layers of containers?
Sorry, didn't get you.
Did you check about the structural integrity of stacking 3 levels of containers?
Yes, so when shipping containers are used for shipment purposes also, they are also stacked similarly, except for the fact that What I have added here is a structural grid in between, wherein the containers are inserted, and between the gap, that is the beam depth there, the services of the program would run.
Okay, that was not very evident in the sketch that I saw.
I think the exploded view, if we could go back to, would show that.
So you're creating a metal frame into which you're sliding these things into.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. So the ones in red that you see is the structural grid, and further on the containers are inserted.
Vertical support?
Sorry?
Vertical support?
Are also I-beams structurally, yeah. That is being cut in the model.
Amita, see, I mean, as these interventions, these red box interventions, you know, they're sensibly done, and you know, they're sensibly done, and they have different purposes. How does this solve your intent? Like, you know, by creating these and littering them around, you know, in the neighborhood, you are kind of anchoring them in, let's say, specific, you know, pathways, and you know, across the city, you know, edge of the neighborhood, and so on and so forth. How is that, you know, kind of solving your objective in terms of the prejudice that you talked about?
So the idea was to blur the psychological boundary that is currently existing between the red light and the residential area to begin with, and the movement of people becoming more fluid across the two districts. So these why I call them red boxes is because I intend them to be intriguing inputs in the locality, not just something that blends in with the context. They stand out, make people curious, make people want to interact with them, and then amongst each other. So they enter the structure being curious about what is this about, and then it does not matter where they're coming from. I mean, kids from the red light area and kids from the residential area are equally, do have the equal opportunity to access this space, and then they further interact with each other. No one cares who's who and where is one coming from, basically.
So are these specific programs an outcome of some study or something that you're trying to sort of fulfill?
Yes.
Like,
yes.
let's say, you know, small clinic, you know, daycare center, whatever it is. So that's the point where these two people, the people from the red light area and the others would sort of come together.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes. So as part of the process, an intensive mapping of the existing programs, which I think is not there as a part of this presentation, but an extensive mapping of the existing programs in the context, what the certain NGOs work with and what is required and needs to be added was done to be able to boil down to these programs that I have.
But that's a very important slide, right? It gives purpose to why you're doing this in the first place. Because that should be there. Otherwise, this entire intervention, you know, hangs on a very sort of loose thread. Because only then there is certain legitimacy to these proposals, right? I mean, it's like, let's say, even if you just do a simple map of where these people go for different functions, right? People who are living in those three streets, where do they go for different functions? How far do they go? Like, what is the necessity for you to put them here? I think you need to be able to kind of list out those and ensure that these, you know, red boxes carry those programs and kind of fitted in strategically, so that, you know, the objective that you're talking about, you know, kind of gets translated into them. Yeah.
Yeah. That was the objective. I think it did not come out like that, but that has been the process.
Because that would also mean, like, let's say if this is your three gullies, there are three streets, and let's say I put something in the south, you also need to map how these people would move from here to here and how these people would cross. And I think those points are the most, you know, relevant, and that is also that is what will make what you're proposing work. Yeah?
Correct, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for sharing your valuable perception. Thank you.
Thank you, Amita. Next up, we have Roots Connecting Cultures Across Communities by Sirisha.
Communities around the world look upon their indigenous tradition for a sense of social unity and identity. Culture and tradition are the primary ties that ensure their survival for the future generation. Welcome to Roots, a journey to heart of India, where ancient wisdom thrives in diverse ethnic tribes, each adding a unique touch to a rich cultural tale. In the world evolving swiftly, these marginalized communities face the struggle of losing their identity due to various factors. Roots is an attempt to understand the role of architecture in connecting them to their origins, preserving their stories of resilience, and embedding them in the rich fabric of our diverse heritage. The project endeavors to answer a fundamental question. Can architecture be a silent bridge, weaving the stories of diverse communities, connecting their past with the present? In order to find answers, 3 marginalized communities were selected as a part of case study. Hakipiki, navigating the complexities of modernity, fiercely holds on to its cultural roots. Traditionally skilled bird catchers and hunters, they possess a deep knowledge of ethnomedicine. Irula tribe stands at the cusp of embracing new lifestyle, weaving traditional practices like snake catching and agriculture with contemporary elements such as embroidery, lantana furniture making, and diversified agriculture. In contrast, Soliga tribes, recognized as children of bamboo, fought for their rights and reside deep within the forest, showcasing an unparalleled harmony with nature. Drawing from their profound wisdom, they extract non-timber forest produce. These diverse communities, each with its unique journey, serve as a case study for Roots, focusing on connecting them not only with each other, but also with the modern society, while preserving their rich identities and traditional wisdom in the ever-evolving landscape of the present. Bannerghatta National Park, a carbon sink 22 kilometers south of Bengaluru, becomes the backdrop of exploration. Allocated to 225 tribal families, the site acts as a nexus situated at the crossroad of forest and urban life. Adjacent to Kaglipura Main Road, borderlining the national park, it effortlessly connects the tribal colonies, urban centers, and the forest, making it an ideal location to showcase tribal heritage, promote environmental conservation, and embody the essence of project. These principles form the basis for development of program. In shaping the project, it embraced 3 pillars. Culture, it finds its expression in interpretation and wellness center, nurturing the vibrant stories of the tribes. Conservation unfolds through occasional training center and residential unit, where ancient wisdom intervenes with the modern skills. Community thrives in manufacturing unit, a powerhouse supporting local economies and ecological balance. As we delve into the design, the site itself becomes the muse. Drawing inspiration from rich tapestry of Bannerghatta National Park, the architecture is a reflection of site's topography. As we translate the site essence into architecture, it witnesses a dynamic interplay of forms. The echo cell, a symbol of sustainability, takes the shape of inverted cone, housing lush vertical landscape and solar cell. A spiraling ramp gracefully wraps around the echo cell, guiding the visitors through elevated space where architecture narrative unfolds. On the ground floor, a vibrant communal space buzzes with life. 2 structures stand united, forming a harmonious duo along the connecting trail. Each curve narrates the story of collaboration between design and nature, inviting the user to immerse in this. Moving on to the design layout, the site is divided into distinct zones: public edge, public zone, community zone, and the manufacturing unit by a central culvert. The main blocks are strategically oriented towards the culvert, encouraging interaction. Placed on 30-60 axis, the building captures the scenic views and promote effective design. The central axis ties them together, providing a cohesive experience of ecosystem as they walk along.
The planning comprises of a welcoming public edge leading to an expansive public zone for community activities. The community zone embodies the project's social and cultural core, interpretation and wellness center, connected to occasional and residential units. Manufacturing unit at the end supports the community, fostering a sustainable local economy by producing non-timber produce and lantana crafts. Forest landscape is a combination of multiple layers of landscape. Embarking on the central trail, the journey unfolds into the section mirroring the layers of forest. The sacred grove marks the beginning, symbolizing tribal unity and knowledge at its core, with an information center providing information for the tourists who visit that. Moving through the sensory landscape, it connects the users with native flora and fauna, linking interpretation and wellness center. Transition to riparian landscape, mirroring the delicate balance between water and earth. Entering the conservation landscape, a sanctuary of rare species intervened with occasional training center. Culminating the journey with edible landscape, enveloping the manufacturing unit, a symbol of community support and life. Each pause point reveals a harmonious blend of design with nature. An ecocell contains herbs and species, educating the users about ethno-medicinal herbs of the tribal knowledge. Tracing a section through Interpretation Center and Wellness Center, the connecting trail weaves through vibrant ground floor activities, fostering interaction and community engagement. The architecture speaks a language of harmony, connecting the built environment seamlessly with the natural landscape. Amidst all these challenges, lantana emerged as an unexpected ally, a weed-threatening ecosystem and indigenous livelihoods. Beyond its invasive nature, the project envisions a transformative role of lantana. Engaging communities in sustainable extraction, the project turns the threat into opportunity for economic growth and cultural preservation. Often dismissed as a pesky weed, lantana becomes a key element in roots. Its invasive journey tells a story of resilience, adapting to the changing landscapes of the present. The project showcases its potential as an architectural element, turning the adversity into opportunity. Lantana in its original form transforms into a versatile facade, shaping the fluid forms above the mud rolls for insulation and supported by a double grid shell. Mud rolls and oven mats used in wattle and daub walls, which serve as a display shelf, are reinforced with lantana. Lantana toys morph into architectural elements, and lantana views are woven into partitions and false ceiling. Drawing inspiration from the Irula tribe's geometrical embroidery patterns are abstracted in the design into louvers and fins. This dual function not only controls the ventilation, but also visually embeds the tribal culture into space, merging tradition and innovation seamlessly. Lantana, despite being a troublesome weed, offers unique properties. Through careful extraction and processing, we can turn this invasive species into valuable resource. Its pliability and durability make it an ideal material for crafting various architectural elements, showcasing how sustainable practices can transform environmental challenges into opportunities. Tackling the structural problem in the project, grid shells are self-supporting three-dimensional surfaces, resist the load through geometry without any additional frames and columns. The building material must be easily deformed, so timber is used since it's a sustainable resource with low embodied carbon footprint and can be bent elastically without breaking and has high strain energy. The structure consists of 2 layers of glulam cords perpendicular to each other and mud rolls with 100 mm diameter are sandwiched between them. They are covered with lime concrete and waterproof membrane and are topped with lantana. And few of the elements are covered with glass and mesh to accommodate ventilation. The slide represents the construction sequence of the grid shell, and the slide represents the construction details used in the project. In roots, architecture becomes a bridge between culture and nature, preserving tradition and embracing the change. Through lantana, we have woven a narrative of adaptability, connecting communities to their roots. It's more than a project, it's a transformative journey, bridging the past harmoniously with the future. In conclusion, answering to the question of can architecture represent and preserve such communities? The purpose of architecture is to create a physical environment, but it goes beyond that. It becomes an integral part of culture, a representative of communities. It impacts on social behavior is profound. Adopting a socio-ecological approach fosters new social orders based on conservation-based livelihood which align with the sustainable practices. This approach entails a shift in attitude, knowledge, and cognitive process, encouraging society to quantify consequences of their action and embrace new technologies. While societal change is inevitable, preserving cultural root becomes crucial for adapting to evolving times and passing the knowledge on to future generations. A socio-ecological perspective connects diverse cultures, valuing cultural roots and fostering conservation-based sustainable livelihoods. It's harmonious coexistence with nature, leveraging its benefits, preserving it, and addressing the challenges of the climate change. In many corners of the world, communities are at the verge of losing who they are. By using sustainable materials and carefully designing the structure in harmony with nature, architecture can be an effective way to keep these cultures alive by incorporating motifs, forms, elements, and design principles, adapting to the changing requirements, and approaching the design process holistically. Thus, architecture can become a key in representing and preserving cultural diversity and biodiversity through connecting cultures across community boundaries. Thank you for joining me with my journey of exploring roots, connecting cultures across communities. The board placed in front of you is the sample of lantana, where it's tried to be made as a boot. Thank you.
Thank you, Sirisha. We have Vedant Baheti with us. He'll be doing Retailoring the Manchester, Circular Economy, Experimentation in Textile Town.
I'll begin. Clothing. A basic human need has transformed to being a $3,000 trillion global industry. India is a global leader in textiles, owing to multiple reasons. But that's not all. The industry is also responsible for production of waste. 92 million tons of waste is generated globally, while only less than 1% gets recycled. This has long-lasting, irreversible impacts economically and ecologically. In India, only 33% of waste produced is reused. And in some way, the 66% that's left, actual value of it is not even realized, and that 66% is a concerning figure. While the global industry is moving towards net zero, what is the solution ahead? Circularity. In the easiest way, circularity means maximizing potential and minimizing waste. The idea is to promote the value of material and not degrade it. How is this possible? Achieving the 4 aims of circularity, which remain to invest in collection and sorting facilities, high-grade processing facilities, increase in waste traceability and incentivizing the stakeholders, the purpose of the architectural project becomes to create a flagship resilient circular economy model. Programmatically, we need dedicated facilities and a market area for promoting the processed products, a tech interface as a social connector, and an economic module with waste used as in currency. This becomes the future for the Indian textile cities. Let us take the example of the city of Ichalkaranji, a prominent textile town in southern Maharashtra. An estate was established over the city periphery, has now, due to organic growth, become an integrated part of the city fabric. leading to contrasting land uses. Incidentally, it has given rise to conflicts within its stakeholders, but still striving to be a thriving industrial fabric, something that we cannot negate. The fabric is characterized by successful working of contrasting build typologies, including the residential X-industrial typology, amenities X-industrial typology, and many more. Some of the major problems include pollution, traffic congestion, poor waste management, and lack of needed spaces under the space optimization within the units. Considering this, including social and recreational amenities within the framework makes it a truly socio-economic circular developmental module. And the purpose of the project changes to creation of a flagship, resilient circular economy model that contributes to the holistic growth of the city. Within the estate, considering the land uses, strategic locations, and areas, 2 sites were chosen. Site A being an amenity plot that cannot hold any industrial manufacturing function, while Site B being an industrial plot holds the processing unit. The purpose of architecture was derived by understanding a few theories, where banality of industrial fabric was challenged with experimentation in form, function, and materiality. Grounding these theories in local working ecosystem has helped in conceptualization of the 2 sites. Moving on to the first site, waste as in public interface. Thorough site study led to understanding of accesses around the site. Keeping the maximum cover open, the build was placed along one of the corners, achieving an easy circulation. Fragmenting the site edge as an open public interface, the build forms were then further detailed out, and a clear segregated circulation led to the creation of the ground layout. The waste collection and segregation facility was placed at one of the corners of the junction with an ease of achieving an easy circulation along the service road. All the waste that have been produced by textile industry, all the waste that are either produced by textile industry or have a textile backdrop associated in processing them were considered. The waste samples have been, at the different stages, have been presented in front of you. The rest of the build was separated by a central axis which opens within the amphitheater. The central axis which further opens itself into the amphitheater. As we see, this was the central building axis, the waste collection facility, and it opened itself into the amphitheater. The upcycling store was strategically placed within the axis. The central axis acts as a waste interface where one, while passing through it, can perceive waste in all its forms. So while a user is passing through the central axis, he can see the waste in its raw form, in its downcycled form through the downcycling market precinct, and through the upcycling store. And that's the graphic for the central axis that was designed. The upper level has a free floor plate demarcated for flexible office spaces and co-working spaces. The level above leads to multifunctional halls and sports conclave block. The multifunctional hall can be used as to host textile fairs by the industrial estate, or can also be used to rent out as in to be rent out for other events. That's the overall project view for Site A. Looking at this section, a play of materials and volume within the central court opens in the amphitheater, which acts as a spillover space to all the building components, easing the movement within the building. The design prominently incorporates modular steel construction, strategically designed to accommodate various facade materials within the major structural framework. Lightweight steel for temporary add-ons, while space frame as a versatile spanning element was used. All concrete works have fabric meshes embedded in them, taking care of waste that is difficult to process. While all the brickwork involves the use of clay ash bricks, where the industrial ash produced constitutes the 20%, reducing the use of virgin clay. The facade involved use of various materials owing to the purpose of specific reasons in different blocks, wire mesh signifying the promotion of technical textiles, copper panels as a playful change, and the polycarbonate sheet as semi-private functions. Each material with full potential of being recycled helps in attaining a circular approach in materiality. Every material hence invokes an emotion where the building stands out as a symbol within the banal fabric. Quickly moving on to the side 2, where waste mechanisms were used as an art. Site B had an existing 25-year-old dormant building present. The design process was an adaptive reuse of the existing building. The process of redesigning the building began with understanding the elements on the facade. A thorough study of structural system indicated an RCC shell. For creation of habitable, well-lit, well-ventilated spaces, lively workspaces, central court was created by cutting the RCC slabs and the internal beams, keeping the peripheral grid intact. Breakout spaces were added to the working stations as a respite and to break the stark difference between the built-unbuilt of the site. Introduction of circulation network helped in strengthening the building shell, and finally, the central court was covered with a space frame, and that's how the building attained its final form. That's in view of the public court that was designed as part of the facility, as the site was situated at one of the most important city junctions. Moving on, upcycling involves stages like garnetting, carding, spinning, weaving, and stitching. All of these processes were kept at different floors for achieving net zero efficiency, as the waste produced at each floor can be passed onto a lower floor. Incorporating labor-intensive manual methodologies promotes social justice and caters to the diverse segments of society, aligning with the craft nature of the products. So that's the section of the building with every floor having a different process associated to it. The central court helps in promoting stack effect, and that is why the workspaces are well ventilated and well lit. That's an image of the workspace that was dedicated. So the breakout spaces were covered with terracotta jali panels, which help in making the workspaces quite more lively. The thesis aimed to reweave the urban fabric by bringing the city protagonists together programmatically, hence the title, Retailoring the Manchester. Embracing a circular approach, it explored multifunctionality in built spaces and sustainable material use as a truly circular experimentation. We are a nation with 17.6% of population living on 2.4% of global land, and hence a new form of sustainability, the efficiency of density, needs to be addressed. And as per me, that is the purpose of architecture today. Thank you. I've also presented judges with a series of upcycled products that will be made in the facility, and a sample of the concrete where fabric threads have been incorporated. So the fabric that cannot be processed will either, rather than ending up in landfills, would be used in all the concrete works, improving the brittlity of concrete. Yeah, I've made it.
So both these sites, A and B, how did you achieve the net zero effect? How have you done the services, and is there anything over there that you want to share with us?
Yeah. In terms of achieving the net zero, ma'am, site A which is the waste collection facility. Everything that gets collected over there is sent to the side B, so sorted and sent to the side B. In terms of, while the factor of achieving net zero comes in, it is through the processing center. So in the processing center, all the, as said, all the processes were segregated on different floors. So when they're on different floors, the waste produced at every floor is very properly sent onto the floor level below, which is sorting has been incorporated within the production facility itself rather than sending all the waste to a different facility. So that was one way of achieving net zero. Second was through use of all the materials. So every material that I've tried to that I've incorporated within while using, whether it be a structural material, a facade material, or the material that provides mass, it's somewhere a whole cycle of it, a whole cycle where it meets its end and is again recycled was looked upon at.
So that's whatever you've produced. What about the services and you know, the HVAC component of the co-working spaces and the other spaces? What about that?
No, in terms of net zero for the co-working, net zero for the services, the city actually, all the industrial units run on the electricity, which is by the Radhanagri hydroelectric power plant. And that is why I, rather than providing another source of energy, tried relying upon a renewable source which is already into existence. A VRV system was proposed for the artificial ventilation of all the office spaces, whereas the facade was designed in a way that natural ventilation can also be achieved very well, having an option of both.
Let's go a couple of steps back. You have two sites here.
Yep.
A and B. Yeah?
Yep.
Just get to the site plan. Yeah. You have A and B.
We can
go back.
Yep. We can discuss.
Now, as far as I can remember, A had enough space.
Yes.
Right? Which you had left open.
Yep.
So why use transport material from A to B rather than just treating it in A itself and keeping B entirely free?
Yep. So the reason for that comes from the land uses on which these plots are based. Site A is an amenity plot assigned by the industrial estate. So no industrial production process can be established on it. So the idea of an waste collection center along with the other play plugins were brought in, other public plugins were brought in, so that then an interface can be created where people are made aware of what they are generating, and that is why then it is sent. So multiple options of sites were considered, which can be the most feasible ones, and considering the location of both the sites, these were then finalized. So the idea was to respect the existing industrial fabric, the problems that are there, agreed that they are there, but we have to also understand the process by which the whole thing has been, whole fabric has developed. And hence the project is like a steroid shot given to the current setup so that it helps in increasing the efficiency of the existing setup. Yep.
Thank you, Vedant. Up next, we have Anand Kalpesh Desai. He'll be presenting about bequeathing lost equality.
Hello. Am I audible? So we have reached the mood, but many deprived communities in the society who are looking for the life in this world. You can start the presentation.
Hello and welcome.
So my topic is bequeathing lost equality, participatory architecture for empowerment and enhancement of HJDA community of Surat. Whenever a coin is torn regarding a gender equality in India, it is limited up to men and women. Always forgotten term is transgender, and question rise about equality. Hijras are an integral part of society from the early period, but implementation of criminal tribe changes scenario drastically, which treat them as a criminal tribe. Hijras follow different community system from birth to the death, like Gharana system, religion, hierarchy system, and a panchayat system, and different kind of occupation. In India, estimated population size of transgender is 70,000, which are mostly associated with sex work, unemployed, and doing begging activities. In Surat, they are distributed in 31 different localities with 1,335 in the city. In different localities, they are living different typologies of home, where open space, circulation space per person is also very low, and housing and services conditions are also very low. Different community perceptions were taken to analyze their current situations. Further, survey was carried out to analyze the social, economical, and ecological condition, which state that they does not have social support, which leads to the marginalization, unequal right, lower education. So they are doing informal job, lack of power, and due to which they are living in a slum area, which impact their poor mental and physical health. Thus, the quality of life of Hijra community is not an isolated problem. It is interlinked problem of social, economical, and ecological condition, which leads to the core issues like exclusion, education and employment, and health and hygiene. These core issues were studied in detail, and necessary solutions were found out, which leads to the major solutions for interventions like counseling center, mental health care, startup opportunity, library, and cafe. According to the program and approach, necessary case studies were done, and inferences were taken out from that. Further, the program was discussed with the community, and necessary adoptions were taken and modifications were done in the programs. Further, different activity was performed like pocket identification, locality perception, and the quality of space they required were done. According to their age group and the current skill set, whole program was segregated for the users and their use. For deriving a programmatic area, the anthropometric study was carried out, which leads to the total programmatic area of 2480 square meter. The site is located in Nanpur of Surat, which is a traditional setup of a community since the Mughal king, where Hindu, Muslim, and community is growing together. The site is located in dense urban fabric with residential building with G+2 to G+3 structure, where only 3% of the building are owned by the community, which are mostly in dilapidated condition, which are more than 20 years. So for finding a site in this large urban fabric, Patrick Getty's conservative theory was studied, which states that removal of dilapidated structure for creation of culture and education spaces. So for according to the different community-owned and government-owned plots were identified, which are in dilapidated condition, and 4 pockets were identified. For zoning, whole locality was divided into a 3 layer, like community-oriented spaces, community and public-oriented spaces, and community and public interaction spaces. So this is how zoning. So the idea is to be with the lost equality by bridging the gap, sociability, community history, and self-growth. Thus, the idea is to have a space which defines the communal equality for betterment of the future by analyzing the present scenario by learning from the past. So for that, how the issues faced by the community and how society is pursuing the community was studied, and necessary adoptions and points were taken out, like possibility of self-expression by standing out, awareness by looking to the world, sense of connectivity by intimacy created, center for the soul self, possibility of self-interaction, etc. were found out. For finding such architecture solution, Christopher Alexander pattern language was studied, which state that the most beautiful places are world by the people, not by the architects. So pattern will be derived from that. So according to that, different public buildings and vernacular architecture were studied, and necessary patterns were derived from it, which describe possibility of self-expression, awareness, sense of connectivity, possibility of interaction, unity, and partition, which were derived ago. Further, the form language was theory of form language added, which state that form is evolved from its local architecture and its use. For that, local Surat architecture was studied, which and different assessments were taken out from that, like verticality, horizontality, and play of elevation. Further conceptualizing the derived pattern into a stitching by the patterns according to the program requirement and the user's requirement, and form is used according to that. These are the 4 pockets selected. Coming to the pocket number 1, skill-based training. Here the 2 entrances were provided, one from this main road leads to the administration zone, and one from this locality with a edge created as a porous act for a gathering spaces, and leads to the central open spaces with a central courtyard over here, and with the adjacent classroom over there. From this staircase, one leads to this post point, which overlooks to the central courtyard, and this staircase leads to the lower classroom and upper classroom over there. So there will be connectivity between upper and the lower level. At upper floor, here the open community workshop spaces were provided, which will be used for a community panchayat system during the evening time. The section showing the central courtyard and how it is connected to the upper levels. The view of the whole building, how it will look like. The view from the central courtyard and connectivity to the upper level. Coming to the pocket number for startup and opportunity. Here the public plaza is created at the lower level, with this central axis act as an communal gateway which leads to the locality. Here, the basically cafe and a guru udyog is provided. So majorly, this lower level act as an interaction point between community and a society, community and society. At upper level, this is a central staff sitting space is created, which will use by this call center and parlor trainings guys during their evening, the rest time and evening time. This is also used for a movie screening for the community. At upper level, the dancing and singing training classes were provided with both indoor and outdoor spaces to create buffer over there. This section showing the central communal gateway, the public plaza created in the front. How the whole building will look like from the front, the community gateway leads to the locality. Coming to the pocket number 3, healthcare. Here the two entrances were provided, one from this road with a porous urban edge for sitting spaces, which leads to the double-heighted foyer, which is linked with the central courtyard over here. And at the other entrance is also provided from this road, which directly leads to the central courtyard. At upper floor, the circular peripheral circulation is provided, which overlooks the central courtyard over here. It also overlooks the double-heighted foyer created in the entrance. At upper floor, this is the waiting area created for the therapy and nurse station. So it was also overlooks the central courtyard and activity happening on the roadside. The section showing the central courtyard, double-heighted foyer, and the urban edge. The view of the urban edge is double-heighted foyer. The view of the central courtyard connecting with the upper levels. Coming to the pocket number for community center. Here the open community double-heighted space is provided. So the people moving by over these two roads can directly look at the activity, different activities performed by the community and can get awareness regarding what community is and how they are evolving. At upper floor, two counseling room are provided, which also overlook the central double-heighted space. Here the yoga and meditation space was provided with both indoor and outdoor spaces to create buffer from the lower level. This is a section showing the double-heighted community spaces. This is how the whole building looks like. The double-heighted community space have interlinked to the upper level. The summary of all 4 units. Further, I have tried to connection between all 4 pockets. I have finding small pockets for interaction, gathering node, and community awareness. I have created an urban edge over here, which which create awareness for what community is and how evolved from early ages. The view showing the node of unity, the edge of awareness created in the front. This is how whole ISO view look like from. Since the Surat is developing at very large pace, it has lots of industrial and construction waste. So adapting this waste material for construction material and for construction technology is divided into 2 types, offsite construction of structural member and offsite construction of cavity wall and a brick jali for the ease of the building and fast construction. The different joinery detail for the structural member, wall sections for cavity wall, basic services idea. Different sustainability approach were also adopted. By adapting such material and construction technology, cost of construction can be reduced by 15.1%. The video showing the different spaces, the communal gateway, the central space in the node of unity, double-heighted foyer, and communal sitting spaces. This is how the whole ISO. And further, we are designing for the user. So further, the different aspects were discussed and the impact analysis were done from the community. Thank you.
Anand?
Yes.
That was express speed. Okay. Now, from the research that you did and from the conclusions you have arrived at, how different is designing for this community, which is the transgender community, compared to a conventional, normal community? What's different? It all looks the same to me in terms of every amenity or every consideration that has been made. Can you highlight the difference?
Sir, actually, the difference is not as such. I have tried to keep the buildings and all according to that they have looked upon. So the spaces and the buildings will be such that they accept that what they have looked out for, not such difference over there. Sorry, sir. So they do, majorly they does not want anything different. When we discuss with them, they does not want anything different, but they want maximum connectivity between the society and the community, which they necessarily did it. So the spaces were designed in such a manner that the maximum interaction and possibility of the community growth will be possible. So according to that, I have decided. Yes.
I don't really have a question, but more.
Sorry, sir.
I don't really have a question,
okay,
but more a comment. So we are struggling to find questions here, and I'm kind of thinking why. Like especially most of the architecture, presentations that we saw, they are all very site specific. They're all very user specific, issue specific, but somehow your proposals are not tied to that place. Like there is no visualization which says, why this intervention need to have open space in front or back. I mean, these are our tools for architects, right? How you kind of order spaces. How do you kind of encourage interaction, right? Somehow, after your initial study, that part of what architecture should respond to is divorced in your final presentation, which is all very graphically beautiful, illustration-wise, it's fantastic. But somehow it is not grounded enough for us to kind of even identify the nuances, will the scale work? Is it like, take for example your proposal, is it 2-floor, 3-floor? What are the neighboring densities? How is that kind of fitting into the larger sort of neighborhood? Somehow that is kind of completely missing. I mean, like I said, it's not a question, it's a comment. And it goes on to many of the others who presented earlier as well that, we are not able to sort of respond very strongly to what you have presented. Probably it's there at the back of your mind, it's very intuitive. But as jurors sitting here on this end, we have no clue. All that we are kind of working with is your color coding. Gray is what is existing. What you have proposed is, all these, other plans. So from our end, it's extremely difficult for us to access the specificity of your site, your issues, because most of the design solutions are also kind of very distributed, kind of all over. It's kind of spread across in many different parts. So how do you kind of, bring about a, sense to that? How are these connected? What are the various ways? What are the various levels in which you're approaching it? So that all these becomes very, very difficult. So it's just a comment, see if you can sort of address that, and it goes for others as well. Yeah?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Anand. Now down to the final presentation. We have Darshan, Innovation in Tradition.
Check. Okay. So I'm presenting my thesis, Innovation and Tradition, Rural Livelihood Creation in Handicraft Sector of Thar. For centuries, building constructed by locals have been the primary mode of construction to tackle climatic response in India. These practices reflects the diverse range of climate, culture, and traditions of the region. As contemporary society is reconnecting with its cultural roots while embracing modernity, redefining the importance of traditional architectural style has become a captivating endeavor. It involves a delicate balance of honoring timeless techniques and cultural heritage while infusing these styles with a fresh and relevant appeal that resonates with the tastes and sensibilities of today. Indian Thar Desert is the home to one of the most sustainable lifestyles, which has a very rich history that spans centuries and weaves fascinating narratives of craft, culture, and resilience. Handicraft is a primary source of income in this region, which gives an employment to 1.2 million craftsmen from around 327 villages. However, lack of connectivity, limited resources, and limited access to market affects the economic viability of traditional crafts. Therefore, the majority of the villages are heavily dependent on Jodhpur center market to sell their products. Due to the centrifugal pattern of interdependency, the economic factors negatively affects the income and livelihood profile of traditional craftsmen. To improve the current scenario, the state government of Rajasthan has introduced a policy that focuses on developing an intermediate platform for the preservation of traditional crafts in such challenging environment. Thus, this thesis aims at a craft and resource center is an attempt to celebrate the rich cultural heritage of Thar while fostering creativity and skill development. Further, the needs and demands of the industry have been studied with a specific case study for the program formation. By overlapping all the layers and possibilities, the program has been derived, which includes the workshop spaces, training facilities, exhibition area, accommodation, along with the selling units. For reorganizing the existing craft network, Balesar has been identified as a potential emerging town. Balesar is known for its strategic location and diverse geography, which provides a convenient and easy access from the nearby villages. The region witnesses a maximum temperatures of up to 50 degrees with an average rainfall of 100 mm. Then the village level study considering the various environmental factors have been analyzed for the broader understanding of the context. The site is located on the Jodhpur-Jaisalmer State Highway in the close proximity to the public transport. Then the local settlement study was conducted to understand the local architectural language and building elements, incorporated passive cooling techniques, and to understand the building materials and their properties. The various urban elements and street patterns have been studied to understand the scale and proportion of the public spaces. The concept is inspired by the traditional building practices that prove to be energy efficient and constructed using local resources, geography, and climate. From these studies, the various design parameters have been derived, which provides a framework for the entire process of development. The form development process starts with the strategic placement of build structure to align with the wind direction. The scale and proportion of the built mass are meticulously determined based on the micro-level climate consideration. Heights and terraces have been formed to create an indirect shading. To reduce the solar exposure, the built mass has been made more porous by maintaining the hierarchy of species. By prioritizing the least perimeter to area ratio, the building would allow significant cross ventilation through strategic placement of openings and voids. Multiple passive cooling techniques have been adopted to make it more climate responsive. So this is how the whole form development process has been looked at. The 5 different arrangements have been designed following the programmatic needs for various workshops. The orientation and the volumes of each form has been kept carefully, considering the least sun exposure on these outer surfaces. The zoning process starts with the placing the axis in 2 directions, which has been inspired from the square mandala system. These axes act as a datum line and make a node at an intersection. The built mass has been arranged very densely to ensure the indirect shadings through built spaces. The spatial hierarchy has been maintained by creating a balance between variety of species with an introduction of built elements such as streets, chalks, nodes, and courtyards. The functional arrangement has been provided by keeping in mind the quality of area required for the dedicated workshop. The open versus built ratio has been maintained in a way that it allows a cooler air to penetrate through the narrow streets. The plan follows a very sharp geometry which has been derived by the streets. The primary streets are facing toward the southwest side, which provides a better air ventilation, and the secondary streets are facing to the northeast side, which provides a circulation loop. These narrow streets help to cut the direct sunlight and make a shaded environment, which act as an interactive species throughout the day. These liminal species act as a transitional threshold and create a sense of transformation from one functional species to another. The built species open up into the central courtyards. Each of them has its own significance, which is showcasing the vibrant cultural legacy of the region. One can start the journey with entry into the court of tradition, where all the metal-related workshop has been provided, such as Meenakari, silver jewelry making, and zinc toy making workshops. The upper floor of the upper floor has been provided as an accommodation for the craftsmen. The section of the building is characterized by the interplay of various voids and species, crafting a vibrant and dynamic experience for its users. The interplay of light and shadow in double-heighted voids contribute to enhance the visual interest and foster connectivity between different parts of the building. The view provides a glimpse into the central court of tradition, which is designed to host a community gathering. It can cater a large number of people for the meetings. The next stop is a court of celebration, a dedicated cluster, showcasing the vibrant textile and embroiderical craftsmanship of Thar, including ajrak, bandhani making, carpet making, and weaving workshops. The section shows the gradual descent coupled with the raised plinth, which culminates into the creation of a central open amphitheater, which act as a non-functional space. The view captures the essence of central open space, acting as a focal point for visitors and tourists. This space provides a platform for celebrate the various local festivals like Gangor and Maru Mahotsav. The raised plinth act as a multi-purpose space. It was also allow the function as a dining space for Ajrak and Barning during the day hours. Also, as well as it also act as a lively performance space during the festivities. The journey ends at the Court of Innovation, featuring the wood carving workshop, leather good making workshop, and pottery making workshops. A provision of community kitchen and dining have been kept to ensure the leisure activity for the visitors and tourists. This section is designed with an assortment of words and species converging around a kund, featuring a visually striking yet functional element in the cluster. The view depicts the concept of outdoor working area for women during the morning and evening hours, showcasing the seamless integration of functionality and aesthetic at the same time. The sustainability of the project is achieved by three innovative pillars: environment, economy, and society, help together to minimize the negative impact. The first pillar of innovation is an environment, which has been achieved by making a context-responsive design, where the built form is oriented and designed to take in advantage of natural elements such as sunlight, wind patterns, and shading would reduce the energy consumption for heating, cooling, and lighting. The orientation of windows, natural ventilation, and shading devices would help to regulate indoor temperatures. This can minimize the need for an energy-intensive air conditioning system. The use of locally sourced material would reduce the transportation-related emissions and support the local economy. These materials have a lower environmental impact and are better suited to the climate, ensuring durability and minimal maintenance. Materials such as sandstone and lime mortar with high thermal mass would help to regulate indoor temperatures by absorbing and releasing heat very slowly. The use of cavity wall and infill slab with an insulation is able to maintain a temperature differential of 6 to 8 degrees due to high thermal emittance and solar reflectance. This simulation represents the implementation of these strategies can contribute to maintaining a cooler built environment. The various building components have been detailed out by using the local construction technique with a local material that is available on site. By arranging the built mass with a very compactness, the sun exposure arc can be reduced, where the maximum surfaces facing towards the sun remain shaded for about 7 hours during the daytime. The second pillar of innovation is an economy, which would be achieved by reducing the cost for energy consumption, where here almost 100% of electricity would be produced on site through solar system. This would help to reduce the reliance on non-renewable energy sources. The use of permeable pavers on pedestrian pathway would allow stormwater to infiltrate into underlying soil, which promotes the groundwater collection. The running water from the terraces and ground will be collected by using the local cylindrical tanka system. This cylindrical tank has been locally invented, are the better way of rainwater collection in this region. The grey water will be treated and collected and treated, and will be reused in washing and dyeing processes of the textile workshop. The byproducts from the workshop and kitchen will be treated and segregated, where organic waste will be used in the biogas treatment plant, while inorganic waste will be treated offsite using a decentralized disposal system. The third pillar of innovation is in society, which would be achieved by involving community participation, where the construction of the whole project will be carried out by the local laborers under the supervision of an expert to support the local economy. The entire project will be executed under the framework of a public-private partnership, where various government bodies and private boards, including NGOs, will collaborate to oversee the entire process. About 70% of the funds will be provided by government based on conditional rules, and rest will be raised by the private sector for the execution. This is how the project tries to create a dialogue between craftsmanship, climate, culture, community, and context, by keeping craft in a core. Now I would like to conclude my presentation with a very famous statement by the architect Francis Carré, that if we learn how to build with a local material, we have a brighter future. And that's what the whole project is about. Thank you so much.
Darshan, you have looked at various passive solar measures considering that you've designed for an arid climate.
No, it is hot.
Thar, isn't Thar an arid area?
It is a outer range of Thar. It is not actually located in Marubhumi.
Okay.
Thar has a three different part: Marubhumi, outer range of Thar, and one is a part before east side of Jodhpur. So it is on the out of range.
Okay. There's one strategy which you seem to have avoided using, which is wind tower.
Yeah.
Why?
So I did not use wind towers here.
Yeah. Why?
Because wind towers are not an Indian concept. It was invented in Greek architecture, in Egyptian architecture. So because of the local, not local, but geography that Mediterranean Sea, the wind from the Mediterranean Sea catches through the wind towers and it will convert it into the cooler air. But here it is not, because the distance of the Thar Desert from the Arabian Sea is very large, so it won't work that well here.
Have you taken into consideration, because all the three courts that you have shown seem to be in the same sort of proportion. Were you conscious about the proportioning of these courts? Because the hot and dry has a very specific scale to it, if you want them to work. Or have you classified them as this is summer, this is winter? I mean, of course, you have very little winter in Jaisalmer to Jodhpur.
I can't hear you.
Okay. Have you considered the proportioning of the courts?
Yeah. So I decided...
Because somehow it feels it's a bit larger than what it should be.
You are talking about central courts, right?
Yeah, all the main central courts.
Yeah. So that has been kept carefully because the central block... Can I just back to the slide? It is a play of planes, like the... where is the pointer? Yeah. So these blocks are located on 0.6 meter planes. So the shadow will be not that much high. But the larger court is behind this block, and this block is located on the 1.9 meter planes. So the shadow of the plinth and the building itself will cover the whole central court. So that is how I tried to achieve the shading by using the
Did you do any analysis? Are you sure? Because somehow it just doesn't feel right, the proportioning of the courts. Just cross-check that.
Yeah, sure. Actually, I have a simulation of that whole isometric, so you can have an idea. Yeah, this. So this, we are talking about the central court, which will be shaded for about 4 hours during the daytime. More than 4 hours, actually.
I mean, all your sort of montages speak about these central courts, different activities in central courts. 4 hours is not really sufficient in the sense that you are assuming them to be sort of the social heart of that space, right? So you need to look at, much better ways to kind of address that.
Okay, sure, got it. Thank you so much for having patience.
Okay. So after seeing all these presentations from morning, I would like to congratulate all the finalists for all the interesting, innovative, unique yet very familiar designs where we could see that, given that you guys are the 23 shortlists from more than 800 submissions that we got from the whole country, the industry is in good hands. And talking about the industry, I would like to call upon architect Nivedita Dilip, Associate Councillor, Indian Green Building Council, to talk about introduction to green buildings and concepts.
So,
yeah, good evening. I think it will take a little bit of time to finalize the presentation. So with that, we want to make it something interesting and useful for you. Apart from my corporate responsibility as the president for Nippon Paint, I'm also the co-chair for the Indian Green Building Council. Right? You must all be knowing about IGBC. So today, we're going to talk about IGBC concepts. We have with us Nivedita, I'm sorry, Nivedita. She's a Associate Councillor for IGBC, I'm sorry. So she'll be talking or explaining you about the concepts of IGBC. This is what, emerging into the new emerging markets or emerging building design, right? And across the globe, we are moving towards net zero, and decarbonization is the in thing today. So how does that happens in your design is what she's going to explain to you all. Just enjoy. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir, and good evening to everyone. So like sir has mentioned, we are going to look at some of the concepts which are associated with green buildings. So just to give you a background, so I think many of you all might be familiar with the Indian Green Building Council. So IGBC was formed by the Confederation of Indian Industries in 2001. And the vision of IGBC was to enable a sustainable built environment for all and to make India as one of the global leaders in terms of sustainable built environment. So our headquarters, which is in Hyderabad, was actually inaugurated around 2004 by late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. And it was actually envisioned as a demonstration building where we wanted to practice what we preach. So when it was constructed in 2003, it was the world's, India's first platinum rated green building. And it was the greenest building in our country at that time. And even today, we have a lot of visitors who come to take a tour of the building and to understand what are all the green features which have been implemented in our premises. And also we went one step ahead, and in 2019, we have achieved the we have achieved the net zero energy rating for the particular building. So this was achieved by, we have installed these bifacial solar panels on the rooftop, which was able to offset whatever energy was consumed by this particular building. So to give you an understanding of the green building movement in India, so what started in 2001 with this one green building of around 20,000 square feet, it has grown now to almost 10.42 billion square feet of green building footprint with over 11,500 projects which have adopted these IGBC ratings. And we have developed these IGBC ratings for different typology of buildings. So you have IGBC ratings for commercial buildings, you have for residential buildings, you have for industrial buildings, you even have IGBC ratings available for metro stations and railway stations also. So the main intent was that all of the places where we stay, live, and work, all of them should go green. So what exactly is a green building? So a green building is one which conserves the natural resources, and it also uses less water in its operation, and it optimizes the energy which is conserved in the particular building. It generates less amount of waste, and it also promotes the a healthy environment and improved indoor environment quality. So the notion which everybody has usually is that green buildings usually are cost more compared to any conventional building. But it is important to understand that we have to look at the life cycle cost of the particular building. So all of the operational savings which you may be having in terms of the energy, in terms of water, so all of this will offset whatever initial incremental cost you might be having. So we have done an kind of study to understand what is the incremental cost which is associated with a platinum rated green building. So if you see back in 2003, this was about 18%. And this was majorly because many of the innovative technologies and solutions were not available in India. So most of it had to be imported. But over the years, if you see, a lot of technologies are available in our market itself, and a lot of innovative products are available. So this incremental cost has further come down, and right now it's almost about only 1 to 2% of an incremental cost when we are looking at a IGBC platinum certified building compared to a conventional building. And looking at the environmental impact, which is associated with 4,000 certified projects under IGBC, it is we have anticipated, an energy savings of about 23 billion units per year. So this is equivalent to 10 million urban homes. And in terms of water savings, it is to the tune of 73 billion liters per year. So which is almost equivalent to 1 month of water requirement of Hyderabad. And in terms of the emissions reductions, it offsets almost 19 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions per year. So this is equivalent to almost 9.1 million cars which is taken off the road. And so with respect to the green buildings, you have tangible benefits as well as the intangible benefits. So we also have some kind of intangible benefits associated with the green buildings, like you have the enhanced occupant comfort, there is increase in productivity. This is majorly attributed to the indoor environmental quality of the spaces. So just to give you an understanding of the impact which the building and the construction sector has. So if you look at the graph, you can see that almost 28% of the global carbon dioxide emissions is from building operations, and around 11% of the global carbon dioxide emissions is from the building materials and construction. So overall, around 40% of the global CO2 emissions is from the building and construction sector. And in terms of energy consumption, the sector contributes to around 25 to 40%. And in terms of waste generation, around 30 to 40% of the waste is generated by the construction sector. And in terms of water pollution, it contributes to around 20 to 30%. So this kind of gives you the understanding of the impact which the sector has and the need for us to go sustainable. So it becomes very important for us to make the built environment going green. So right from green buildings to all the way to green cities, we have to design in a sustainable way to ensure that we reduce this impact on the environment. So let's look at some of the concepts which are associated with green buildings. Yeah. So natural topography or vegetation is very important in any project. So this is majorly because this vegetation helps in promoting the local biodiversity. So wherever possible, you have to ensure that you're trying to preserve this natural topography or vegetation which is there on your site. And if it's not possible to preserve it, you can look at ways in which you can incorporate it as part of your design. You can have it over built structures, you can have it as a part of terrace roofing, or you can have it as on top of podium. So you can look at various ways in which you can integrate your design with the vegetation. And heat island is another phenomenon which is prevalent in major metro cities. So this is majorly attributed to the kind of development which happens in urban cities. So what happens is most of the cities are like concrete jungles. So there is a lot of concrete surfaces which are prevalent. And these concrete surfaces, they absorb the solar radiation and they emit it in the form of heat. So because of this, there is an increase in the ambient temperature. So if you look at the graph, you can see that the ambient temperature at the city where there is a lot of urban development is higher compared to the nearby suburban or the rural areas where the temperature is much lesser. So we have to look at how we can mitigate this heat island effect. So let's look at two ways in which we can mitigate this heat island effect. So one is the non-roof areas and the other is the roof areas. So your non-roof areas in your project consist of all of your paved areas, which include your driveways, your pathways, your parking spaces, etc. So all of these spaces, you have to ensure that you try to shade these spaces with the help of tree cover, or you can look at how you can use some kind of open grid pavers or grass pavers. So what happens in open grid pavers is that there is this gap which is there prevalent between two pavers. So this gap basically acts as a thermal break and it prevents the conduction of the heat. And in terms of grass pavers, so these are both aesthetical and also they help in providing a cool environment. So these are some of the options you can consider in your non-roof areas for mitigating the heat island effect. And coming to the roof or the terrace area, so you have to consider high reflective materials on your roof area. So these can be either high reflective paints or you can have high reflective tiles, or you can even consider something as simple as a China mosaic roofing, which you can provide with, we can reuse all your broken tiles and you can provide a China mosaic roofing. Or you can also look at how you can have a roof garden. You can have a vegetative roof on your terrace. Or you can have a combination of both of these. So this is an image of a terrace garden in a project called Godrej Bhavan. So this is a thermal imaging. So basically, the colors indicates the surface temperature. So the red color indicates a higher surface temperature, and the green and the bluish shades indicate a lower surface temperature. So if you look at this particular thermal image, you can see that all of the vegetated spaces are at a much lower temperature. This is because it reflects the solar radiation. And whereas the tandoor tiles, which is at around, it's red in color because it's at a higher surface temperature as it absorbs this particular solar radiation. And water is another very important concept when it comes to green buildings. So basically, we have to follow the 3R principle when it comes to water efficiency, which is recharge, reduce, and reuse. So generally, we have the tendency of always drawing water from the groundwater sources, and we do not replenish these sources. So we have to ensure that we have rainwater harvesting structures in the project to replenish these groundwater sources. And we also have to look at how we can choose efficient fixtures in washrooms, etc., so that you can reduce the water which is being consumed in your building. And the third R, which is reuse, is basically whatever wastewater which is getting generated in your building, you have to look at how this can be treated and it can be reused again for flushing purposes or for irrigation purposes in your project. So the first R, which is recharge. So in terms of rainwater harvesting, there are two options which are available. Either you can look at how you can collect the rainwater in your site and reuse it in terms of you can have a pond or a water body, or you can have a storage tank. And you can channelize all of your stormwater drains to collect at this particular point. Or another option which is available is the recharge. So in recharge, what happens is you are letting this rainwater to recharge the groundwater table. So you can plan for percolation pits or bowels, which will help you in recharging the groundwater sources. And so coming to the second R, which is reduce. So we need to look at the plumbing fixtures which are being used in the project. So there are two types of fixtures. One is the flow fixtures and the other is the flush fixtures. So your flow fixtures are all your taps and your health faucets and your showers. So, and the flush fixtures are your water closets and your urinals. So for the flow fixtures, you can consider using aerators. So aerators are very economical and they are easy to fit in any of your fixtures, and this will help in reducing the water flow from that particular fixture. So basically it restricts the water and reduces the water which is coming out of the particular fixture. And in terms of flush fixtures, you have many new technologies available, like you have dual flush systems which works on, based on the need basis, you will have half flush or a full flush. And in terms of urinals also, you have many new technologies like sensor-based urinals and waterless urinals, which optimize the water which is being consumed by the particular fixture. And another important aspect in terms of water conservation would be your irrigation requirement for your landscaping. So it is important that you choose the right kind of species in your landscape design so that you optimize your irrigation requirement. So generally we go for exotic plants and we go for flowering species, etc. So these generally have a high watering requirement and high irrigation demand. So instead we have to research on what are the native species which are available in that particular region, and we have to opt for these species. So these native species, they generally require watering only in the initial stages of their sapling stages. And post that, they generally survive on their own based on the rainfall pattern of the particular region. And you can also consider drought-tolerant species like cactus or some varieties of palms. So these also require very less water requirement. And the third type which can be considered is your adaptive species. So adaptive species are not native to a particular region, but they have been prevalent in that region for over hundreds of years, and they have adapted to the climatic conditions of the region. And they are also having very little water requirements. So these three species you can consider while developing your landscape design, and you have to try to avoid your exotic species to reduce your irrigation water demand. So one aspect with respect to irrigation would be the landscape design, and the other aspect is what is the kind of irrigation system you're going to use for the irrigation requirements. So again, you have to choose an efficient irrigation system. So there are two types of systems you can consider here. So one is the sprinkler system. So the sprinkler system is advisable for turf areas, and this can reach out to a larger surface area with a very little water input. So compared to a conventional hose pipe, the amount of water it uses to water the turf area is very less. And the drip irrigation can be considered for your other types of vegetation like your shrubs and your trees, etc. So the drip irrigation, basically you have pipes which are laid across your vegetation beds, and these have holes from which the water drips to the root zones. So these are some of the efficient technologies, irrigation systems which you can consider compared to a conventional hose pipe system. And coming to the third R, which is your reuse. So wastewater treatment is how we can treat your wastewater which is generated in your site, and then we can reuse this particular water for your flushing purposes or your irrigation requirements. And there are two types of wastewater treatment which is available. One is your biological treatment, where you use plants, the root zone of the plants, to treat the wastewater, or you can go for a mechanical treatment with the help of a sewage treatment plant. And in both of the processes, the important process which happens in either of them is the aeration process. So in aeration process, what happens is you're basically adding air to break down the waste particles which are present in the water. So if you look at this particular photo, this phytoremediation plant is from our headquarters. And if you see, it might look like just like a garden. And even if you walk around it, there is no foul smell which will emanate from this particular phytorem plant. And if you look at the process chart which is provided there, you can see that it basically has two chambers. One is the filtration pond and the other is the polishing pond. So the filtration pond is your primary treatment chamber, And that is where the plants which are present in this particular primary treatment chamber, they absorb the oxygen from the atmosphere, and through their roots, they emit this particular oxygen. And this oxygen will treat the wastewater and break down all the impurities, and it will purify it. And this process is again repeated in your polishing pond, which is your secondary treatment chamber. And once it comes out of your secondary treatment chamber, this water can be stored and it can be reused for your landscaping or your flushing purposes. And energy efficiency is very important when it comes to green buildings, because energy takes up most of your energy with respect to HVAC and everything, will take up most of the operational energy used in a particular building. So how to optimize this particular energy which is being used in your building? So you can look at passive architecture. So when it comes to passive architecture, even simple things such as your orientation will play a major role. So basically, if you see the sun path diagram for most of the spaces in India, it actually, the sun travels from the east to west from your southern side. So the major exposure is on your southern and your western facades. So you will have to ensure that you minimize your openings on the southern and the western facade so that you can reduce the heat gain into your building. And also you can plan for your buffer spaces or your service areas like your staircases and your washrooms and your utility spaces on these particular, in these particular regions, in your southern region and in your western region. And everybody knows the importance of the your vertical fins and your horizontal overhang. So they also have to be properly designed to ensure that your heat gain inside your building is reduced. So there are also some passive technologies which are available, like for example, these earth air tunnels. They basically work on the principle that the earth remains at a constant temperature of about 22 degrees Celsius. So in this technology, you take pipes to around 4 meters below the ground. So when your ambient air is around 30 to 35 degrees Celsius, and the hot air is taken through this pipe to 4 meters below the ground, it gets cooled by the earth, which is at a much lower temperature of around 22 degrees Celsius. And then this cool air can be taken to recirculate inside your building. So this also works in cities with extreme climates where you have winters which are really cold. So when your winters might be 4 or 5 degrees Celsius and your earth is still at the constant temperature of 22 degrees Celsius. So again, you can take this cold air from your outside to 4 meters below the ground and it gets warmed up. And then this particular air can be taken to recirculate inside your building. And wind tower is another passive technology which can be used for passive cooling. So basically what happens in a wind tower is that there is hot air which enters from the top of the tower, and you have mist sprayers which are located at the top. So these mist sprayers spray water particles and they cool down this hot air which is entering from the top. So this hot air starts to settle down. And on the other hand, you have a solar chimney. So this solar chimney, what happens is it heats up the air which is inside your building and it causes it to rise. And there is a pressure difference which occurs and it makes the cold air from the wind tower to come inside your building. So through a wind tower, you can anticipate a drop in air temperature of around 4 to 5 degrees Celsius. And coming to building materials, so in all of your projects, you have to look at how you can reduce the dependence on virgin materials. So wherever possible, you have to look at, if it's an existing building, you can look at how that building can be reused. Or if it's a new development which you're coming up with, you can look at how you can reuse salvage materials, or you can use materials with recycled content. Or you can also look at how you can source locally available materials, which will help in reducing the carbon dioxide emissions which are associated with transportation of materials. So this is an example of a project which is the Ambuja Cement Corporate Office. So generally, the structure of particular building has a life of around 60 years. So what happened over here is that they've gone for a major renovation, And they have retained the structural elements of the particular building, and they have only done renovation in terms of your envelope and in terms of your interior. So in this way, they have reduced the virgin materials which they have used in the project. And you can also consider, reusing salvage material. So this is an example of the Eicher office in Gurgaon, where they have actually bought these railway sleepers from a railway auction, and they have used it as the double skin for the particular project. And there are also some photographs showing how pipes can be used along with your lighting fixtures, and the empty paint cans can be used for storing documents. So you can look at how you can salvage materials and reuse in your project. And coming to wood-based materials, you can consider two types of products over here. So one is the rapidly renewable materials. So rapidly renewable wood is something which can be harvested in less than 10 years. So these includes like bamboo, bagasse, and eucalyptus kind of species. And the other option which can be considered is your certified wood. So certified wood is basically wood which is harvested from forests that are responsibly sourced and managed, and these are environmentally conscious. And in terms of waste generation, so during the project construction, it is important that you manage the waste which is getting generated in your project. So first, you will have to look at how you can minimize the waste which is getting generated during your construction. And the waste which is getting generated, you need to properly segregate it and store it on your site, so that you can look at how this waste can be reused in your site. Like, for example, broken bricks and all can be reused for your backfilling, and broken tiles can be reused in your pavers, and even for your terraces it can be reused. So you can reduce the amount of waste which is being sent to the landfill. And then the waste which is after reusing whatever waste is possible, the leftover waste, you have to look at how you can associate with some kind of a recycling vendors who can take up this waste, and they will use it for recycling purposes. And you can ensure that this waste is not being going to the landfill. And there are also some kind of construction technologies which are available, where the amount of waste which gets generated itself is very less. Like, for example, in prefabricated construction, so these are, over here, the panels are actually prefabricated, and then they are just coming and being assembled on site. So the amount of waste which gets generated during construction is very less. So you can also look at how you can, consider these kind of technologies in your projects. And there is also 3D printing technology, which is another technology which can be considered. And the other aspect of waste is the waste during the operations phase of your building. So you will have to ensure that you properly segregate this waste and you recycle it, so that you can have a circular economy. And there are many advanced systems available for waste management. So you have these kind of automated solid waste management systems, where the waste which is getting segregated at the source, so they can be sent to these chutes. These pneumatic chutes, they work based on the pressure difference. So these pneumatic chutes, they run across all of the floors. And so these waste can be sent to these chutes, and it gets collected in a central location. And from there, the vendors, the authorized vendors, can pick it up for further processing. And organic waste is also something which can be Organic waste is also something which can be managed in your site itself. So organic waste includes both landscape waste as well as the food waste which gets generated in a project. So you can look at natural processes like vermicomposting, which uses earthworms to break down these particular into manure, or you can also look at leaf composter. And on the other hand, you also have mechanical processes available like the organic waste converters. So over here, what happens is there is a shredder first, which shreds all of the waste, and then a biocompost is added along with this particular organic waste to break it down further. And this raw compost is stored in these curing racks. And after this curing, this output from this particular machine can be used as a manure. So you can use it for your landscaping purposes. And indoor environmental quality is one of the intangible benefits, which are associated with green buildings. And it is majorly affected by 3 parameters. So one is the air quality, the other is the materials which are used in your building, and the third is the connectivity. So connectivity would be in terms of, the connectivity to outdoors, the kind of daylighting you have in your building. So all these 3 parameters determine the indoor environmental quality. And any building which has a poor IEQ is associated with something called as the sick building syndrome. So a sick building syndrome is a medical condition where people in a particular building, they suffer from symptoms of illness or they feel unwell for no apparent reason. So this is majorly attributed to the poor IEQ of the particular space. So fresh air ventilation is the most important parameter when it comes to indoor environmental quality, as it ensures the comfort of occupants and well-being of occupants, and it increases the productivity of the occupants. So CO2 monitoring is an important concept which should be incorporated in projects to understand what is the indoor air quality of the particular project. So you can see here there are 2 cases which are being presented here. So in the first case, the carbon dioxide outside, which is in the ambient conditions, is around 400 parts per million. And the CO2 levels within your building is around 1,400 parts per million. And if you look at the case 2, the carbon dioxide at ambient is around 400 parts per million, and within your building it's around 930 parts per million. So the general thumb of rule which we follow is that the difference in the carbon dioxide levels between your inside and the outdoors should not exceed 530 ppm. So based on this thumb rule, if you see, the case 2 has a good ventilation system because it's maintaining a ppm difference of around 530, whereas case 1 is having a poor ventilation system because of it has a difference in ppm of around 1000 CO2 levels difference is around 1000 ppm. So this plays an important role in understanding whether your ventilation system is contributing to the indoor air quality or not. And another aspect which is important aspect with respect to ventilation is your demand control ventilation. So generally, if you see the general conventional ventilation systems, they are predefined. They predefine the amount of fresh air which needs to be sent to the different spaces. Whereas what happens in a demand control ventilation is, the ventilation demand is determined by the carbon dioxide level in that particular space. So the fresh air is adjusted based on the occupancy in the particular space. So if you look at this picture which is shown here, the occupancy in each floor is varying. So based on the occupancy, the CO2 level will vary in the various floors. So based on the CO2 level, the fresh air is varied. So for example, in floors 1 and 4 where there is more occupancy, there is more amount of fresh air which is being provided to these spaces. And whereas in floor 3 where there is very few occupancy, so the amount of fresh air which is supplied to the space is less. So this is an important system which can help in saving a lot of energy if implemented. And daylighting is another important aspect which will help in providing a better indoor environmental quality. So a light pipe is one of the techniques you can consider for deeper penetration of daylight in the interiors of this building. So a light bulb basically has a collector on the rooftop and it has a highly reflective pipe. So through this pipe, the the light rays which gets collected from the roof gets reflected to this pipe and it can be diffused into the interiors of the building. So this is a technique which can be considered for interior spaces where you want daylighting. And light shelf is also another technique which you can consider for deeper penetration. So generally in conventional windows, probably the daylight can penetrate to about 30 feet or so. So with the help of light shelves, so these light shelves are again lined with reflective material. So this will help in deeper penetration of the daylighting into the interiors of your space. Yeah, so with that, I come to the end of my presentation where I just wanted to cover the various concepts which are associated with green buildings. And if you have any questions or you need any information, you can always write to me. Yeah, thank you.
We'll take a short break. Anybody who's not had snacks, we'll take a 5-10 minutes break. They're just doing it.
and welcome. Hello 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 and welcome.
Check. So hi guys, I'm sure you're all super excited, and as we come to the last leg of the day and we have the results with us, we have the jury, who have finalized who's the gold, the silver, the best color choice, innovation, and all the different awards that you're going to get today. So before that, we would like to thank our visionary leadership team of Nippon for their unwavering support and commitment to fostering innovation and made this platform possible. We would like to call you on stage, ma'am and sir, Mr. Balaji, Mr. Shankar Narayan, Ms. Rajeshwari, Mr. Vignesh Manoharan, Mr. Harihara Sudan. Sir, on stage, sir. Thank you.
Awards, the best supporting college. The best supporting college usually goes to the college which gave us the most support, and we are very happy. This category of award is the most deserving award for the colleges who've been extending their greatest support to us in terms of accommodating us for the road shows and definitely the number of submissions.
Yes, so the college is none other than Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute. We would like to thank Dean Dr. Shweta Madhusudanan, HOD Professor V. Radhika. MGR College faculty, Dean ma'am, if you're here, please do come out of the dais. A big round of applause, please. Calling upon Haranya ma'am and Deepika ma'am onto the stage too. Congratulations, MGR College.
So the next category of award goes to the best educational institutions. So this year the best educational institution has gone to a college which has given us maximum number of finalists.
I mean, any guesses? Yes, RV College, Bangalore. Big round of applause, please. Finalists. Thank you, Suresh sir, for coming all the way from Bangalore to collect this. Finalists from RV College. Can give a big round of applause for your college. Yes. Okay. The next category, we have Best Mentor. And the first best mentor, we would like to call upon Professor Yagnik Batija from Rachna Sansad Academy of Architecture, Mumbai. A big round of applause, please. Thank you, Yagnik, sir. Would also like to highlight that Yagnik sir was also a winner of Best Mentor last year as well. Congratulations. Our next Best Mentor, we would like to call upon Professor Harinya Meenu from Dr. MGR Educational Research Institute. Thank you, Harinya ma'am. Harinya ma'am's also been a consecutive winner for the second time. She's here as the best mentor. Big round of applause, please. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, to the next best mentor we have today, Professor Deepika Kameshwaran from MGR College. Thank you, Deepika ma'am, for your constant support for AYDA Awards all the time. And Deepika ma'am is also a consecutive winner for the last 2 years. She's been very supportive. So up next we have a special mention for our college. Any guesses? No. So it's Crescent School of Architecture, Chennai. We've received a lot of submissions from this college. Thank you, leaders. Thank you, leaders. You can take your seat in the audience. So now we'd like to call upon architect Geeta Balakrishnan and Nikita from Ethos onto the dais. And we are getting into the awards for the students. Excited? Yes, no? Okay. So the first one is Best Green Innovation. Any guesses? Green Innovation? No? No excitement? Okay, I'll announce it. Goes to Ranjita NB, RV College. Congratulations, Ranjita. So our next category is Best Color Choice. Best Color Choice? No guesses? No guesses? Okay. Goes to Liron Gonsalves, Viva School of Architecture. Congratulations, Liron. Thank you, Geeta ma'am. Thank you, Nikita. We'll call upon Mark sir and Mahesh sir onto the stage to give the silver and the gold awards. Sorry, honorary mention. Sorry. So we have 2 honorary mentions. The first one would go to. Nope. Not any guesses. Okay. Trisha Ranpuria. Hands together, please, louder. So, honorary mention category is usually given to students who did not make it to the gold or the silver, but had something, their project or the design had something that is worth mentioning in this huge platform here. We have another honorary mention that will go to Amita Saroya from Rizvi College. Congratulations. Keep the claps going. Okay, now coming to the silver category, both architecture and interior. I think we'll finish the silver first and then go to the gold. Silver in interior design. Any guesses? This is a big award. No guesses? Silver award, interior design. None? Not even yourself? No? Okay. So the silver award in interior design goes to Akriti Shah, RV College. Congratulations, Akriti. Louder the applause has to be. It's a silver award. Now, same silver in architecture. Again, no self-nominations also. Architecture? No? Goes to Shreyans Italia. Kamla Rahija. Congratulations, Shreyans. Now the gold awards, the one that goes to the international round. So let's do the interior first. Still no guesses. Guys. Sorry? Sorry? Louder if you're guessing. Sakshi. Sorry? Okay, it goes to Suraj Ighe, Academy of Architecture. It's the Gold Award. Congratulations, Suraj. Big round of applause, guys. Gold winner architecture. Gold winner architecture. Guesses? Aromita. Others? Any other guesses? You're right. Goes to Aromita Ramesh. Avi College. Congratulations, Aromita. Keep the applause rolling, guys. Keep the applause going. Now we'd like to call upon all the jury members and the winners onto the stage for a picture. Winners onto the stage with your certificates, award. With your award and your certificate. Bring your awards alone, guys. Please don't get your checks be too much on the stage. You can't carry it back. Just bring your award. It's fine. Award is fine. Come on, faster. Guys, please don't leave the hall. Please stay back. We are here. Appreciate the winners. Are all the winners on the stage? We'll have 8 of them. again a very, very hearty congratulations to all the winners and also the finalists who've made it so far. Over to Karthikeyan for the closing remarks.
A very warm evening to one and all present here. I stand before you with a deep sense of gratitude and appreciation as we conclude this grand event, AYDA 2023. We are indeed proud to say that it's a milestone achievement on receiving 2,000 registrations from across the nation. With great pride, we are entering into AYDA 2024. First and foremost, our heartfelt appreciation goes to all the jury panel members whose insightful remarks have added immense value to our gathering today. I would also like to express our immense gratitude to all the participants from various colleges across India. On behalf of my entire team, I thank our leaders, Mahesh sir, Mark sir, and Niti ma'am, whose unwavering support has been instrumental in making this event a great success. Last but not least, a note of appreciation to the event management team who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to manage the event flow. Once again, I thank you all for being part of this memorable grand finale of AYDA 2023. Thank you.
Check. Anyone who's lost a wallet or a purse, please collect it from the console.